What
The
created the
flat Earth is what it is, man. Check it out.
What created it?
That's the ultimate question, man.
I mean,
What created this beautiful place we live?
what's beyond it, though? Is there something beyond it?
I just want to know. I mean, it'd be cool to know exactly what, how it was created. Damn.
Well, then how would we find that out? It's like it should be. It's got to be possible. If it's out there, we can find it.
Dude, we live on this dirt, trees, oceans, lakes, rivers. We live here, man. It's not like
You heard of Operation Fishbowl?
yeah, when they shot the rockets all the way up to the atmosphere and ended up
If it's
trying to crack the fishbowl, man. Trying to crack it.
There you go. If any of it's believable, there you go.
So they did. So somebody actually shot rockets up, not NASA saying they shot rockets up.
Now this wouldn't be those type of rockets. This would be weaponry. That
I don't think there's anything different from like a rocket and a missile. It's just that the rocket has a parachute when it lands.
Yeah.
And they're both like a whole bunch of fuel.
If you shot a missile that explodes into a city, it's going to kill a lot more people than just a shuttle that falls into a city.
Yeah, true.
You guys saw the Beirut explosion, right? I think that was about a year ago, maybe?
The firework factory that exploded, or like
firework
ammonia
factory,
or something?
Sure.
I don't know.
That's what the story is. No, you're right. That's what the story is.
Oh.
But that was a weapons test. They want to show off a bomb. It's the biggest in our lifetime. Thing was badass.
Why would they show it in a city though? It seems so unnecessary.
Well, why does it matter?
Why kill all those people just to?
I don't think that many people died.
Oh, a lot of people died.
Well, they
if it
did
was
a whole lot
one person,
worse.
that's too much people to show off an explosion because you could just like blow it over the ocean, right? Kill a few fish, but not people.
Just show of force, rock the whole city.
Yeah, I mean that is where it's going to get filmed the most. I mean, it was way more scarier to see it from like a perspective of just like somebody filming it out their apartment window than it exploding in the fucking shockwave just.
Right.
That
was awesome.
It was something. There's got to be a way to know what's out there, though. There's got to be a way.
I mean, if
there's got to be at least an idea.
If you could get at least what they've found out and what they're working on, you would probably know a lot more. Like portals. There's been talk of portals for probably thousands of years.
What a portal work? Confusing. I don't know. I feel like I've always kind of believed in the globe just because I saw it as an explanation opposed to no explanation. And it's not like I don't really think
the globe explain.
Pretty not everything, but like that explains why. It explains the seasons. It explains a lot, and you can actually draw a coherent model that explains all of Earth's processes. Whereas I haven't seen a model for the flat Earth that does that. But then in hindsight, like I don't really think that me kind of believing in the globe would I don't know, it doesn't really change my life all that much. As if I just thought the Earth was flat. Because
yeah, I hear that a lot.
Part of me believes the Earth is flat because, I mean, when I look out the window, it is flat. And I have heard some explanations of some explanations that I actually think would, yeah, this is plausible and there's no way to disprove that this isn't happening. Like the fact that this thing called gravity acts at like 9.8 meters a second as like an acceleration. Well, the Earth could just be accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters a second squared. And then that would explain gravity without using gravity. It would explain why things fall.
Gravity's all theoretical still. No way to
Yeah.
prove it.
We can only observe it and call it gravity.
Observe it?
Yeah, like when you drop something, it falls. Okay, let's measure how fast it falls. And like measure, what if we bring out a heavier object, does it fall faster? Yes. Why? Oh, well, what if we drop it in a vacuum? Oh, the heavier object doesn't fall faster. And we just kind of make observations from that, and those observations turn into equations which we can actually use, called Newton's laws. The funny thing is, Newton's laws completely break down once you get into quantum mechanics. So they're not true, but they work pretty well. They still work to like explain things and like make predictions and use them in like complex engineering problems. You can still use Newton's laws even though they're not true. They fall apart as soon as you get down into the quantum level, but they still explain big objects how they fall. So like, I don't know, I feel like there's definitely a big misconception about as soon as scientists say something, everybody takes it as a fact. It's like, no, they just like didn't an experiment. Yes, they're really smart, but they just did an experiment, took an observation down. They're just calling this thing that they found out about a name. It doesn't mean that we fully understand it. We just know what it does. We have no idea where it came from. We don't know why things fall as opposed to like living on an Earth where things don't fall. I don't know. That didn't really make any sense, but
You don't think relative density explains it?
I don't really get that. Is it just things that are denser are at the bottom? Things that are, it's like when you fill a cup up with maple syrup and water. Maple syrup goes to the bottom, maple syrup goes to the top.
Exactly. So what's that?
But then why is there iron underneath us?
Well, that's never been proven. No one knows if there's iron underneath anywhere.
Well, why is there pockets of air underneath us? And what's causing these denser objects to be lower down? It makes sense on the surface, but as soon as I start asking questions about it, it just doesn't, none of the questions have answers.
Oh, we've only ever dug 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
How do you think
We do have
how do you think they know what's
technology
at the
to
core?
see down.
To see? What do you see? What do you think you see?
Well, I mean, I know they have some versions of, I think you can use ultrasonic and see kind of what comes back. I don't know
Is
how
that
it
for real?
works.
You really believe it?
I have to look more into it, but I do know that the observations they use from scanning the ground, they use in real world applications, and those real world applications do prove results. So have to be seeing
Results
something,
that
right?
prove the center of the Earth is a molten iron core?
It proves that we can think it is. It doesn't. Well, no, it doesn't prove it. It's just the most plausible. It's the most plausible explanation that we've found from our observations.
Last time I checked, explanations weren't evidence. Would you agree?
Well, their explanations and evidence are related, but they're not the same thing. No.
Correct. Good.
Explanations are an explanation of the observed evidence.
I
never-
cut somebody off, though, however. I did want to say that. Who was talking to you?
That was me.
One more time. It's a huge list. I got to scroll. Who was it?
Storm.
Hey, Storm.
Storm.
Okay, sorry. Go right ahead. Continue.
Where were we? So you can't prove anything about the core of the Earth, or even the crust. Let's
You can scan
what's
for
the-
minerals
what's
under
the
the ground,
scanning
though, and
you're
you can
talking
like.
about?
I mean, that was. I guess that
No,
was a
they
bad
can-
example because I don't know too much about it.
There's measured vibration and volcanic type activity all the time. But what are they using to get all this information about the core?
Let me search it up. I'm pretty sure they send. Well, say you send a wave down, a wave of something, and let's say that we do know that sound and other types of light and whatnot reflect differently off of different surfaces, right? I mean, you're observing it literally right now just by light. Light reflects differently off of a white surface versus a black surface, and that's why it looks white or black. So, and that same thing kind of carries over to sound waves. If you yell, like, yelling at someone through like 3 feet of concrete is a lot harder than yelling at them through air. And so these sound waves are bouncing back. And so when we send sound waves or waves similar to this and send it right into the earth, it doesn't matter if the earth is flat or if the earth is a core, it will bounce off different materials.
Yeah,
And
well,
so it might go through a whole bunch of dirt, but then it might hit a rock and bounce back.
crazy.
And then we can
And that's what we
see-
call distortion. So how do you know what's really happening
You don't.
from start to
You-
finish?
You don't. You can just
All right.
create an explanation based on the evidence.
Exactly. Wow. Thank you for being honest. I'm done with him. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, you can create an explanation based on the evidence. Where do you like? Sorry, I'm confused of why like that's not the flat Earth, or I don't know why that's not. Why is that bad?
Well,
So what's your explanation for the horizon never being at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I don't know. You lost me because I haven't done
Welcome.
any research on that. But I mean, like, what's I don't know. I just don't get how seasons work on the flat Earth.
Well, it doesn't really matter. The surface measure's flat, so that's that.
Yeah, that's not enough of an explanation for me.
It's
The
a good enough
problem
explanation for
is-
what the surface is.
You told
Yeah,
a lot of
I mean,
stories.
that's what
just
you're on
now.
all the time, so it's totally. I could definitely agree with why you wouldn't need to see past that, but for me, it's just like I don't know. I like to think about weird stuff. I have no idea how it works, like space or like what would be beyond the flat Earth.
Well, you should start over and just figure out how a ball works.
Ball is
All the-
spherical.
Gas balls that are supposed to exist in space, how would they all contain the air that they have?
Well, you agree that gas has mass. You agree that gas is something.
Gas is something. I
Gas is
guess
something.
it's something.
And it does. Do you agree that it does have mass? Do you agree with the atomic theory and like what atoms are? What makes everything up? Like quantum mechanics and all that. I don't know how much of that like well, I guess agree with is a bad term, but like doesn't mean if you know the earth is flat, you're not agreeing that the earth is flat, you're knowing the earth is flat. But I mean like with say atoms or chemistry or something, that things that we have very, very plausible evidence that supports that atoms exist and that this is how they work in chemical reactions and whatnot. I feel like it's pretty safe to assume that is correct, that the world is made up of atoms, because it does make a lot of sense based on observation.
So far, you've said everything makes sense.
I mean, I said that like the atomic theory makes sense.
But is there any proof?
Of the atomic theory?
Not necessarily atomic theory, but that'd be a fun one too.
So how would you suppose chemistry works if there's no atoms? What else would be that chemistry? Have you seen Nile Red on YouTube? They'll make like grape soda out of plastic gloves. It shows the whole process.
You say Nile Red?
Nile Red, yeah. Just or like any chemical experiment. I mean, he does like really bizarre ones,
Yeah,
like turning like plastic gloves
I've
into.
seen plenty of chemistry experience.
Yeah. So, do you agree with chemistry? Do you agree that like these people aren't just making up random stuff?
Sure. Yeah, there's plenty of chemistry that's fine.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, so let's atoms are real. I'm pretty sure we can agree that atoms are real. We've like a lot of scientific evidence that supports that. And atoms don't disprove a flat Earth, not at all. Just because the world is made up of very, very tiny indivisible particles does not disprove the does not disprove the flat Earth, right? But all of these little tiny particles, they're all made out of fundamentally the same things. Protons, neutrons, and electrons, and those are also made out of other tiny things. But all these like protons, neutrons, and electrons too, but mostly protons and neutrons, they have mass. They are stuff that exists. They have mass, and our theory of gravity says that this fundamental force of the universe, gravity, which is one of the 4 fundamental forces, it affects everything with mass. And it basically, even like saying that gravity affects mass doesn't, well, that's not, like, that doesn't even make any sense, because it's just like something that happens when there's mass, right? So mass is attracted to other mass, and this is something that we have observed. And the globe theory, I guess I'll call it like the globe theory, was like, it doesn't disagree with like having a gas next to a vacuum, or that, I don't know, whatever that counter argument is that says you can't have gas next to a vacuum or something. Because if you can imagine, all these little tiny particles are all attracted to one another. So if we have this big ball in space, and all these little tiny molecules are all attracted to each other, and if there's a whole bunch of them, they're all wanting to get to be together. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an analogy, but I'm too tired to. All these little atoms are all like running together, trying to get as close as possible. Even if you're a really tiny atom, say a really light atom, you
But
still want
those
to get
don't
in
work
because
together.
you're still
Mass attracting
Atom.
mass and the atomic theory.
Why don't they work together?
Isn't that what you said already?
I never said
You
that. No.
you said
Sorry if you
Newton-
misheard me. Or
You
if
said
I,
Newton's gravity and the other, right? They
Yeah.
don't work together.
Newton's, yeah. So the Newton's
Isn't Newton mass attracting mass?
Newton is the like something with inert. Like he has a few fundamental laws, but mass attracting mass was Einstein.
No, you're wrong. You got
Actually, no.
passion.
Yeah, I know. I am wrong. I'm sorry. Anyways, I guess, yeah. So Newton did say that mass attracts mass, and that is observable.
No, it's
And
not.
it is still.
It
it's
was
not
superseded by Einstein, so no.
Was it though?
Yes,
Yeah.
How? Why?
that's
Andy
what
Murphy
the
spaced it.
scientists say.
What science says that though? Is there like? I think that's
Well, science is
the
always
reason
changing.
why. So let me re-explain Newton's laws, and like re-explain why they don't agree with Einstein laws, because Newton's laws basically, all of our equations are based on constants. An equation is just a relation between two things. But once you add a constant in, like the gravitational constant, and the spring, like, and Young's modulus constant, and there's like thousands of, like, I don't know how many constants there are out there, but there's tons of them out there. And they're basically like, how do we know how much mass this spring can hold, or like how do we know how much force is going to happen when I compress this spring? That's based on, I think, Young's modulus or some sort of modulus, which is a constant which we've observed, and it's basically the world just saying, this is how it works. Like, this is, for some reason, there's a very specific number that we've measured, and that's how we basically turn a random proportion into usable data. That's how we can figure out that the way things accelerate on Earth is 9.8 meters a second squared, instead of just saying that they accelerate. Did I explain that? I feel like I explained that like shit, but you understand me so far? There is a constant that Newton discovered that explains how things right now work. But as you get deeper, as you get smaller and smaller, that constant starts to get more inaccurate and more inaccurate. But we have also discovered why it gets more inaccurate. Because of the 4 fundamental forces in nature, gravity is the weakest. And as you go down, and as you get really small, and this is something I don't fully understand, but as you get smaller, other forces start to play. Like electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force. They start to play around. And that's why Newton's laws don't really, you can't use the gravitational constant to explain how a gluon moves and why protons and neutrons are held together. Because they're not held together by gravity. They're held together by, I think it's called the strong force, which is, I don't know if I'm making any sense or if anybody has background in like quantum mechanics, but the strong force is, I think it's created from gluons. They basically glue together atoms together, like protons and neutrons. I really don't think I'm making any sense.
I think you're talking more about electromagnetic forces and such
Yeah.
than you are about Newton, because Newton was superseded. Mass does not attract mass. But what does that have to do with
Mass
the
does
flat
attract
Earth?
mass. Just because
What
you
are you
superseded
what
doesn't
are you
mean that
trying to
everything.
relate this to anyway, to the flat Earth? How are you telling me that this is proving that you have a globe?
Yeah, that's good point. But I'm trying to explain why the vacuum surrounding Earth doesn't pull apart everything, because
Oh,
gravity.
that's right. You were saying all the particles of air and all the particles of space or something. What were you saying about that?
All particles attract each other. That's because of gravity. And when you go down and down and down, I don't really know why I went down that rabbit hole, but as you go down, other shit starts happening. And that's why Newton's gravitational constant doesn't really work on a very, very subatomic level. But just because it doesn't work at a very, very tiny distance doesn't mean, like, it still works at a larger distance.
Can you demonstrate a gas ball in a vacuum somewhere? Have you ever seen a demonstration or any proof that that can happen? You can have
Just-
gas form a sphere in a vacuum.
Well, it's not just a gas ball. It's a ball of dense material surrounded with a layer of gas that's then inside of a vacuum.
Have you seen any demonstration of any of that concept that you're explaining here?
Gravity is
You've got a
very
nice
weak force.
story. It's been a really nice story to listen to, but do you have any demonstratable evidence that that is even possible? I mean, it's a nice explanation, but that's not what we see in our reality.
I'm glad I'm at least interesting somebody, but what was I gonna say? Sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say. Right, gravity is a very, very weak force. So when you think that you can apply gravity that's on such a scale as the Earth to a small demonstration, that doesn't hold up.
Well,
And
now
that's
you're in
not-
conflict again with your current model, which says Einsteinian gravity is what's going on, and you're going back to Newtonian.
I'm not.
So you're contradicting yourself because you just jumped back to Newtonian again, where it's mass attracting mass, which is not what your current
Einstein
model claims.
doesn't disagree with that. That is a
Oh,
way of
yes, he does.
explaining it. It's just not the full
Oh,
picture.
yes, it does. You might want to check out what was posted in the live chat at 32 minutes after or something.
Joysticks.
Sorry, I might have some echo, but fuck, I forget what I was gonna say. Sorry.
Facts or beliefs.
34 minutes after the hour, that Einstein's general theory of relativity was superseded. And so, yeah, you might want to read that before you keep claiming that Newton's works together with it.
So Einstein superseded Newton. Yeah.
Yeah, it
And-
reclassified gravity as an effect, not a cause.
And not a force either.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that Einstein's laws don't hold up to, like, yes, it's not an exact.
No, it literally means Newton's does not work every time in every situation, which means it's not consistent and it does not fit the model anymore. And that's why it had to be
Let's say-
superseded by the concept that Einstein came up with. because it didn't work. Yes, your
This is-
calculations can work in certain situations, but they're not reality. It didn't work in
But
reality.
what if you knew exactly what situations those laws worked in?
The problem is you're looking for consistency that works in all cases every time
We're
and
not.
match
No,
it
we're not.
with reality. You can calculate anything. We could sit here and calculate for a world that has certain
Oh, no, you
laws that you
can't.
come up with. You could make up
You
laws
can.
and calculate for whatever. Calculations are a way to explain things, but it doesn't mean they have to be explaining reality. They're
So
a language. That's what calculations are. They're a language. And that means languages can be used to tell the truth about your reality, or they can make up a story or even a lie.
I I don't think that logic holds up because calculations are not a way of explaining things. Calculations are a way of predicting things. Equations are a way of explaining things, but when you calculate something, you're taking that equation and using it. So when you use that
That
equation,
doesn't mean it matches reality, though. Again, it's a
but
language. It's a better way to explain what you're talking about. It's a
yeah, but
language
let's
to
say
make
I take a ball
explanations.
and based on Newton theory, I've done this in school. Based
Oh,
on
I
Newton's
know you
theory, I
have,
can throw the
but you're
ball and I
still
can calculate
wrong.
where it
You,
lands. I can
unless you
predict
can
where it
provide
lands.
some kind of proof that they aren't going with Einstein only and it's superseded, and that you're wrong because it doesn't work in all cases, in all things for this model of yours, then you've got a problem. So that's why it had to be gotten rid of
Well,
because it didn't work. If it had worked,
the flat Earth
they
does
would
that
have
all
kept
the
it.
time, though. I mean, the
No,
flat Earth will show one model for
no,
seasons and
we're
then
not
another model
doing a
for the day
model.
cycle.
We're not here to replace your model. We're here to falsify the one that you have presented and have insisted is correct to nature and reality. See, that's the difference. We're not here to replace your model. We're here to disqualify the claims
So
made by yours.
how
You
I
don't,
see the
it's
globe,
not, if
and
replacement's not needed,
as
that's
much as
something that would be
people,
nice, but it's not needed to disqualify yours or falsify yours.
I disagree with that because when
Yeah, you
people
may
say
disagree,
that
but it's
there
logic.
is,
It's pure logic on this one. Basically,
it's
if you give me something that you say this is reality, this is it, and this is how it all works, but I find one fault in it, does that mean I have to then replace it for you? Am
well,
I required then to be the one that replace it, or is it my job to make sure you actually told me the truth, that your model is absolutely truthful, and if I find something false about it, is it my responsibility to replace your model?
it's your responsibility to make this false known. But the flat Earth is trying to replace the model because you're saying, well,
No,
the Earth is
we're
not a
not.
globe; it's flat. You
Well,
could just
that's
be
the
saying the Earth
problem.
is not a globe,
It,
but you're saying it's flat.
flat's not even a shape. It is a description of the
It is a shape.
condition.
It's a disc.
Flat is a description of not a shape. I mean,
S-
a square can have flat edges.
So would
A
you
triangle
say
could have
that
flat edges. A trapezoid could have flat surfaces. I mean, it's just like that's not really a shape itself. It's a description of what we see in reality. But
then
either
you're
way,
replacing
I
our description? You're
no,
replacing
I'm
our previous
falsifying.
description with
No,
another
my
description.
job is to falsify what you've told me is absolute truth. You tell me when I walk outside my door, I'm on a spinning ball. And you've given me certain dimensions and measurements and conditions, such as gas pressure. And
Yeah.
I have to see if it works with what you told me and how it does. And if I can falsify even one part of that, then your model's got a problem.
Could it be that you're falsifying just one part or misunderstanding that one part?
Probably not
Both equally often.
misunderstanding a measurement or something that can be easily checked, especially when
Have
you've
you
given me the
studied
parameters.
have you studied, say, Newton's laws in depth?
I don't
Have you
need
done
Newton anymore because
calculations?
it's been superseded by Einstein. But yes, I do understand Newton. But at the same time, I understand it's
Do
been
you
superseded.
what's like one of Newton's laws?
I don't need to
What's something
explain
that he
Newton
said?
why it's been superseded, like I said, and that doesn't prove the shape of the thing we're standing on or the
I'm
flatness or roundness of it. Am I on a ball or am I on something else? That's
I'm
all
just
I gotta
checking to see
do.
if we have the same understanding of Newton's laws,
Well,
because I
even
might
if we
be
do or
wrong
don't,
there.
I have understanding of a lot of stuff that you probably don't, but we can't agree on this. Einstein superseded it, which means the calculations
So
don't work in all
have
cases at all
you
times.
understood Einstein's theory in depth?
You know what? I
Theory of
would
general
not claim to
relativity.
be an expert in it. I understand it well enough to know that it's pretty crazy, and it
So
doesn't
do
make
you
any
know
sense to what I see in the
how?
natural world, and it doesn't hold up. I can tell you that's what I find problems with. But either way, my goal is to figure out what I'm standing on and what if it's true to what you've told me it has to be. I've been told it has to be a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, 3,959 miles in radius. And
Yeah,
if I can't
you're not.
find that curvature over things such as water, which we know lay flat when calm, and are used even in leveling buildings and things since ancient times, if
However,
I
we
can't
have
find it even there,
that.
then I've got a problem. If my horizon is not at the distance that I've been told it must be at for my observer's height, then I've got a problem with your model. And see, that's all I have to do. I don't have to replace your model or understand every nuance of it to be able to falsify one part of it. If I do that, then you've got an issue. And you've got to come up with an idea of why that's happening that makes perfect sense for making what you're saying is still true. But if you can't, then it's not what you said it was.
But if you can't provide another explanation, then nobody's going to listen to you.
No, that's not again, the explanation is self-evident that there is something not a globe. A globe has certain parameters that must be fulfilled, does it not?
No, a globe is
Yeah, a globe is a
it's
sphere
certain parameters that we've
and it has
observed.
geometry that must be fulfilled, period. If you're going to claim something is round or circular, as some people want to always call it, which I find funny, but round like a ball, it's a geometric shape, which means it has a radius, means it has a circumference, means it has certain aspects that must be consistent and can be found. It's physical, so we can do things to find out what's going on with that. And if I can't find what you say is absolutely there, then we've got a problem. And this is where long distance observations that are measured distances that we know and can confirm, and even have done ourselves, many of us have done over different types of water, even frozen lakes, or even over large salt flats, or, just at any distance that doesn't match up with your globe, then you're going to have to fix your model because it's not right. It's not up to me to replace it. I don't need to do
What
that.
if the model's 95%
I would
accurate?
be,
Should we
I
just
mean,
not believe the first 95%, even though we know the first
well, I would say the major
95% works?
portion, I'd say, wouldn't you agree though, that the major portion is the fact that it's a globe versus something that may be a plane? That's kind of a big deal because that changes everything, even from your ability to do space flight is changed basically by that claim that you have a
Yeah, but
globe versus a plane.
I'm actually working on not like a project, but so right now I'm in first year engineering. I'm on like it's hell, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm learning a lot of cool stuff, and the things they teach us where like, or yes, it's like indoctrination. I know the big thing is the reason why the globe Earth keeps continuing is because of indoctrination, but they're not telling us that. For example, they're not telling us that capacitors hold charge and then can discharge very, very quickly. They told us that hey, this is kind of how it works. This is how this is how a capacitor works. But here, we're going to show you it right in person. They brought out this big capacitor and they charged it up and they lit it, and it behaved exactly like they said it would behave.
The whole thing is blurred lines between science and pseudoscience, and that's where you have to figure it out.
And I think that globe Earth lies in science, not pseudoscience.
Except for you didn't explain then how you can prove the difference between what is pseudoscience and science. How would you know the difference if you just make that claim? Oh, I think the globe is science. How is that
Well,
so? What is
what's
science?
what's opposing the globe Earth then? What's opposing
Well,
it?
no, I asked you what is science?
What is science?
Yeah, what is science? What is
I
pseudoscience
mean,
versus science? What's the difference?
pseudoscience, I think, is science that's usually has bad intentions and usually is a way for somebody to make money
Uh, so you have
and
a
is not real.
philosophical definition you're using. Me, I'm going for the pure definition of what science is: experimentation from observation of natural phenomena.
Yeah,
That's what
and that's how
science
we
truly
discovered.
is finding cause and effect using experimentation, which requires you to have certain, again, requirements, certain things like a hypothesis, an experiment that will actually hold up to examination so that you actually can find a cause and not pseudoscience where you're just making up crap as you go, just pretending,
That's just like the thing is,
explaining.
I'm never ever gonna like. I can't just sit here and think we don't know how the Earth works. We have no idea because I
Nobody's
can look
saying that we
outside.
don't. But you got to understand, if you, I don't know how far you've been in your college experience at this point, and
Uh,
but for me, I finished my college experience, oh, now more than a decade ago, and I would tell you right now there is foundations that have been laid that have caused such havoc because now they're being discovered that that was never confirmed and never checked, and now we have a problem because everybody based everything they did after they laid what they thought was a confirmed foundation on a bunch of bunk. And then once that
it wasn't a
foundation
bunch
has
of
been
bunk.
wiped out, a lot of medicine. I actually have biology degrees in medicine, so I'm a medical provider. So when
Okay.
I look at things, I understand that science must be very, very consistent, and you must use the experimentation method and the true scientific method if you want to know cause and effect, and not just jump to claims because then that's pseudoscience and making up stories. And I also know that yes, there have been terribly laid foundations that weren't confirmed, weren't checked to make sure they were true. Everybody built off of them and didn't do it intentionally, but they made bad assumptions and bad science based off of wrong assumptions. And it gets to a point where it finally collapses and it's a mess, turns into a real
So
mess.
globe Earth wasn't planned. There's
Well,
no
it
big
may have been planned
conspiracy
by
about
some people, but I would say the majority of people didn't know any better to go check to see if the actual basis of the theory or
it.
the
See,
claim
that's
was
exactly how
correct.
science works. You don't just accept somebody's
You're not
paper. You look
supposed
into it.
to.
You look at the experimentations and you do the experiments. You repeat them and say, "Hey, these
Uh huh.
experiments do work," and I can repeat the
Exactly.
results. So
Exactly.
they're
And that's
plausible.
the problem with the globe at this point. So it's not
So
an
you're saying
experiment that
because
we're
we can
doing.
repeat the
We're
experiments, they're
confirming.
wrong. Just because
We're
we can repeat them
confirming.
based on the same recipe.
Well,
So they must be wrong because we
I'm
can
not
repeat
even
them.
saying we did an experiment. Where I'm saying the basic measurements we were given have been
We're
blown
never given
away
them.
by certain long distance measurements and photographs, and consistently not having a horizon that is where it should be, over and over and over, as well as violating laws of gas pressure that
We're
don't make
not
that doesn't
violating
make
laws of
sense.
gas pressure, though. It's just
What's that?
that I think you have
What
to
is
think
gas
about
pressure? Go look up the definition. You got to
these
have
particles
certain
bouncing
parameters.
against a container, but
As
that
must
is a very
have.
fundamental explanation of fundamental observation.
It's a
These
natural observation that's been repeated multiple times at elevations that change from down here right at the ground level
yeah,
to high up, and it's required every time. You don't see a
yeah, elevation
plane.
wouldn't change that at all.
No, it doesn't.
The
And
thing
that's the
is,
problem with your
all
model
right,
again.
let's take surface tension for example. Do you believe in surface tension of water?
Do I believe or do
Do
I
you
know?
do you believe that the experiments that support the surface tension of water are falsified?
I don't believe I've seen surface tension, but
Yeah.
again, it doesn't hold up to a large droplet.
No, it
You
doesn't.
get past a certain size, the weight of the thing does not
So
continue to
when
have
we
a
say
droplet form, if that's what
surface
you're
tension,
talking about.
that we are still like it works on a very, very small level, but it doesn't work as you scale it up. But we still know it works on a small level.
But that doesn't
We just
help
know
you
it
though,
works a little bit
because again,
differently on a higher level.
your natural observation, it falls apart because
So
again,
then
you're
surface
looking
tension
at
doesn't exist.
reality. You have to look
Therefore,
at reality.
so
You
therefore,
can't.
surface tension doesn't exist, but it does
And I
exist.
didn't say that. I said it just doesn't work to explain what you are seeing in mass size
Surface
of that
tension is
of that
literally
size.
just what I mean by surface tension is when you drop a water on the table, it's kind of like a ball instead of completely
Yeah,
flat on the ground.
it's not a ball though. It doesn't
Well,
stay in
it's
that ball form,
yeah,
does
it's
it?
not a ball, but it's like a
It
little
spreads
bulge.
out
It's not
almost
completely flat.
immediately if you make as
There's
soon as
something
you make
holding
it a
it
little bit
together.
bigger than whatever it is that can barely make a half dome, it's flattening out and running off your table if it's not
Yeah.
level.
So that proves my point that even though we have a idea that works on a small level, and we know it works on a small level, but we also know it doesn't hold up as you get bigger, and we know why it doesn't hold up as you get bigger. Why does that contradict itself? Why would that disprove surface tension? Something as fundamental as surface tension.
No, I didn't
Something
say
is
surface
if you
tension isn't real. It just doesn't do anything for your argument of why water is doing what it does
analogy.
here on Earth, that like holding around a ball. Again, that's outside of a
That's
surface.
not why we think that water stays.
No, I don't think it does, but I've heard people argue that surface tension is why. And I
Okay, well,
think that's
that's a
kind of
pretty
funny.
hilarious
I think
argument.
it's a dumb argument. Yeah. But there are people that think that. They think that raindrops are another proof because everything turns into a sphere. Balls of water. It must be like
Okay.
that too. No,
Yeah,
no, no,
no,
no, no.
I don't agree with that.
No.
I
So it's
don't
silly.
believe that.
But no, surface tension is definitely real. We do see things on small scales that can be scaled up, but not everything does that. Of course. There are other things that do and don't. But from what we see in natural observation, again, it has to be observed. And like you said, then you have to be able to see that repeatable measurement again or repeatable experiment. And the globe, unfortunately, keeps failing. You heard of the black swan?
No, sounds interesting.
You haven't heard of the black swan picture that
No,
they do here, huh?
sounds interesting. I gotta go to bed soon. I got a midterm coming up in a couple of days, and I gotta wake up tomorrow to study for it. Not looking forward to that, but
Oh, great. Oh, it's always fun. Those are fun
oh
things
yeah,
to do.
that's not so bad when you get a few friends together. You start playing some tunes. And, ooh, what the? It's swan on a swan. Yeah.
Let's see if somebody can post it for me. I don't have
Swan.
there's one of them. I'm looking for the one that has the measurements on it. Anyway, your globe. There we go. There's some measurements showing up on that one. The black swan is just an example, one of thousands to millions that people are making all the time, that we are seeing objects in the distance way too far for the globe's claimed size. So this is one of our reasons why most of us know your globe isn't matching up with reality. So we go out
And
into
then
reality.
I sent a link to a picture that does show wind turbines going below the horizon. So it does also hold up here. But
Except
I
for,
get what you're saying.
again,
As soon as it doesn't hold up somewhere, then it doesn't
one
hold up
time.
anywhere else. But I just
All I
agree with
have
that.
to show is your physical horizon not being where it's supposed to be one time, too far, and your model falls apart instantly.
I'll leave on this note, just because we haven't explained absolutely everything that works in every single way on the globe or on this thing that we live on. I still think we've done it to a point which is studyable, which we can study and we can learn from. I still think we've done a pretty good job. I mean, we're just monkeys that have just gained intelligence.
Well, I
We're pretty
disagree with
young in
you
this
on
whole.
that. I disagree. I disagree if your foundation of your model is wrong, which your major model claim is that you're a spinning ball in a vacuum. If that is wrong, then there is a lot more wrong from there because that's your foundation. If your foundation's rotten and
I don't think that a small observation disproves that. I think that the overwhelming majority of observations that do prove that don't get outweighed by the tiny amount of
you're trying to
observations
make
that disprove
other the amount of claims made suddenly equals truth. No, amount of claims doesn't equal truth. Truth equals truth. If something
that.
is
Amount of
wrong,
evidence, not claims, it's
even if
evidence.
one part of it is wrong, it's not the truth. Especially if it's a major part that makes it so
Yeah,
everything
but I'm
else
not
is
saying it's
off.
the truth. I'm not saying that we know everything. We know very, very little. And we're
We
just
do know very
discovering
little.
how much we
But
don't
your
know.
major claim is a foundational piece, and that is the size and shape of this
Yes, but
thing
just looking
and the
at,
spin.
I mean, there could be another explanation of why we see these barges so far away.
You
There is
think you
possibility that there is
think
another
you
explanation
think
there.
that there's an explanation that light could bend over any amount of a curvature from basically if you had enough supposed refraction, you should be able to see the back of your own head. See, that's the kind of
Yeah,
things you're going to get into. And the
but
problem
that
is
is true though.
immediately if you claim refraction, we're going to welcome you to flat Earth because actually that's our argument. And you're going to find that
Refraction is not.
you'll find
Refraction
it's
is
our
observed
argument is
evidence.
refraction, and you're going to actually get called as a flat earther because your model claims there's a physical horizon, and the way that light works. Go study Snell's law. Make sure you study some Snell's law before you come back
Let me
and try the
write
refraction
that down.
argument with us. Okay, I highly recommend that you go figure out what your radius is. You figure
Okay.
out
Snail's law.
you figure out Snell's law and
Like
what do you
snail.
need to fulfill the refraction claim that you're going to make, because I already know where you're going to go with it, but I'm going to tell you right now it's a losing argument for your side. We actually love it when you guys say refraction, because then we can welcome you to flat earth because we'll be able to go through
If
that
I
law.
end up like kind of the reason why I'm here just because I love talking to everyone here. I absolutely love
I can tell you're enjoying it.
it. And I'll see you guys. Y'all are cool, but and I don't know if I somehow become a flat earther after talking to everyone, even though my strong hard belief is that the Earth is a globe. If you somehow convince me that the Earth is flat,
Mm.
I want to be here. Like I want to be here for that.
Well,
If
I
you're
tell you what,
convincing me that the Earth is flat,
our job is not to convince you. Our job is to inspire you
convince
to
me that
hopefully go out and seek the truth for yourself and confirm whether you've been lied to or not. Learn to figure out if you've been lied to or not.
and I have,
That's
and I'm
more
right now.
important
I
than
don't think I
anything.
have.
Well, you
Based
don't
on the
think,
overwhelming
but you don't
evidence.
know. And that's the biggest thing that people have a hard time with is getting past not
You
only
can't
their
know.
egos,
You can't know
because
anything.
nobody likes to be lied to. Nobody likes to be deceived or conned. And it's very hard to let go of whatever you have believed of a lie to go for the truth. Sometimes that's even so hard that people will literally reject the truth for a lie. It's easier.
I
So
mean,
that's
if
it's a challenge to your character if you can stand up to finding the truth on your own. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to help you find a way to find truth. If I can help you do that, and you've come to the realization that we are correct in our assessment of what we see in reality here, great. If you don't want to hold on to the religious belief, that's fine too. I'm not going to hate you for it or anything like that, but I want to see people seek the truth because I know what it does for you. I know what power that has when we understand truth and can figure out lies when people are lying to us, governments are lying to us, politicians, or whoever, or even your personal relationships. How do you figure out if they're lying to you? Well, you got to look at the
I seek the
reality of the
truth,
situation and assess it with logic, and being truthful. You got to be humble enough to be okay with knowing that you might have been lied to. That's all.
yeah. Well, I kind of flipped that on you.
Same with us. Hey, I'm always ready for the same
Yeah.
thing. I mean,
Same.
I've asked for I don't know how many years now, since 2014 was when I really came into this. So yeah, since 2014, nobody's been able to pull me back into the globe because I can't find it anywhere.
And I mean, the fact that you're
Find it.
flipping that question on yourself and asking, like, have I been lied to about the flat Earth? And that just proves that you truly believe the flat Earth, that you truly know the Earth is flat. Or
I
at least the
have,
Earth is not
yeah,
a
confirmed it to myself so much so that I am waiting for somebody to bust it, but nobody's been able to do it yet to my satisfaction after all the things I've learned and seen and
mean,
tested for myself.
Maybe it'll be me after engineering.
Yeah.
Doubt I'm smart enough though. But
You never know. You never know.
maybe,
But I'm more than
right.
willing to have anything that would give me the truth because I don't want to be lied to. I hate it. Actually, it's one of my biggest things. I hate being lied
Does
to.
suck.
Yeah, most of us hate it. You know,
Yeah.
most people here want empirical evidence. We are empiricists at heart, and so it's all about figuring out logic and using the scientific method, and then making sure we confirm things and test it for ourselves. That's what good science does. So people always want to call flat earthers science deniers, and we are not. We're actually probably more concerned about the science than most people think by far.
All right. Well, it was awesome talking to y'all,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna go to sleep.
we'll come back and
my
see us
friend.
and talk some more.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have some time.
But
Okay.
yeah, check some of that stuff out before you come back. It'll be fun to talk.
Yeah, maybe I don't know, do some research and prepare some stuff. I don't know. That'll have
Well,
time.
that way our conversation will get more consistent and deeper, and then be fun.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Okay.
Well, have a good
Bye,
one.
everyone.
Peace.
Have a super day.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Good morning. Hello, hello. Someone say hello.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is...
You
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
In this lesson, we will learn about how to identify the author's claim in an argumentative text. Authors of argumentative texts write to share their arguments or beliefs with their readers. They take a position or have an opinion on the topic they are writing about. Claims are often statements that the author will try to prove are true throughout the text. The claim will come at the beginning of the text. It will solve a problem or answer a question, and it will include facts and evidence to prove the claim is true. Let's look at an example. The best way to keep your cat from destroying furniture with her claws is to have a scratch post. After we bought a scratch post, Fluffy sharpened her claws on it instead of the couch. The author's claim is that she knows the best way to keep her cat from scratching the furniture, and that's to buy a post. To prove this, she uses the evidence of her own cat, Fluffy, using the post to sharpen her claws instead of the couch. Here's another example. Cats have the most interesting eyes of all the animals. Cats' pupils are vertical slits instead of circles, like most animals' pupils. The author's claim is that cats have the most interesting eyes. Her evidence to support that is that cats' pupils are vertical instead of circles. As you read an argumentative text, it's important to be able to identify the claim so that you know what the author is trying to prove to you, and you can distinguish between the facts and the opinion that the author is sharing with you.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I have really concerned myself with it. You know, if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that. And I just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I just like to know like how that how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass. Are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was
I'm not
abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story.
Right.
But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm gonna give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant? Right. So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But here's what.
basically. Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I
No,
don't mean to
don't
cut
worry
you off.
about it.
I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just say
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration, just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably like Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that, like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean that like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So
yeah,
if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right? Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100% because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that. Is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences. I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor. But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations.
Right.
So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. Is that fair? Kind of
sure.
Your position on it? It's like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like like discarded apple almost, like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bear has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bear is still there.
He's on a call. He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. Oh no, on a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually like if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what in your opinion is the more or less like optimal flat earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I'm
thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
What's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just
who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. As a matter of fact, That's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spangle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pair.
I mean, I
pair.
said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that personally, I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay? And the different quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade, I can use a 5 blade, I can use an electric, I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man. Is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
Right. I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or a pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Most of it is just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just Spanish. I mean, isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? You refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure, why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catchwave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken, because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder basically without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. Ah, God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Mm-hmm.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape? Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person conversing tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah.
What
So
are we
I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. When I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine, and yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place. Yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. It's a beautiful little town on the river.
Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany is beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, that I like that attitude. Why is
Yeah.
it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's
But here-
kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess, you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person so for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually like successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni, and I switched unis, right, because I didn't really like my old one anymore, and I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize like my like that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
Algebra?
mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and
Okay.
stuff.
Why would you need to? I mean, why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to like do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is, I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, you know, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah,
like,
I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah, you can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
I mean, the point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could. And I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like get them to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
They don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that what I meant to say. It's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can
why
understand that.
more about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. Yeah. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in a desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
Yeah.
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Dave Pong.
Yeah, another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition. They have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything? That there's no billions and trillions of light years away. There's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution, and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay, like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
I know, and that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right?
Okay.
And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s. And
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah,
Now,
that's true. Yeah.
he's for Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating.
That
It
is-
seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in
Yeah,
this
this
day
doesn't-
and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from
Oh, wait a minute.
everywhere else.
That's hard to believe.
It
Because
is.
again,
I'm taking his
my
word for it.
media, my media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where is this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant you were baptized, you are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on, right?
Can you hear me?
Like
Yeah, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah.
Good old Sky Gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting. No, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not so big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys, so let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, there are all these.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
there we go.
So, Spongle, on a
You go.
daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature, just on a daily basis? Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
would
if
you,
I got knocked in a coma,
bro?
No. If I get
Slow
knocked in
your
a
roll,
coma,
homie.
yeah.
Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening
but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain, like it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
Well, I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain, because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth, right? If I
Can
were
I
to
ask you a
just-
question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with the circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was exactly? But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
Okay.
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
You know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? It's because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. That's so it's like again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is if I just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. You know, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
Can you give me an
like,
example?
okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
Let me
not
give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like I get that. Like if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that. But I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature? Right, because in that sense, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something, rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
If it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to like confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstruct my face or something.
Uh-huh.
But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Spongle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles, like, I don't get what
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
I don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. and I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon, the horizon that you see.
But if you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right? Hold on. Which I'm not going to go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically like if you're like like we did this. We put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my god, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing.
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's a missing. It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about the there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies
I know.
that he
That's what
thinks
I'm
there
saying.
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but
refracted?
when it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically, what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
I mean, you're just being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So?
Like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1-foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image two oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why
It's
would you
not.
say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
you're being
that.
disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and it
It's
won't
from a
seem
video.
right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
Do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water.
They go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959. Okay? in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it
Right.
geometrically.
Okay. So,
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve, bud. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you
see
telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible.
I'm over here cracking up.
The oil rigs. What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's
why
on the first oil rig.
It seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yep, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is, and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land
plane
rat logic.
the radius
Yet clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
he doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I don't like. I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth
Wow! What a great way to cut that one off.
If you would like to join the
What a
discussion,
classic
simply type in your
numpty.
address bar.
Oh my gosh!
GG/Flat Earth.
Quetzal's final comment there was so perfect. Quetzal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Doesn't
Hey.
understand geometry. It's sad.
Spongle,
It's so
are you
sad.
having a mental breakdown?
I know. He was. Like, how can you see something that you're saying is being blocked? Like, people, do you see this? Yeah, I hope so. I hope you see what they're saying. They're saying, yeah, craziness. Yeah, you look in the mirror, but the door behind you is blocking your view because you think it is, but you're still looking at your image in the mirror. Hello? Wake up call.
That was a very good highlight of the absurdity of what the globe argument has been reduced to at this point.
Oh yeah.
I mean, how are they going into like what's being obscured? Like the legs, like I think it's like QE says, these people think those things are boats. They don't even know what an oil rig is.
Sure, yeah.
They can't. They think it's a build. I don't know what they think.
This guy was like, I don't see any problem with this.
Yeah.
I don't see any problem with this.
How could he say it's in the middle, in between, when you can see the boat that's in between and the buoy that the boat's tied to, and then you can still see where the second oil rig goes into the water? I guess they don't understand that part, that the oil rig legs are going into the water. Yeah, they're being blocked by the water because they're underwater.
I don't know if it's logophobe or logophobe, but he had a phobia of logic.
I think a lot of them do, because there's very little logic in the globe argument. But they say they say it's logic and common sense, like Matthew is always saying that bullshit. It's astonishing.
He was basically saying the curve is there because I really, really, really want it to be there. That's his argument.
Yeah, it's there because it has to be.
It was more like this. The curvature of Earth is there because it's not there.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I can't see the non-existence. Direct quote.
Yeah, crazy, man. I can't see.
Sorry, of the curvature. I can't see the non-existence of the curvature. He said that. And I was like, well, I agree with you. I mean,
Yeah. We can't
I
either.
can't see the non-existence of the curvature either, bro.
We can't see the existence of it either. Oh boy. Another day of flat and stationary and contained Earth. Yeah, I went and checked yesterday. Still flat, still stationary, and I'm still breathing. They don't understand any of these things. This long, they don't even understand their own claim. I think it's like QE is saying, and Nathan Oakley. They're starting to back away from the globe claim where the argument isn't with us. I hope I'm not giving this away on this Friday morning, but they're backing away from their own claim, and what their argument really is with is their officials that are giving them their globe. That's who they really should be arguing with. Why don't they talk to the experts that are telling them where the horizon is supposed to be? Because
I agree.
there's plenty of them.
They should get together and get their story straight before they come argue with us about their story or whatever.
Yeah. I'd surely like to see one Glober that's contacted Andrew Thomas Young or done an expose on Andrew Thomas Young. Ask him. He's your expert. He's telling you where your geometric horizon is supposed to be. Tells you clearly. So what the hell? So any Globers that want to discuss their claim or even have a claim, any Globers that actually have a claim, could you please come and present that with us? We'd love to hear it. We want to discuss this with you. Thanks.
Also, real quick, I'd like to invite any person that may have just heard about this, hadn't really thought about it deeply, and you got an open mind, you can critically think, come in here and discuss with us. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
There's a Paradise LAO. Do you have any comments, suggestions, questions, anything? Are you there, Paradise?
I think they've been in the DC for a long time, hours. So. I think they are in a non-American time zone as well. So.
Yeah, that's happens a lot. They get flat smacked into a dream state, and then they forget they have their Discord on.
Still working on it, Gold. I was entertaining myself this morning by trying to match the cadence and rhythm of the song, even though I have no skills in that area whatsoever. And I discovered that there are a handful of really difficult moments. Rewriting the lyrics will be a task in and of itself to match the cadence, emphasis, rhythm, and syllables. But performing it will also be a challenge. So. But yeah, man, we'll keep on working on it.
Was that guy in the recording Ruhip or somebody? Is that who that was?
Who? What?
Ruhip? Is that who that was? The Glober in the recording?
No, that was Spongle.
Fungal?
Spongle. Spongle.
Spongle. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's no longer here after he got slam dunked.
But yeah, he's not banned from the server, so I think he just left the server. I can't find him at all.
What happened to him?
He left.
What?
Yeah,
Sonny said he got slam dunked. What happened?
Oh,
Good day,
were
boys,
you?
by the way.
Were you listening to the recording?
Oh, snap. Oh, that's what. Never mind. I withdraw.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's.
Hey, are you talking about that dude in the recording that left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He just.
Hey, Kiwi, how come you're still a Globe skeptic?
No, my role hasn't changed. I should be blue. Damn it. I'm all about the flatness. Let's go. Good day, boys. I'm in the office today, so I'm a little quiet.
That's all right. It'll take it won't be too long. I can tell you're full on flat.
I wouldn't stand for that, Kiwi.
Yeah, but it's okay. It all comes at the appropriate time here, so there's a timing involved with it. Yeah.
Yep. I'll just roll on my blue ball until I get promoted to Flatty. All good.
Yeah, man. It's no doubt coming. Well, happy Friday morning or afternoon, wherever you may be. It's going to be a hot one today.
Yeah.
I think we get a little bit of a relief today, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's getting warmer here. It was like 80 yesterday. But where I was down in the canyon, it was like 90. It's too hot for clothes. Oh, just about. Sure wish I was closer to the beach, the real beach. No,
Yeah, it says 3 over here right now.
Let's see. High of 72. That's what I like to see.
That's a nice temperature, 72. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wish summer was a max of 79. That would be ideal. I'm okay with negative 20.
Okay, check.
Oh no, I wouldn't make no money if it was that.
So check this out.
Good point.
So check this out. The high was 79 yesterday. Guess what the high is here today? It's 92. Oh no, that's Phoenix. Never mind. No wonder that's all off. My bad. I'm like, no, but it will be 105 in Phoenix, in case you're wondering.
Well, since we're doing weather reports today, we have a high of 85, a sunny day, and it's going to get down to like in the 70s right after sunset. Back to you, son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here in San Diego, it'll be high says 77, 78, yeah. Got 80s all through the weekend until next, well, looks like it's in the 80s all week next week.
I posted mine.
High humidity too. Let's see what the humidity is. 102 millibars, 71%. It actually rained the other night. It was like first thing in the morning, it's like 70 degrees and the streets are all wet. We have these huge cumulus clouds off in the east. It's this time of year. We got
So
a
is
flow.
anyone on here currently having shitty weather, or everybody has good weather? It sounds like.
I got a thunderstorm and lightning right now.
Well, not necessarily shitty weather. Depends on how severe it gets.
That's pretty cool though when you get that in the summer. I've even seen rain in the daytime in the complete sunlight when it's raining from somewhere. They're like, where are those drops coming from? You can't even see the cloud.
That's a soothing hot mic right there.
Am I hot mic in my booth? I know nobody cares, but that actually a cat unmuted my phone. It was laying on the couch, and the cat walked on the mute button. That's hilarious. Did he do it on purpose? We'll never know. We'll wish I could ask you.
Stop. Oh, bro. I know my wife would love it there, Flatty. It's what I hear about Ireland and stuff too. Anywhere where it rains like 2/3 of the year. It's not just her though. I like it too. It's just it's a little nerve-wracking when you think your roof might not make the long haul. Only a little bit. Zip, zip, doo-doo.
I'm liking that song more and more. The more I listen to it, it's really pretty cool. Never mind.
Yeah, no, you were on point yesterday. It sounds like you're modifying it a little bit today.
No, I actually went back and listened to it, and I got the actual chords, the real chords.
Oh wow! When you were doing it by ear before?
Yeah.
How funny! Like the way you did it by ear is the way it sounded right, but you're saying no.
Yeah, they actually go to D minor. They go to A minor. Then they go to F. then to C, then to B flat, then F. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's interesting to consider redoing the song altogether with an acoustic version or something like that, slowing the tempo down.
Yeah. It actually sounds like an acoustic to me. In the recording.
His rapping, though, I discovered very quickly is there's a couple of moments there that are pretty tough to pull off because of how he emphasizes it. Let me see what particular it's right before the put a computer in aquatic conditions.
And also, I was playing along with the this karaoke version, so maybe that is a little bit different than the original. Could be.
Gotcha. The line, "I can make new antibiotics," is really tough. At least for me, if you listen to the song and try to match his emphasis and cadence, and that line is super hard. I can make new antibiotics, and then the way he does, I can make computers survive aquatic conditions, and the matches the same style as the way he says, "I can design an engine 64 miles to a gallon of gasoline." The way that he does those two lines is very similar to the "I can make computers survive aquatic conditions." It's very monotone, which doesn't match the same style throughout the whole song. So there's a lot of it's interesting. Like, he throws emphasis on specific words randomly. So, instead of saying, "I can make you want to buy a product," instead of saying that, he says, "I can make you want to buy a product." Like, he emphasizes the word "you," and it's like, whoa, and then move as shakers and producers. And it's just like the cadence and the emphasis is shifting all over the place. So you have to practice a bunch and then recreate each line of lyrics to closely resemble the same patterns and stuff. Little tricky. And apparently Logan Paul did a really low energy remake of the song here, and Flobots reacted. Flowbot responds to, here you go, copy link address, and made a diss track. I'll post it in the chat here because wow, it's really great. Like, it's just here's his diss response to Logan Paul. It was really clever. Let's see. And then let's see, the other, there was this, so that was one of the difficult spots. "I can do anything with no assistance." That line I had to repeat 30 or 40 times before I could get it out the same way as he does. The cadence is just really monotonous, or there's no inflection, and it's very fast. There's no particular emphasis on that one, so it's I don't know. Over shakers and producers, me and my friends understand the future. I see the strings, control the systems. I can do anything with no assistance. But you want to emphasize no naturally. But if you say, "I can do anything with no assistance," you're off. You're already off time, because he doesn't say, "I can do anything with no assistance." He says, "I can do anything with no assistance." Like, the no, he doesn't say no. He says no assistance. Like, he blurs the two very quickly. Anyway, maybe I'm overanalyzing as a as a novice, non-skilled person, just overanalyzing.
So, are you going to be the lead singer on this gospel? Have y'all?
No, terrible voice. I elected Gold, Doctor One Up, to do it, but maybe more than one person will wind up wanting to do it, and I don't know. Mo the better.
If you need somebody to do just monotone and totally off key, I'm your man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Bro. I'm going to take the opportunity to let you know there's another stage after puberty. Logan Paul was crying tears. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The girl with the blue hair, always on the phone. She knows she's never alone. The lights are on, but no one's home.
Who are you listening to?
No one. I was looking out the window, and I made it up.
I got you. Oh, okay.
I was looking at these girls down by the coffee shop on the corner doing selfies of themselves. Like one has red-ish hair, the other one has blue hair. And I was thinking of a Rolling Stones song. There's a girl with the bright blue hair. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot the lyrics. Shoot. Faux pas. You know, she says there's room to spare. Band's on stage and it's one of those nights. The drummer thinks he is dynamite.
Do you ever hear me go, okay? It's because of this stupid Key and Peele episode I'm posting in chat. It's just so... It is so stupid.
All these girls work at a salon. There's like there's a school. There's a salon school around the corner. So I always see them. All of them wear black. They all wear black. Almost every single one of them. I don't know what.
So,
emo.
Jake, you were here last night or quite a few hours ago. Is that right? Jakey Jake. You took a nap and you're back from...
Jake from State Farm.
How much have you learned so far about the fact that the globe is a fairy tale?
I didn't catch what you said there.
How much have you learned about the fact that the globe story is a lie?
I don't know. It's just like a lot to think about, I guess. Like I haven't really come to a conclusion, I suppose. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that the best way to come to a conclusion is to see it with your own eyes, making your own observations.
Mm-hmm.
Not taking other people's word for it.
Yeah, I think I was mostly doing that last night. I asked for citations on things, but nobody really gave me any.
Well, the only citation you need is like NASA.gov and find out what they say the Earth is. You know, saying it's a ball, saying it has a 3,959 mile equatorial radius, and then from there, all you need is geometry to find out how far you should be able to see or not be able to see because the curve would get in the way, and then make an observation that violates that claim. That's called falsification. You get what I'm saying about, I mean, it's the only citation you really need is...
Yeah, I guess. Sure, yeah.
Then you can do more of your own research on the other things, like gas pressure without a container. That fairy tale.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't let it get you down. You sound maybe a little sad about the subject.
Oh, well, no, sorry. I just woke up, got my day going pretty late today.
Okay.
I'm kind of drowsy.
That's fair. I understand. Yeah, some people get really disappointed. They're like, I can't believe that I was lied to all those years, and that this really sucks. Everything is terrible. I feel really bad about my existence now. But once you get over that for a couple of minutes, you'll be like, oh, well, you know what? This probably means I don't actually have to live in fear some of the stories they tell me that are just drowning in fear mongering, I can actually just disregard most of those. You know.
Yeah.
And then you live life a little differently, little bit more hopeful, and like, man, figure out what I'm going to do with my time and my resources, and how I'm going to use my skills. How I'm going to build more skills, and I don't know. I think life can get a little bit more invigorating and hopeful when you're not weighed down by asteroids coming to blow up the world, or what do they call it when the singularity, when AI takes over the world, or what's another good fear? Everybody's going to die from donkey socks.
What?
Donkey socks.
No idea what the fuck that is.
I don't either. I don't have
I get
clue.
It. Right.
A clue in the world what that is either. But I tell you what,
donkey socks.
Everybody's probably going to die from it. At least that's what they want people to think about all day long.
That. Okay, I get it now. All right.
Yeah. People, So anyway, eventually you're just like, all right, I'm not going to play these games. I'm going to go grow some potatoes. I'm going to show some love and care to my neighbor, both maybe a physical neighbor that actually lives nearby, or a community neighbor, like, I don't know, an old person, that has been completely neglected. So check this out. I kid you not. Go to your local senior citizen center, retirement center, whatever, right? And you could like, hey, I'm just visiting. I'd like to read a poem. Like, you don't have to be a musician. You don't have to be special, right? I'd like to. Is there like a time when everybody kind of gathers together? I'd like to read some poetry. I don't know. Just make something up, right? And go talk to those people during visiting hours, and just be like, "When's the last time you've seen your family?" Somebody might be, "Oh, well, actually, they visited yesterday. That's beautiful and amazing." But more often than not, you'll be like, "I haven't seen my son in 4 years," or "I've been here for 6 years and I've never seen any family member." And this is common. This would be the norm.
Yeah.
And that's really not good. And I would speculate. Obviously, people get busy. People make excuses. But I bet you some of those excuses are related to fear. People's discomfort with their own mortality. There's all kinds of different reasons, I'm sure. But yeah, it's really sad. And when you're no longer living in fear, it stands to reason that you can have a quite a productive life, and beneficial to other people too.
Sure.
Yeah.
The opposite thing happened to me when I found out. Once I found out what was really going on and got to the bottom of things, I became very restful. And I just started to, quote, rest, if that makes sense. Like, I felt anxious before. Now I feel extremely calm.
I don't understand why that would be exactly the opposite of what I just said.
Instead of wanting to help individuals, no, it's not going to come out. No, I need to think about this. I withdraw. Bye-bye.
Were you about to say, after I learned about this, I got extremely selfish? I got you. It's all good.
For me, if I could chip in, literally the randomness of the universe suddenly came to a crashing stillness and had calmness and peace of mind. And it gives you more sense of purpose. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, man.
That's the words I was looking for. Thanks, John.
That was Dave.
Sorry, I was about to say Dave. Thanks, Dave.
No worries.
Just in case. Compass run. Oh yeah.
So, did Jake from State Farm have any other questions? Or are you taking this subject seriously today?
To an extent, I suppose.
To an extent. What's making you not take it seriously? You think we're just on here clowning people, telling you about real world measurements and stuff?
I don't know, man. It's like, it's interesting, but at the same time, I don't know. I just gotta do my own thing to figure out, like, bottom of it, I guess.
It's no pressure. I'm just trying to express to you, if you really want to find the truth of the matter, you will, but you have to really want to, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
Because everything you need is, like Gospel was telling you, is literally right there in your face. It's a matter if you actually make use of the information and critically think about it and make your own observation. You understand?
I didn't catch the last part of what you said there.
You're coming through fine, Dave. It's a little low, but you're clear. So left and joined back there.
Yeah, Discord's messing with me. Go ahead, Gospel. I'll withdraw.
It's all good. You were coming through clear.
That reminds me, Dave Hinkle sent me lyrics to a Van Halen parody. I may get around to that someday.
Oh, nice.
Ain't talking about Globe.
That wasn't me. I sent you Bad Company. Somebody else sent you that one.
Oh, really? I thought it was you. Hold on. Who was that?
I sent you Bad Company Spinning Ball Fantasy. You should have that one somewhere.
Yeah, I got it right here. Where did that other one? I'll have to look through here. Oh, there's another one by Collective Soul. Also, why does the water lay so flat? That would be a good parody. Yeah.
But yeah, you can do your version, but Drace already did it. It's on his channel and mine.
Yeah, but I want to do my own guitar on it. Let's see.
Do whatever you want to do, man. I'm just saying I didn't send you Van Halen. Somebody else did.
Somebody did. Let me find that. That'd be a good one. Based on Ain't Talking About Love.
Yeah, it could be Ain't Talking About Curves. Never seen it before.
Who was that?
Gather my pay. Oh man, Dave was great. Love me some Dave Chappelle.
Did you see the OK video I posted? It's a while back now, I guess.
Oh snap! Repost.
Yeah, here.
Thanks, man.
Essentially, yeah. Oh man.
That's what sucks about being Canadian. I got blocked. But Key and Peele, yeah, they do some good stuff.
Wait, you can't watch that video because you're in Canada?
Yeah, man, blocked. My government doesn't like me. Coding's I gotta stop. Glad you're killing me.
No, dude, listen, this is what you got to do is just click the link. Click where it says just the regular link, and then it'll take you to YouTube, and you'll be able to watch it. You just can't watch it inside of Discord.
Oh, thanks, Glad. I'm over here having a little bit of a miniature stroke. Trying to understand.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Just open it outside. And it tells you, too, it says, like, this content isn't playable because of country stuff and so, but then it gives you the option to open it in a different window.
Yeah, it happens to me too. I'm familiar with that little thing. Yeah, just gotta open it up outside. Okay. Oh man, that one's in my top 3 Key and Pills.
No dice, boys. They got me locked up tight. Bitches.
What?
I screen capped it. Can't get in. Canadian, damn it.
You went to YouTube and it
Fuck.
Huh?
I went directly. I posted a screen cap in the
Yeah, I
chat.
see it. Okay, so search for it. See if you can you can add all on any platform. Watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, what? On the Comedy Central itself. So it needs to be a different YouTube channel. What in tarnation?
That would be really, really strange and really awful if you couldn't find that clip in Canada.
Yeah, it doesn't even talk about a special group of people. I mean, a special group.
Well, yes, but Key and Peele do on occasion.
Maybe Justin Castro banned Key and Peele for some reason.
That would be so fucking ridiculous. I might have to pay him a visit.
I know he does say the phrase trifling, derriere, dark person in the video, but
I have a feeling Justin Trudeau doesn't care about people like that. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, he cares a lot. There's at least 2 occasions where he pretended to be one.
Oh, right, yeah. Did you find it?
That was very well done. Yeah, I just posted it. It was on another
But it's
channel.
edited.
Yeah, I know.
Holy shit, dude. You need to move.
I got free healthcare though.
Yeah, this is called a cost-benefit ratio. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
You might want to perform one of those.
No shit, dude. Look at this. I mean, what's the best thing about living in Canada?
I really can't get into that conversation right now.
Okay.
It won't be beneficial. It won't be beneficial. No, I'm saying it's
It just sounds like you're trying to keep quiet because the boss is listening or something.
exactly. Well, no, I mean I'm in the office environment, so I can't.
Yeah. So we'll talk later.
Spewing at the gums.
You're like, fuck this country. Oh yes, boss. I'll have it on your desk by Monday morning. Yep.
I get it. Oh man. Yeah.
I have a meeting in about 15 minutes, and I can't go in there with laughing my ass off after this exchange either.
What were you doing in there? I was laughing with Americans at how much our country sucks. So anyway.
Exactly.
Oh, we completely understand. We just don't let you know about it. We do the exact same thing.
It's amazing. Appreciate you guys. Always.
Always, man.
Don't worry, man. Canada has a fearless leader, Justin Castro, who really, really cares about all the Canadians, and you're in good hands, okay?
Do you know his mom was a swinger? So she went down to Cuba and swung a little bit.
I think that'd probably be the least alarming news about people like that. But yes, I'm sure of that. I just wonder how many kids she has in her basement. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Dum dum dum.
I would like to summon an open-minded, critical thinker new to this subject on here now. Go.
All right. Well, hi, Amendawi. You can say hello.
Hi.
Hi. What brings you to the server, Amendawi?
I'm just listening to you guys talk.
Yeah. Well, we're just chit-chatting about non-topic stuff.
But it's not nonsense because we are using our senses.
Okay.
That's why I mid-word changed my.
I know. I heard that. I had to pounce though.
Yeah. All right, Amendawi, what do you know about Earth? What do you know about Earth?
Okay, to be honest, I don't think the Earth is flat, guys. I'm just curious about what you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
No judgment.
No, you said I'm trying to make sure I heard you right. You said I don't think it's flat. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, you heard correctly.
Okay, gotcha. So, what do you know about Earth?
I don't know what I've heard in class.
Okay.
Pictures I've seen from the International Space Station. My years of college education in physics.
Okay. So, as a physics student,
I'm not really here to argue. Really, I'm just listening to you guys talk.
That's fine. There's not really an argument anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. The fact of the matter is, the claim is that Earth is a ball. Balls have curvature. They tell us what the radius of that ball is, so we can mathematically determine what the rate of curvature is, and then we can make observations, short and long distance observations, that nullify and falsify curvature. Short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature.
I don't really agree, but okay.
Why not?
But I mean, what are those observations you're talking about?
Yeah. So I'll explain what I mean by nullify and falsify. So a short distance observation can prove that things can be obstructed from the bottom up and appear to disappear from the bottom up, regardless of any possible curvature, because the distance would be way too short for curvature to be the blame of the cause. So that nullifies curvature as a possible reason why there's a horizon or why things disappear from the bottom up. As the claim goes, ships go over the horizon because the Earth is curved. Well, it just so
What do you
happens
think
that short
caused
and
the
long
things?
distance observations nullify and falsify that claim.
So what do you think caused the objects to disappear behind the horizon?
So I just want to make sure that you're understanding what I've said so far. When short distance observations can be demonstrated repeatedly that are way too short of a distance for curvature to account for things obstructing from the bottom up, we can rationally remove curvature because it couldn't possibly be the cause. That's one part. The second part, the question why comes after you realize the what. So we have to understand the what, and then you can have fun asking the questions why. But first you need to understand the what. And the fact is, short distance observations nullify curvature, and long distance observations, where we see way beyond the asserted curvature, we see way beyond where we should be able to see, that falsifies the claim of curvature. So curvature has both been nullified and falsified. So that's the what. Do you understand the what?
Sure.
But why? Yeah, we're more interested in the what.
Well, it's just the first step. I'm not telling you not to ask why. I'm just saying you need to understand the what before you ask the why.
Why? Ask why. Try by try. Did I mention I'm loco?
What
did you say?
I said, did I mention that I was crazy?
All right, rookie. So anyway, perspective and a handful of other examples can be found in the rooms below. You just scroll down. Optics, vision, perspective. Here's a good room to go to. I just put in the live stream voice text. You can't see that right this second, but you will in just a moment. All right, now you should be able to find the live stream voice text.
Yes. Okay, I see your link.
Had to get some sneezes out there. Live stream voice text, optics, vision, perspective. I posted there for you, and that'll show you some of the examples I was just referring to. You'll see short distance observation examples. You see long distance observation examples, and again, nullification and falsification. That's pretty valuable knowledge. You start there, and then if you have questions, let us know.
Okay. Okay. I do. I have one question. It's a bit unrelated to what we just discussed, but
Okay.
if you don't mind, when did you start doubting that the Earth was a globe?
When did
if
what?
You ever, When did you start doubting that the Earth was a globe? When did you change your views? Or if you ever change your views, maybe you. I don't know. What's
Yeah,
your...
that's a fine question. Very nicely put, I might add.
Thank you.
Around the same time that I was presented with evidence that that we could see too far, and then I asked questions about how we know that there's not something else going on, and I continued to dig, roll up my sleeves, gather to myself personal experiences and other examples that would show that the curvature was actually being falsified. It took me about, I don't know, 2 days, 2 or 3 days, and I was like, oh, well, I can now rest assured on this fact that level means straight. Level doesn't mean curved. Water seeks its level. I can now rest assured that curvature couldn't possibly be the cause of the horizon.
Okay. It took you 2 days to arrive to that conclusion. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then of course, about 3 years of continual scrutiny and looking into this.
Okay.
Yeah. But as far as accepting that level means straight and that the curvature had been falsified, that process took about 2 days. Understanding all the ins and outs and all the rebuttals and all the rebuttals to rebuttals, or disputations rather. There's no refutation to the falsification. That doesn't exist. That's actually quite illogical. But yeah, just going through all the details over the years, there's a lot of different ways that people try to argue the point, but there are certain basic things that you can't refute something that is a falsification. If you make a claim and it's demonstrated to be false, you can't refute the falsification.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I agree. Yeah, unless you showed that there was a mistake in the falsification, but yeah, I agree with you.
I understand that. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for the chat. I will look at what you sent me and come here if I have any question.
Okay, very fair.
Thanks for being civil, Amanda, however you pronounce your name.
Yeah, no problem.
Just think for yourself and think about it. When we all got, generally speaking, taught the globe, did they provide any evidence for it, or they just tell you this is what it is? I'll leave you with that.
Okay.
You see, guys, people like that gives you a little bit of hope for humanity, doesn't it? A little bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, these past couple of, I feel like recently the numbers, there's not like a bunch of little young people hopping in the chat and just being obnoxious. We've had a trickle of people coming in, and it's almost like greater than 50% of the people that I've had conversations with are willing to have a regular human conversation. So
I'm with you on that. I've been noticing. Just the contrast from when I first started listening, back when Why Would They Lie hadn't even been written or recorded, up until now, it's a completely different, a stark contrast between the two times. And we've been getting a lot more genuinely curious people, nicer people, you know, and if that means our numbers got to be down 60% or something, but everyone we get is either curious or nice enough or just an obvious troll and we kick them, I'm cool with that. It seems like a lot of people are coming to, to listen and or learn instead of troll. So yeah, I like the ratio I'm seeing here.
Yeah. All the people do throw him under the
Eyes are
bus.
definitely opening up.
Hopefully more people are investigating it below the surface level and the propaganda, you know.
For sure. Salty,
Well,
I've unmuted you, Salty. Would you like to say hello?
Oh, hello.
Hi there. Are you able to turn your volume up just a tad? Maybe like 10, 20%?
Is this better?
Hello there.
Is this a little bit better?
A tad.
Sure.
What brings you to the server, Salty?
Excuse me?
What brings you to the server?
I just got linked to the server from a different Discord.
Okay, gotcha. You a big fan of Hilton Head?
Of what?
Hilton Head, South Carolina.
I'm not familiar with that. Sorry.
It's a place that made your screen name famous.
Oh, yes. My mistake. I know what you're talking about now. You're good. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, no. I'm a big to like surfing and stuff, so.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, we've got some folks in here that do a little bit of that, catching waves. I don't know if Sonny's here right this second, but he is one of them. Wave catcher. Anyway, Salty, what do you know about the Earth?
I know that there's people out there that think that the Earth could be triangle, it could be flat, it could be spherical, it could be square. So I don't really debate on the topic that much. I'm more debate on politics. Anything.
Understood. Well, you said you liked surfing. There's a special thing about water that water always does.
Mm-hmm.
Does your mind go anywhere when I say water always does fill in the blank?
Flow?
Well, water always well, no, that's not what I was thinking, and that wouldn't necessarily always be the case. There's like two specific phrases that would complete the statement. Water always, there's two specific phrases that, like before I was in this server, before I knew anything about this topic, what I learned in school, these two phrases I knew. I can give you the answer. I'm not trying to play games with you. Water always seeks its level.
Mm-hmm.
And then water always conforms to the shape of its container. You ever heard that one?
Yeah. Basic
so,
voodoo hoodoo science stuff, yeah.
The what?
The basic voodoo hoodoo science stuff. You know, what they change it like every other year though, so.
Those facts have been changed at some point?
Not those specific facts, but a lot of facts regarding how water exactly tries to like especially with like the global Earth. What is it called? Like our model, especially the global Earth model. They try to change it every single time, but how the water exactly defines it's I'm sure you've heard it a bunch of times before.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about the claim that level means curved, I've heard people make that claim.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And the issue is that's an oxymoron. Rather, it's antonymic. It's the opposite. Level and curve are. Oh, hey, Elijah. No, that's fine. Your mic is coming through a little high passy.
Yeah, I'm about to switch mic soon. This is my inside mic.
I got you. But yeah, I mean, it's either straight or it's curved. It can't be both. You can, I mean, except for we're not talking about waves. We're talking about on average across a distance. Can you agree on that? It's got to be one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't just have water somehow conforming to a spherical object. It just doesn't work. Right.
Oh, so you would agree that it's straight?
Oh yeah, it would have to be. You can't like a spherical Earth model. You can't really have it conform to a spherical object unless you want to claim gravity. But within itself, gravity isn't really plausible to claim because you can't really prove it. So, I mean, there's that.
True.
You can't logically come to the assumption that somehow it is conforming to a spherical, on a spherical model.
I agree with you to an extent. I would frame it in such a way to say it's not ever been demonstrated.
Mm-hmm. I agree with him. Logically, you can't come to that conclusion. They come to it illogically based on make-believe. Logically, because you've experienced water, your logic says, hey, I know what level is, and I know water's level, and that's that. We were just talking about level today, and I pulled up all of the synonyms. Funny enough, none of them had anything to do with curve. Like you said, it was antonymic. And then we look up curve, and it's like it's antonymic to straight, level. So it's like, what's the argument?
Yeah. So you had brought up some shaped stuff at the beginning of our conversation, Salty. And I want to make sure that you're aware I just gave you the role, so now you'll be able to see the live stream voice text.
Yeah.
But we don't usually talk too much about shape. We talk about the feature of the surface of Earth that we are aware of, that we can know. That's what we stick to, because for the time being, we don't have a scope of the whole thing all at once. We don't have the means or capacity to look at the whole thing all at once. Does that make sense?
And honestly, personally, I don't really think you can. I don't think we ever will have the means to do such a thing.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I tend to lean towards what you just said.
We can only look at what we have already here on Earth. We can only look at what we can see on Earth, and from what we see, it's obviously not a sphere. Like from what we can see and basically observe, just if I remember correctly, like even if we want to use like the math debunk, we can just like quite literally use the I can't remember, was it was like the Chicago
yep.
skyline. Use that as an example, right? So with
sure.
the math, we shouldn't be able to. It would either look a certain way or the buildings would either be much lower than they are, right, to our perspective,
or completely hidden. They're supposed to be completely
hidden. Yes, yeah. But it's not the case. We see that this just straight up isn't the case, right?
Correct. So and then they gaslight you and say, what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Or mirage, yep. It's like mirage. Or they'll use refraction, which they don't really even have an understanding what refraction really truly is. But that's because you don't have light. That just somehow.
Okay, wait. Who is this guy?
You don't have light bouncing off of nothing. So.
Yeah, Salty, you started off the conversation acting like you were brand new to the topic, but
seriously,
the more you say, the more you're.
I've done my fair share of research on it. I have a decent understanding.
He gave it away when he said, "Oh, globals are just come back with gravity." So.
I've done my fair share of research on it. I see. Actually, do you know Modern Day Debates by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched them. I've watched a lot of their debates with Flat Earth. One person actually I want to debate. I don't know if you guys know who T Jump is. That's one person I've been dying to debate on. To debate about anything, either something like evolution or just like Flat Earth or spherical Earth.
Okay.
Whichever way he would want to phrase it, but
T Jump is insufferable. But but I wish you. I hope that you have success in getting to that debate and getting on that platform. It's a good platform. I like it.
I just got. I'm actually working on probably emailing James some one of these days, hopefully. The host of modern day debates. Just to start off getting like a platform there. And then eventually people start moving on to like more popular people upon there.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome to the server, Salty.
Thank you.
We were just talking about more and more people are coming here with rational thinking and stuff, and then you hop into the VC and refortify that observation. If you're looking for more more founded observations and examples that falsify the curvature, we have a pretty good list of those.
Yeah.
You might already be familiar with the one known as the Black Swan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One I like to share with people is the one from Lookout Mountain in northwest Georgia.
Is that the one with the where basically I have like the two pictures? I have two pictures side by side. One picture is of the actual picture. The other one is what it should look like if we were if the Earth was actually the spherical dimensions were actually correct. Is that where am I?
No, Lookout Mountain is the one where it says "See the 7 states."
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, I posted in the chat. A little bit of hot mic in there, Elijah.
Sorry.
So Lookout Mountain's a good one. The world record, Guinness Book of World Records long distance photograph actually serves as another example. Unsurprisingly, I mean, it's kind of obvious when it's a record long distance observation, but it's between two mountains from Spain to France. It's over 200 miles or whatever. It's another good one.
Yeah.
I think you were referring to the Black Swan where they have the oil rigs, and in one picture, the water line is before the. Yeah. So here's how to think about it. So there's only one way that you can confirm the claim that the horizon is geometric based on the size of the Earth that they claim. One way, right? And that's to have something in reference to it that you know the distance of to know that it's that distance, right? So here's the problem with the photo with the horizon in front of the oil rigs. Number one, that horizon line is definitely closer than 1.2 miles. But number two, the moment somebody argues that with me, that's the point. The fact that we have to argue it is because it's unclear. Because there's no way to determine where the horizon is. So what they should be doing if they're trying to falsify what we're saying is finding a bunch of horizons that they can validate is where the Earth curve calculators say they should be. You can't use that picture to validate, okay, this horizon is specifically here. That's the problem. But you can use the Black Swan to invalidate that it's specifically where it's supposed to be. So it doesn't work the other way around.
Salty Dog took off. Anybody brand new to the channel or the topic or both? Let's chat.
Yeah, that was that went in a direction I wasn't expecting. I was like, oh.
You know, makes for good copy.
What does that mean? Makes for good. Are you referring to newspapers?
Entertainment.
Oh yeah, okay.
Rent. The book replaced the building, boys. The book replaced
Oh,
the
that
building.
guy. Yeah.
Quoting
Who said?
Hugo right now. Hugo. Victor Hugo. No, Notre Dame.
Victor
You're the one that brought in the author of the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yesterday,
Right.
he said it.
Victor Hugo.
I wish somebody would make a meme of that BM LSB 69's video that they keep bringing up these stills from. It's from the magnification video. And you need to look at all the data that he has listed in the video of the wave height and the height above water. So their ridiculousness has no bounds. It's clearly a wave. If you watch that video of magnification that they keep bringing up, you could see the oil rigs. Then the wave comes, and that's what they're using. The wave goes down, and when the wave goes down, you can see the oil rigs again all the way out to that 10-mile horizon. It's just stupid.
Yeehaw!
And
Yeah,
just
that's how they.
remember, oil rigs have an average height, their platform of 150 meters. 150 meters in height. 150 meters, 450 feet.
Yeah, I would say gift it. So as soon as they say, "What about this picture?" Like people like Zanuck, then you just show them the gift of the wave going down. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow, Zanuck. What do you say to that? Well, it still could be reflection. Yeah, you're fucking lying. You've been the major proponent of this particular image for the last year and however long. Specifically, I mean, a lot of people do it, but Zanuck is the first person that I ran into that tried to argue me down about that. And I pointed him out. I was like, dude, this is a screenshot from BMLSB 69's magnification video. Like, the waves look at the waves. Now, I didn't even notice that the wave went down. I didn't see that. I just noticed that just looking at the waves, it was a lot choppier than the day when he, you know? I'm like, how could you not? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to make a short clip of it myself here. I'll get on that. One sec. Just like I did with the little Black Swan setup video that everybody should have, like if you haven't downloaded that yet. I posted it earlier today at 42 minutes after the hour, the Black Swan setup. Shows from the time he sets the camera down, and that's about it. 30 seconds.
The video setup is a great video. Great share, Sonny. Great job, man.
Okay, now I know there's several videos that do this. Now it looks like the magnification one. He's laying out like the mirroring effect. It's very clear what he's showing the information, but Okay, I'm gonna have to research this. I think they're using a couple different videos of his to get that shot.
Yo, Sonny, can you drop that share again, please? Choco in the chat is asking.
You couldn't read Chocolate Saiyan? Chocolate Saiyan.
I couldn't read the. Okay, yeah, now I see it. I literally laughed out loud a second ago. That was not the move.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Gospel. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which one do you want me to share though? The setup video or the magnification video? Here's the setup video.
The setup is awesome. Yeah, the setup's good because it's like 12 inches. Isn't it like 12 inches off the floor?
I think I have a still shot of. Let me see if I can find it. There's the black swan with the islands. Here, I'll drop that in there too, even though that's in the setup as well. Which is cool to see the black swan and the islands behind it. That's a slam dunk, in my opinion. I mean, if you got both those observations in the same short clip. Talk about repeatable. Here's the 9.41. I'm just dropping a bunch of stills that I've taken from those videos. Let's see, here's one with the wave. Okay, let me see where. Yeah. This one. This is what they like to use. The last pick of these four is the waves. Let me see. It came from magnification. It's okay. It's not from the magnification one, but I will find it. Actually, it says right on the video, magnification sea level. Interesting. I think he's taken some of them down. Compression, looming.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. Someone was playing some smooth jazz.
Oh, it's magnification at sea level. Okay, my bad. So here it is. Yeah. Here we go.
Smooth and sassy.
They're using this magnification at sea level. So watch the waves rolling in this video. That's all you have to do. And catch them on this bullshit. This one. That's
I
the
don't know
one.
why you guys are fucking around with observations when y'all could just measure the motherfucker. Paradise.lao. Paradise.lao, are you there?
Pilau. Yeah, we've been trying to talk to Paradise.
Lao Tzu? Do you know that Lao Tzu means it's not someone's name, it just means old man? Isn't that crazy?
Which word means man? Lao?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know if it's arranged like Spanish, backwards, or compared to English backwards. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe it's on the table, I put it, I don't know. That kind of deal.
English.
My guess is TZU is man.
Okay, now I got the new clip. And the thing about this clip is when the wave goes down, Chocolate, anyone else listening, you can see Anna Kappa, which has like 900 feet of missing curvature when you can see Anna Kappa way off in the distance. It's at 31.82 miles. Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, this should be part of our arsenal, you guys. So when they bring this stupid photo up, let's see.
Isn't that 31 point something miles, Anacapa?
Yeah, they're crazy. Let's see. Where's that? Magnification at sea level.
That pesky moving horizon, that's a problem for the globularists.
You can never visit the horizon. Isn't that crazy? You can never go there.
Where did it go? Isn't that weird how you save things sometimes?
Where'd you go? There we go. Here we are. There's your MP4. It's only a couple seconds long. This is what they're using. Watch those waves going up and down. And it's at sea level. Globers. Globers. Globers.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me that if Zanuck himself. Now, wait, before I say all of this, are you telling me that at some point in the video that you shared, which I'm about to sit down and eat, so I'm going to look through it, like it's the exact still from the photo that they shared?
Yeah, I'm almost positive it's the exact video, and they're only using the waves. When the wave comes the highest, that's what they're using. They're missing when it goes back down. You can see habitat, and then he pans over to Anacapa. You can see Anacapa clearly at 31.82 miles. Yep, they're done. This little 10-second clip debunks their whole stupid thing. It's the same shot that QE has when he says both of these are black swans. Pretty sure it's the same one.
Man, each clip destroy that shit, you know.
You know.
Yes, Sonny. Even the one with the waves blocking is still 2 miles further than it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Something like
And check this out. Right in the first couple seconds, you can see the islands.
You know what we be saying. That shit measure flat, dog.
Damn. What's their problem?
Oh, they dropped on their head a little few too many times growing up, you know.
That's right. You know what I'm saying. This shit flat. Whoa. Oh, here's Handicap at the end.
Yo, my cousin Bootsy saw him. My cousin Bootsy saw him one day, you know.
Anacapa, yo.
That's that Anacapa shit, dog.
Yo, shoot. Okay, don't shoot. I'm only kidding.
Okay, y'all Globus. Where that curvature at, dog? Yeah.
Don't say shoot in a room full of armed people.
You ain't gonna see Papa Cap your ass.
That's one of my favorite freaking sayings, man.
Go get your caps peeled.
Kind of like me calling you Negro. Yeah, I got some growth on my knee.
You just use the word nickel, like pennies times nickels. Oh, what's up, nickel? It's pretty close. But, not saying the bad word.
Did you know there's white folk that call each other Negro? Did you know that, Elijah?
I did, yes. They're college kids, wiggers.
No, me and my bandmates, we used to do that. We're just fooling around, though. We're kind of making a joke on the whole thing because it is funny because I actually could be more Negro than some of the people that are darker than me. That is possible.
It's a fine line between cultural talk and racism right now, but it's like two white dudes talking about being more black than the black dude. Like, fuck out of here, bro.
You got white black people. I'm gonna push that. I'm pushing that shit to the very fucking end. Prove me wrong. I think my daddy was black below the belt at least.
Oh, shit.
That's where I got my...
You say I got big thighs because of my dad.
I'm black below the belt.
Big thighs. Get your mind out the gutter, because I'm talking about my legs. They're big.
Big, strong legs. We're being goofy as hell.
What else are we going to do, man? Earth's not a globe.
I know. Shoot, we got to let off steam somehow. Yo.
Something ain't right out there. Maybe it's something they put in the water.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm going to start wearing gloves when I wash out my still. That stuff is nasty.
So they say there's a bunch of lithium in tap water, municipal water.
Mm-hmm.
And for a second there, my psychiatrist prescribed me lithium. And I was like, wait a second. You mean to tell me I'm not getting enough from tap water? He goes, what? I'm like, never mind. Okay, yeah, I'll start taking it. Didn't do much for me, made me feel like shit and tired. Moral of the story is, I have no idea.
Just be like, wait, you're telling me that I need more salt? I thought that the bath salts was enough salt.
Yeah. Oh man, they're just too expensive though. I had to give that up. You can't really steal more than like 2, right?
I do like Epsom salts though.
I've never tried an Epsom bath.
No?
No, I need to.
It
Just
could be
to
all
say I have-
placebo, but I don't know. It seems to be a soothing thing.
Dude, my placebo's on point, so I'll give it a shot.
Sorry. Another difficult dilemma.
Yeah, I think what we believe about our body is way more powerful in healing than most of us or most people might think. If we believe we're being healed, then what do you think happens? Yeah.
Your body buys it. It believes it and is like, I'm healing? Okay, we're healing. Let's heal. Let's heal. We're going? We're healing?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, that's what the host is saying, so we got to do it.
Yeah, see, your conscious, your unconscious, subconscious doesn't know the difference. So if you consciously put something in there and say, this is what's happening, thank you, like you say, thank you for healing me.
Right, say thank you, gratitude.
The body just follows along with subconscious. Is going to go, okay, well, this reality is being set up right now. Well, I'm just going to follow suit and heal.
Path of least resistance. And check this out. That means that reality is the most gullible son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you say, I'm sad, and the universe goes, cool, you're sad now.
We're making everything sad for you. Yes. You get this holographic first person, fully
customizable.
Fully customizable, personalized, and what's the word? What's it called when you go into a country to learn the language? Full immersion. Yeah, full immersion, 3D holographic movie of uniquely made for you.
Can you distill that into less than a novel?
Yeah, right. You make the reality that you choose.
I'll bet we can do some new age shit with it. It's and I've heard it. It's we are the creators. You are the creator. Like, I don't know about all that, but I know I influence things around me. Yeah.
Well, I maybe could go with co-creator, because here's the thing I'm thinking about lately, and I sometimes I think about things for a week or two, and I won't say anything until I've digested it. So apparently we all have this observer inside of us, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay, well,
I mean, it makes sense, but
here's my proof. Here's my proof. If you're laying in bed and you close your eyes at night, you're laying there still, it's quiet, and you can observe your own thoughts. Who's the observer?
Well, I don't know.
The thinking is not observing itself. The thinking is just going on. It's just doing its thing. It's our brain is a thought producing machine.
So are you saying there's two inside of us, 2 and 1?
We have a computer. That's the like the display is our thinking. And we also have something called the observer that we can actually observe our own thinking. They're two separate things. So
I think, therefore I am.
No, that's kind of separate.
No. It's also really arrogant.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, what if the creator is seeing through all of our eyes? That's who the observer is, that we are actually using our eyes to see for God on this plane of reality. Not that God couldn't see this reality too, but it has to be through our eyes. Not
Why?
his.
It's weird. It's very creepy.
Hmm.
It's voyeurism at its finest.
No, well, it depends. I guess it depends on what you think about the entirety of our existence, where we are, who we are, what we are.
Well, what better way to spy on... I mean, and this is the thing, it's like spying on oneself if we do the whole creator thing.
Mm.
That's a weird deal.
Sounds like Michael Jackson's song or something. That the We Are the World song.
Oh, yeah, We Are the World.
Yeah, for whatever reason, this concept reminds me of that song.
I think Michael was trying to tell us a lot about reality, but most people were like, nah, he's just a pedophile. Like, what? Fucking hold on. No, he's just a pedophile. Okay, well, never mind then. Mike, it was good to have you.
Well, Norm Macdonald's take on Michael Jackson was pretty funny, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, oftentimes people don't they discontinue their sense of humanity and don't recognize the fact that, or let me not use the word fact, the apparent reality isn't really good either. Whatever. The impression that Michael Jackson was a victim.
I don't know. See, that's the thing. People could go, well, where there's smoke, there's fire. And it's like, yeah, okay. Or it could have been totally made up. Or it could be based half in reality and then embellished. Like, there's no way for me to know.
Yeah. You have to have a little bit more evidence about his childhood. Somebody would need to be implicated, and there would need to be sufficient evidence, all that kind of stuff.
And that's
what happened to all of the other siblings besides
Janet?
I know one of them died, but Janet is the only one anybody ever hears about. There was wasn't there eventually 6, or was it only the 5?
I don't know. Right away, I don't know. There's so many stories about that family.
True. Jermaine is allegedly still alive.
Remember Entertainment Channel? How many of those exposés are we going to fucking have on this family?
True.
I remember there was a LaToya somewhere.
Yeah, LaToya Jackson, sure.
LaToya. Jermaine and LaToya. Yeah, Jermaine's alive. What about LaToya? All right, Tito. I think is Tito the one that died?
I just remember Michael mentioning Tito at a concert or something. Maybe a Grammy thing.
No, there was actually a lot of siblings.
Like, there's probably more than 5 or 6.
LaToya, she was fairly famous for half a minute.
She was, yep.
Yeah. She's supposedly still alive.
Yeah, check this out. Michael Jackson, Donny Osmond. Who else was it? And Madonna, all born the same year.
Huh.
The same year as
What
me.
year?
1958, same year I was born.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's
So Tita,
beginning of NASA, 1958. They owe me a lot of money.
oh, Tito is alive. Marlon is alive. Rebby, I don't even know that name. Rebby Jackson.
How old is that one?
She was born in 1950, so she's 72.
Wow.
She's alive. So that's okay. And then Jackie Jackson. Jackie Jackson. Jackie Jackson. That's a hard. Sigmund Esco Jackson was his birth name, but he goes by Jackie Jackson.
Sigmund Esco. No wonder.
Yeah. He was born a year after Rebby in 1951.
That's a lot of children.
Yeah, though they had lots of kids, and all their kids had lots of kids. It's a big family. Like that Jackson family, they're doing the thing.
They be doing that thing.
They're doing a thing. And then Stephen Randall Jackson is the
No, there's a Randy Jackson. They just went for a really, really bad name. Well, old Uncle Randy fell down the stairs again.
Michael did the moonwalk better than Neil Armstrong.
That is true, but have you seen the Bob Fosse moonwalk? Supposedly, Bob Fosse taught Michael Jackson everything he knew, whatever.
Never heard that name.
Yeah. Copy link. This is the Bob Fosse.
So I successfully repaired my vape, which is really wild because I'm trying to do, I haven't done these close electronics in a little while, and I've had some problems with cramping and stuff. So my hands start cramping. It's the strangest thing ever, man. What is going on? Anyway, I managed to put it all together. These tiny little wires that I soldered, shrink wrap. But sometimes the shrink wrap doesn't work. You get it too close to the heat, so it shrinks before you can slide it over. So I had to use tape, taped it up, put it all in there. It's really wild, and that it actually freaking works when I snap it all together. Because there's a 50-50 chance most of the times on things like that I'm going to screw it up, put it all back together, and then it doesn't work, and it works perfectly. I'm like, how did that happen?
Sonny is not playing the clip.
It's not playing?
I tried to download it too.
What? It's an MP4.
I played Sonny's clip.
Yeah.
At 141?
Yeah. Yep.
The 34, 41. Yeah, that one. It plays for me. It's 1 minute and 4 seconds long. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's playing fine.
He downloaded it didn't work. That's weird.
That is weird. Should be it. I would maybe try it again. I don't know. It might be your device.
They don't want me to have this power. That's why. You know, I'm going straight to Facebook.
Oh, space-wise? Oh.
I'm going to provoke all of the, you know what? I can just find it right from the video.
Might be a connection issue. Yeah, it ends right at Large Anacapa. God, I wish I had a boat. I started looking at, there's free boats. People are giving away boats. If I could get a crowdsource, find a boat, get a crowdsource to fund the, like whatever it needs, and then we can have Flat Earth sailboat. Shit, I'll skip it. Go over to Catalina.
Somebody's got background noise.
Wow.
Hey, Gospel.
What's up?
What's up? Do you know the 3 questions relating to the sextant?
You know what I don't like?
What's that?
I'm watching this magnification sea level video, and under it, of course, there's that disclaimer: the flat Earth model is an archaic and scientifically disproven concept. Even though 100 years ago, well, never mind, that's different. Actually, that's different. I'm never going to take that. But the fact that they would put that under this video, what for? It's not title clutter. They're just showing you values based on what they're observing. Like, I don't understand what. Like this, I don't know how people have allowed the liars to use them as a buffer between them and us. I don't know how that's insane.
Yay, sirens. How would life be for you if you only heard a siren every 2 to 3 years?
Scary. Who's running around saving people?
Huh?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh yeah. I don't think anybody needs saving in North Dakota. Everybody's just a Chad out here or something. Oh no. No, I'm just kidding. There's been people to have some pretty brutal accidents and stuff. It's just you live far enough away from population and you just almost never hear sirens. I think I've heard a siren once in the last 15 months.
Yeah, I guess there's no one for them to rush to in your area. No.
Yeah. 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 The curved adjacent is the only question I'm aware of, Bendy. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Might take a little digging, but just look up Quantum Eraser's posts like a month or a couple months ago. They're right there. Curved adjacent's the only one I remember for sure.
Yeah.
Somebody, do sailors use the sextant to successfully navigate? Is one of them generally paraphrased?
Oh, here you go.
So watching real quick, Gospel, watching that Bob Foss video.
Yeah.
I understand now. It's like then you watch Michael, and Michael's a little more rough around the edges, but he's more daring with his moves too. But Foss had that flow, man.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually, he was a dance teacher and...
Yeah, choreographer, one of the best.
Yeah, I believe that they actually did work together.
Oh, I'm sure they did. They had to have, absolutely.
Yeah. He does the crotch grab, he does the moon, he does a handful of the same moves, signature moves, so to speak.
Yeah, well, his moonwalk is better than anyone's.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like shorter. It's less jittery. It's just a flow. I love it. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
See, I don't know who was on more cocaine, and I think Michael Jackson probably was, and that's why it looks a little more like ow, 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 compared to Foss. Just never know. Foss had those. He rocked those T-shades, though, man. Never know what's behind those.
Like that dude in Cool Hand Luke.
Looks like he's doing Wing Chun. You know, Chinese boxing, right?
Yeah. Wing Chun's cool stuff. If I was going to learn any of the Asian martial arts. That's definitely the one that I would or Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Mm-hmm.
Globers be like, see the flat line out there that never bends? That's Earth curvature. You're just stupid.
Yep. That's accurate. They add to it, of course.
Right? I think, but my point is, if you distill it to that one sentence or one similar and say, this is really what people are trying to tell you, then just leave it at that. The horizon never bends. It's over. See the horizontal line? It never bends, no matter what we do, where we go. So, how's it a globe?
It's a globe because of GoPro cameras and stuff. There you go.
It's only a globe if you presuppose it. But that's the whole thing, right? They presupposed it, and they put some heliocentric wallpaper on the wall. They were there first. And that's our reality, right? I mean, we're looking at some stupid wallpaper from early 19th century. That's the reality we
It's
live in.
almost like there was some stuff before, and then the memory got wiped, amnesia, and then they started over with a brand new story called The Globe.
Yeah, no, I'm totally on the amnesia belief personally. I think
It's just weird that nobody before a certain quote unquote time remembers anything. And
I was having this conversation. Well, think about it. What do you know about? And I don't mean you personally. I just mean in general, like anybody. What do we know about the lives of our grandparents, right? What about our grandparents' parents, right? And people, tribes, they carry that tradition, they carry that history, they carry that knowledge, and they do know their ancestors, and they do have their history, and they have a story that continues for the generations. But in our modern life, one generation's all it takes to change a story, right? My kids
that's true. I agree with that last part, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my kids are going to think, my kids' are going to think that, men who are women are a matter of fact, right? Like that there was never a time when that wasn't a fact, right? I mean, that's just, barring our ability to maybe change that narrative, that will be their narrative. Yes, of course. There's 4 billion genders, and I'm not trying to be offensive in any way. I'm just saying it will be a matter of fact. It once wasn't. It might be. This is.
when you all are using the word amnesia, are you referring to the period of time from conception until around 1 to 2 to 3 years old?
No, I'm talking about like, and I don't want to get into the whole reset mud flood thing. No, I'm talking about like
Cultural, generational amnesia.
Yeah, like
historical amnesia.
Okay.
Historical amnesia. Yeah, like for instance, I have talked a lot with my family about the generations before mine, and it only goes back about 2, and that second one back. So I got my grandma, my great grandma, and my great great grandma. But the great great grandma and stuff stories are so vague; they might as well have not happened. And a lot of I don't knows, honey, and a lot of well, you'd have to ask your grandpa, and he doesn't fucking remember. And it's just like I hear a lot of this stuff.
I think, yeah. And that's where they have
I don't
us by
know.
the, you know
It's
what?
just something I've noticed.
Yeah. Mine, I heard stories. I heard stories of multiple generations back, and then of course, like there's documentation of one of my relatives being in the war in Connecticut. I'm trying to remember the name of the.
I feel like we can trust that stuff, though.
Right, but if you don't, but if their knowledge isn't your knowledge, then it doesn't matter, right? Like if your grandfather knew it was flat because it was flat, and he never heard the fact that it was heliocentric. I'm not grandfather, but say it's generational and grandfathers or grandparents preceding that, right? And they knew it, and if their knowledge is not your knowledge, then you're susceptible to new narratives, and it's that simple, right?
So I guess what I'm asking is, where was the point where?
Well, you know,
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. If you talk about like flat Earth, right? And I can only take it at face value.
I know. Never mind. It was the printing press and the news and stuff. Never mind. Okay, I got it. At least that's the story. So.
Well, sure, but like, what about like circumstantial evidence where Dave Weiss goes into the retirement home and talks to a lady who's 105 years old who remembers specifically flat Earth being taught in school. So we're talking about early 1900s, where in a Midwestern school, maybe outside of the city, they were being taught that as a matter of fact, right?
I'd like to see more of those kinds of interviews.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, she seemed very genuine. I do want to mention that people in homes, specifically if they have a little bit of dementia or a little bit of Alzheimer's or a lot of it or whatever, they can be taken down an emotional ride where they're asked leading questions, and then all of a sudden they're telling you a story that they weren't there for. Now, that said, it could in her case, was it Rose or Ruth? I think it was Rose.
Rose, I think. Yeah, Rose.
Yeah, in Rose's case, she seemed I guess what's the word? Apt enough to the task to be present enough in her mind to, you know what I mean, to properly field the questions David was asking. For the most part. But do you see, she got really emotional at the end, and I think it was. There's a lot of reasons for that. It wasn't just her mind was being blown. Maybe, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to put myself in their shoes, but I can't. But anyway,
I agree with you. Well, look, you're not wrong, and it's probably worthy of noting that, and so I agree. I will say that in my case, it resonated. I found it to be genuine. Certainly, Dave Weiss is a polarizing figure in our flat Earth world, but I found it to be genuine. And so, even at face value, I appreciated it. Of
it's
course,
a net positive.
I'm biased.
I agree. Net positive.
But I would like to see more, and I'd like to see. But I mean, you can see. I mean, a lot of Eric Dubé's early stuff was all based on literature, documents that were discussing these facts, right? So, and those are probably like 1900s or before, right? So there is, the documents are out there. Documentation is certainly out there. But
a lot of it is, and a lot of it isn't.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm just curious as to how validatable are stories, and then to at what point is there like an average time when shit just started to get muddied and embellished?
Yeah. So Gospel and Bear, like I think that's awesome that you have that history,
Yeah, that's
right?
cool.
That's so awesome. But my point is like if your knowledge isn't their knowledge, then that there still lies an issue, right? Like if you don't know the stories, their knowledge, then essentially your lineage and but I mean if you don't know that history, if it's not ingrained in you, certainly genetically it probably is, then my point is like you can be manipulated, I guess is my
There's
point.
no way for one person to fully communicate their experience
No, I agree.
to someone else. No,
No, I
way.
agree. No, I agree. I'm not expecting that, but I do know.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but I do know that in tribal environments, in tribal culture, they do pass down that knowledge. At least they attempt to, right? Oratory knowledge of their lineage or their history or things that are important. And of course, traditions passed down, rituals are passed down. Cultivation technology is passed down. So the knowledge of their ancestors is their knowledge, right? Of course, that degenerates over time, and certainly as a lot of tribes have been modernized, that goes away. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's where I think amnesia kicks in, right? As soon as you adopt a modern lifestyle, you lose a bit of that, right? You start to think that your ancestors are antiquated or what they knew was antiquated or irrelevant when in fact is not, That's just my stance, of course. I accept
They've created, this system has been created so that what was known is irrelevant and doesn't matter in the setup of today. It's my opinion.
Well, it's like if, I'm just speaking personally, and like when I think about the meme of like how Depression era people and grandparents or great grandparents who jarred food or kept food and how like within one generation gap that's a fuddy-duddy, they got a garden, they're tending to the garden in the back, that's somehow
I know people who
antiquated
do all that still today, all of that stuff.
Oh, sure, no, of course it's great, but you would agree that there is a cultural narrative or meme that attempted to determine that was somehow antiquated or irrelevant, right?
Yeah, you're saying like a stigma.
Stigma, right? Sure. Where it's almost like I would almost say like a baby boomer generation really got sold a large marketing and advertising campaign.
Yeah, it's reliance on materialism in a like it's just a cost benefit ratio ideal. Involving money and exchangeable ideas of goods, not even goods. Well, a lot of times, goods and services, but a lot of times not. Just promises of shit. People get fucked. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, well, no, people get fucked.
Anyway, so when this system, some people call it the B system. I don't know. I'll just call it the system. It's over here doing its thing. It's distracting people from being able to live naturally in the natural world. It's like, and skin it and do everything you can, salt it to keep it around and build an ice box, this kind of deal. Or buy a refrigerator, go to where there's electricity, plug it in, go down the store, get yourself a couple steaks and you're good to go.
Right.
They're playing on humankind's laziness, and there's an inherent laziness. But to me, it's not. I don't know. I don't want to call it laziness so much as it's, I guess, like I said earlier, path of least resistance. Everything's trying to find its middle ground. Don't want to have to work too hard, but I can work enough. I can accept a certain amount of work to get done what I need.
But they're selling. But that's being sold, and I suppose. Okay, I've got a couple thoughts about it, but it's being sold as quote unquote progress, right? And in some ways it is. However, that goes away. You lose your means for electricity, or your refrigerator breaks down and you can't get a new one. And then what do you have? You don't have any more progress.
Well, it's worse than that. Listen, it's the electricity idea in the first place. Electricity was one of the worst things I think to happen because you become reliant on something that you have to manipulate from nature instead of letting nature provide it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, to me, nature is the ultimate technology, right? Like if you
Right.
put a computer next to a tree, I've said this before. In 100 years, you have 0 computers, but you've got plenty of trees, right? I mean, it's like
Sure.
one technology is abundant and regenerates and is self-sustaining and requires minimal maintenance, and the other requires massive human intervention.
Crazy.
Right?
Imagine
Yeah.
all the shit that's inside of a laptop. It's nuts.
Right,
It's
yeah.
nutty. But then you
Yeah.
go and say, try to create a housefly, right? Try to make a housefly. And that's creationists' arguments about how intricate things are. So if it's intricate, it was therefore created. That's what I'm hearing. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, a laptop's crazy, nutty, lots of shit in there, but it's nothing compared to a simple housefly. So yeah, nature itself is the ultimate, I'd say, litmus test for what we call technology. Yeah.
Okay.
But
sure.
but again, we're just taking from nature and making cool shit, or stuff that we think is cool shit.
Well, I think a lot of times what we're using in our modern lives is essentially a bad replica of nature. Like a lot of like petroleum-based copies of things that nature does better, right? I suggest
like Christmas trees, fake plastic Christmas trees. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait a second. The awesome real thing is outside. Oh, sap and bugs and fuck all that. I'll just get this representation and act like it's a tree.
But how about this? Like, but even like I don't know, like whatever. Like, you buy like a laundry detergent when like if you mix like a baking soda and some fragrances, you might have something comparable, right? Like even that is essentially an attempt to duplicate something that nature could do just as well, right?
Right.
Now you have a commodity
trying to make a vanilla extract or
right.
That's not a good example, but anyway, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, they can sell you laundry detergent. They can't.
Baking soda with a scent. That's what you're calling is laundry detergent.
Well, no, I mean it's more complicated than that. But my point is like,
kinda.
My point is like, well, yeah, but my point
right.
is like,
It's kinda.
Right.
It's just colored. It's got more petroleum-based stuff, but there's a lot of baking soda and a lot of fragrance in it.
Yeah, but anyway,
for no fucking reason at all. That stuff gets in your clothes and it makes life worse.
Well, the reason is they can sell it to you, right? I mean, that's the reason. Like, that's the specific reason. They can't sell to me if I'm just buying my own stuff, or even smart enough to go outside and cultivate it myself, or whatever.
I'm just listen. I'm gonna get a healthy stream upstream, hopefully, so the Giardia doesn't visit, and wash my shit with rocks in the fresh water. Like, why is that? You can do that, folks, and you're just fine.
Right.
It's like, what? Detergent? What? A big machine? What's happening? What are we doing?
Right. But that's the whole thing. All right, so now you live where you still live right now, and just say you took to doing that right now. Like, your neighbors be like, well, who's this, like, hillbilly,
Yeah, they would. They'd be like, "Who's the weirdo?" But then, because I'm so palatable, I'm so personable, people would be like, "Well, he's nuts, but I like it."
Right.
Look what he's doing. Shoot.
Oh, he's well dressed. He smells good. Like, well, there must be something to it.
Yes, for sure. Okay, and jokes aside, actually, Gospel Bear looks like so. Okay, if we can trust every single dot, every little white box on this timeline. That's impressive. I think that's a very, very cool thing right there. Yeah, and I haven't looked into my genealogy too much. I've just, asked for cool stories from people. But yeah.
So, from direct oral tradition, I was really only aware of like back to around the 1700s from stories that were passed down, and then some of my relatives. Were on the Mayflower and stuff like that. One of the guys, they almost hung him for a crime he committed on one of the boats. I think it was the Mayflower, but it might have been one of the other ones. So he killed a guy, and then they were going to hang him. Something happened. It was one of my relatives, and then another one of my relatives that was on one of the boats. Supposedly, I reserve the the understanding.
Yeah,
that
this
it's
is where it
possible
gets
that,
fucking murky to me. This stuff.
that it's like maybe I'm related, maybe I'm not, but it's at some point there has to be a break in the chain that you would have to prove is not the real chain. But anyway, one guy became like a sheriff. Like, so one dude was about to be hanged, another dude wound up being like some type of like law person
that's
or
awesome.
other. It's like, these are funny stories. FamilySearch.org, the Mormons, okay, they put a lot, because they're religiously devoted to trying to prove special lineage. They put a lot of energy into genealogy, and what they do as an organization is they accumulate all the different documents they possibly can: church records, Bibles, censuses, anything that they can possibly get their hands on. And then they have volunteers and otherwise that scan the documents, they put them into the system, and they get cross-referenced with other documents. Does this match? What, do the years match? Were they born in the same city? Blah, 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 blah. And they put the details together and they go, with reasonable assurance, this is a valid match, and therefore this connection exists, blah, 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 blah. And that's how the process works. So sometimes connections are made that are actually invalid, which could lead somebody to believe that they're part of a family line that they're actually not part of. But,
right.
Whatever. So like this family line that I'm showing with the huge thing, I know for from my family lineage that I had some really interesting named people. Like one of the people in my family was named Fairy. Well, that's a fairly unusual name, and her mother's ironically, her husband's mother. So my relative named Fairy had a mother-in-law named Flurry. Like, these are weird stories of like, what are the chances that a man and a woman, a woman being named Flurry, would have a child that would wind up marrying? Well, I guess the chances are pretty high. Your mom's name is Flurry and you marry a woman named Fairy. That's kind of funny, but whatever the case.
All kinds of names back then. Takes all kinds, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that would be my great grandmother and my great great grandmother. There's not too many generations.
I want to know why the greats came on. Grand and great. Why?
Order of magnitude?
Great. So nothing, and then grand, and then great. Yeah.
Father.
But then you just say great. Like, that seems a little lazy. What else can we call it? Great.
Well, what they used to do, son of son of son of son of son of son of son of, like they would just say son of son of son of son of
son of the son of the house dog of the fish.
Yeah. So
clearly,
just saying,
I need to eat.
And sometimes even the name itself, can give gives a clue to the genealogy and stuff. Obviously, family names and stuff, but.
Yeah, like Masons.
Yeah, what is May? What is May?
Mason, yeah. What the hell's that? They're born in May. Just May, though.
Yeah. Man,
who's May? May's a word or a name, a common name for a lady. May.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was, I guess.
But yeah, when I look through this chart and see all these different last names, like DeWeese and Hughes and Britton and Palmer and Wild and Weaver and Weeks and Woody and Lovinggood and Streeter.
Lovinggood? Oh boy, that's my favorite last name that I've ever heard. Lovinggood.
Yeah, Lovinggood goes not too far back in my lineage.
Wow.
Yeah, Lovinggood. Carolyn Lovinggood, George Washington Lovinggood Sr., Samuel Lovinggood. Yeah, they named a lot of people after the presidents. That George Washington Lovinggood Sr. was born in 1803. I have quite a few relatives that were named after, like I have a Andrew Jackson something or other. Andrew Jackson Davis. Yeah, that's the guy. Andrew Jackson Davis was one of my relatives. Lots of Davises.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of Davises for couple generations.
I know I'm probably being boring.
My first grade teacher's name, her last name was Davis, Mrs. Davis.
Zeetli, maybe you were hot micing. I just unmuted you. Zeitli. Weird. He had Flat Earther roll. You all right there, Zeitli? Maybe
He's
your
got
mic's
the-
not working.
That funny, really awkward, ugly dancing guy in his.
The Russian.
Oh, it's so bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you sit through the whole thing, you've ruined the rest of your day.
So that song, I used to use that song as every time somebody would subscribe to me on DLive, it would trigger the Streamlabs thing, and it would play that song in the background, and I would what's it called? Mouth when you mouth lyrics or whatever, lip sing. I would lip sing and dance every time somebody. So it's like, dance, monkey, dance.
That's
Kinda
pretty
funny.
good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Lot to unpack there, but real ones will get it.
I'm just goofy like that. I do goofy things.
Multifaceted. Oh, good. Latter-day Saints. More fucking nanofiber fear porn. What are we gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about that? Even if it's real.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy, facetiously speaking, I really enjoy all of the conspiracy theories that involve inescapable actualities, or actualities might not be the right, implications.
Yeah.
Inescapable implications. Things that there's literally no solution whatsoever, but it's like, pay attention to this. And it's like, wait, is there any rational solution to this problem? No. Doom.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Look at the guys in there. Okay, it's for real. Look at the little guys in your body. What in the fuck are you gonna do about that?
Oh man.
Tonight at 11. Doom.
Futurama, man.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed
It's better
that
than The
cartoon.
Simpsons.
Yeah.
I'm saying it.
Bender
It's more cerebral.
was such a great character, and then there's so much going on in that show.
I love it. Yeah, it's good.
Zach Brannigan.
Zap. Such a great name.
Oh, was it ZAPF?
I think it was.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
It's like
The
Zach
man-
and Zap and
Yeah, he was always like, I don't know what you call that, a mini skirt? What in the world kind
yeah, his mini skirt. Ugh.
of uniform he had? Oh, gee.
I'm only here to save the queen. I can't really do it. I'd have to listen to that.
Oh. Man, both of the cool people we had that were new to the server, like, only hung out for less than 5 minutes.
I mean, listen. I think a handful of people expect us to just constantly be talking about flat Earth and flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't. When they come in and hear us talking about anything else, they're like, "Oh, well, fuck that. I wanted to hear about the flat Earth." Like, listen, we can't talk about that the whole time because it's more the globe destruction than it is flat Earth. And the globe is a story, and like I say, it's really almost it's all encompassing for all intents and purposes, but it's still finite. There's only a certain amount of claims made. We've destroyed them all times over, and so what else do you expect us to talk about? We're just gonna get to know each other, shoot the breeze, right? Unless you can bring us, bring us something. So like you went out and you did it personally, and you got a lot of data. Like we need to see your face and stuff though too, right? Like you need to really be honest about all of this and go out and do it like a big boy, like a big girl, yeah. And then come back and we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we're gonna be talking about whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, so here's an example. Virgo just posted, the vapes are going to kill you. Okay, so vapes are going to kill you. It's like, okay, well, I mean, check it out, look at the details, find out for yourself, and make your determination. But I don't have too much of an issue with that because again, that's an avoidable problem, or hypothetical. If it is a problem, it's avoidable. It's just I too take great issue with the ones that are inescapable.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think about them. But yeah, the toxic chemicals in the vape products. You're right. It's avoidable, and I mean, if you're inhaling anything other than what's naturally in the air already, I feel like you should know, at the very least, know what you're doing, and it's putting something strange to the lungs and body, that you weren't born to handle. I don't think.
I read an article about asbestos, and this article was fairly mainstream, fairly technical, referencing different studies that had been done, and they were like, there's 6 different types of asbestos. Asbestos is a category of a shape of mineral, and there's 6 or 7. It's one or the other. Different types of rock dust that classifies as asbestos. Only 1 or 2 of them are particularly troublesome, and they were like, oh, and by the way, you breathe in approximately 1 million particles of asbestos every year, naturally. And I was like, wait a second. But I grew up being taught that if you just had one singular atom of, not that it's an atom, but whatever, speck, the tiniest particle of asbestos, just one of them, you insta cancer, insta mesothelioma.
You know what I think that is because HVAC and all the new technologies in insulation, I think those were actually going to be more harmful, and they wanted to convince you that the old shit was rotten and nasty so that you'd get the new shit. I don't know, but I mean, wouldn't put it past it on that one. You got your smart meters, you got your HVAC, you got your brand new insulation that it's fiberglass, by the way. So do you want to be breathing that in? And then they've gotten some new stuff. It's just like, I don't know. Here's what I'm gonna say, and then I gotta eat something. It's alarmism. They're once again capitalizing on people's need to have adventure in their lives, drama. Everybody's addicted to alarmism. Oh my God, I gotta fucking care about this today. Well, at least I don't have to go about my boring day like I used to. Now I can add some fear to it, even if it's a change of pace and it's a bad one.
And buy my flashlight.
Right,
Look
like
at
my
my
flashlight's bigger and longer and lasts longer. And when the fuck do you need a flashlight like this? Like,
check out my merch. Be afraid.
Yeah.
Wait,
what? Buy everything. Prep for something. Something's coming. No, but at the same time, I agree with having a lot of, like, having a year's worth of supplies around is never a bad idea. But if you're gonna prep for if you're gonna prep for something, I don't know. I don't know if you should do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah. Bruh. Some customers. Oh my goodness. In GTA, wow. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a big difference. Thank you. Because I'm like, oh, LOL. So, thank you. Bruh. I'm on the mic. Bruh. Well, it's still applicable. The entitlement, the irrationality, the unhinged, complete and utter nonsense. You know, what a weird, just the worst. Just the absolute worst. Good grief. Ba-doo! Ba-doo! Hard baller. What, like Mike? Um, why am I forgetting this guy's name? Number 23. Jordan. That's why I'm having brain brain problems here. Michael Jordan. Hardballer 23. This person is out of their mind. Completely unhinged. Out of their mind. What is the picture in the bottom left corner of the climate change thing there? The thing, the big white ball on the platform? Flat man can. I don't know if you're listening. Oh my goodness. I guess he deleted it.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
opens.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head.
All right.
Oh. Oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
We'll show 'em, won't we, boy? We sure will. Now, first of all, lad, we've got to get all these medieval ideas out of your head. Clear the way for new ideas. Knowledge of man's fabulous discoveries in the centuries ahead. Now, that'll be a great advantage, boy.
Advantage indeed. If the boy goes about saying the world is round, they'll take him for a lunatic.
The world is round? Yes, that's right. And it also goes around. You mean it'll be round someday? No, it's round now. Man will discover this in centuries to come. And he will also find that the world is merely a tiny speck in the universe. Universe?
You're only confusing the boy. Before you're through, he'll be so mixed up, he'll be wearing his shoes on his head. Man has always learned from the past. After all, you can't learn history in reverse. It's confusing enough, for heaven's sakes.
All right. Oh, of all the idiotic guys, blow me to Bermuda! Where did he go?
To Bermuda, I suppose.
Where's that?
Oh, an island way off somewhere that hasn't been discovered yet.
Will he ever come back?
Who knows? Who knows anything?
Take a look at this video of the trajectory of a launched rocket. Think about the path that the rocket follows. Instead of moving in a straight line, the rocket following a curved trajectory. This isn't a mistake. You will see the exact same thing in every other video of a rocket launch. Even so, it doesn't seem to make sense. Rockets are supposed to go into space, right? So wouldn't it make more sense if they went straight up in a line, rather than following a parabolic path? They'd reach space much faster that way, it would seem. There must be a reason, because rocket scientists tend to be pretty smart, so why do they not go straight up? Hello and welcome to Question Spot. Today we will explore the answer of why is a rocket trajectory curved after launch? So let's get started. Short answer, because they want to get into the orbit around the Earth using as little fuel as possible.
Wait a minute. Now, do you hear what their excuse is for orbiting the whole Earth before going to space? We all know that the fastest way from point A to point B is in a straight line. That's like saying when we get on an airplane, the airplane circles the airport before it takes off onto its destination. Or when I get in my truck in the morning, I circle the block before I actually get on the highway and go to work. Come on now, people. Do you even comprehend how ridiculous that sounds? Saving fuel. And I'll tell you what's even more ridiculous than that. You got these globetards that'll make these videos and put them on YouTube trying to explain that that's why the rockets curve on launch. Knowing good and well that they've never even seen a rocket in person or been beside a rocket or know anything about a rocket, but they'll go Google their information and then put out a little silly video like you see here, 15 minutes and 47 seconds long, trying to explain a lie that they've been lied to, and they have no clue what they're talking about. They're just giving you information that was handed down to them through a space agency. So anyways, I'm here to show you why rockets curve when they launch. Check it out.
So they send these rockets up, but they don't really go anywhere.
Yeah, if you
back.
watch the trajectory,
Right.
it's never straight. It's never straight. It's never straight. Where are you going?
Now, did you know that all rockets are launched from Cape Canaveral, Florida? Now, what's beside Florida? The ocean. You know what's in the ocean beside Florida? The Bermuda Triangle. Now, why don't they launch rockets from Texas, Colorado, or Kentucky? because there's no ocean there for them to fall back into. And that is why they launched from Cape Canaveral, so they can drop it right in the Bermuda Triangle, and nobody ever know, nobody ever see, because nobody goes there. Now, space shuttles, they do a little different, but it's still pretty simple how they pull it off. You ever notice once the shuttle gets up so high, its boosters fall down into what? The ocean, the Bermuda Triangle. And then the shuttle, which is not really a space shuttle at all, it's just an airplane, big goofy looking airplane made to look like a shuttle. And then when it comes back, nobody notices how it just looks like an airplane landing on a runway. Check out the wheels. See these little doors on these wheels? And this stuff is supposed to say stay sealed in a vacuum? Yeah, come on now, people. It's time to wake up.
Allow me to Bermuda!
Where did he go? To Bermuda, I suppose.
So, as you can see, the eye is wise. He's trying to teach the child the truth, but the wizard, which is a devil, is trying to lie to him. And then what's he say? Fly me to Bermuda, and takes off like a rocket into the sky and curves off, just like you see real rockets do. And the reason they do, because there is no outer space. There's a firmament. There's nowhere to go. So it's just a little fireworks show to trick you and make you believe all this stuff. None of you have ever seen a rocket. You might have stood there in Florida and watched one go up in the air, but you've never seen one in space. Only on TV did you see one in space, not in real life with your own eyes. Wake up, people. Stop believing this bull crap. Those rockets go straight into that Bermuda Triangle. That's why they make up all these myths and don't want you around there. And they say all these ships are wrecked in there and all these planes have fell in there. Only thing that's fell in there is their rockets and their bull crap.
Sorry to tell you. The only thing that's been to space is your imagination.
Check this out. During the early 1960s, Bermuda played a crucial role in the United States lunar programs and other space flight missions. Cooper's Island, Bermuda. Cooper's Island is part of the chain which makes up Bermuda. It is located in St. George's Parish in the northeast of the territory. The island has been used by many United States government agencies, having been the property of the U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, and U.S. Navy from 1942 during World War II to 1995. It also is home to a NASA space tracking station recently renovated in 2018. Now you'll notice in 2018, around 2018 is when they started this rocket stuff up again. Now let's take a look at how close the relationship is between NASA and Bermuda.
As an integral part of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's manned spaceflight network, the Bermuda Station played a vital role in the United States Apollo lunar program and other flight missions. The Cooper's Island Station was located on the southeastern tip of Bermuda, 600 miles in the Atlantic from the U.S. East Coast. Radar dishes and helical antennae were used to track anything from spacecraft to sparrows. Because of its location in relation to Cape Kennedy, Florida, the Bermuda Station had a dual-purpose role for the manned spaceflight network. At the time of the launch, the primary mission of the station was to provide trajectory data to the computing facilities at the Goddard Space Flight Center. Computations based on data obtained during the final portion of powered flight were used to confirm the orbital go, no-go decision. Bermuda normally acquired the spacecraft at approximately 3 minutes after launch. Bermuda also played a role in shuttle launches.
On the right-hand side,
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
you can hear the call out. Trajectory is nominal.
Nominal trajectory.
And we've heard the call out Bermuda. That means Bermuda Ground Station has the signals from the second stage of the Dragon and Falcon 9.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's ceremony at NASA's Bermuda Tracking Station. My name is Jeremy Eggers. I'm with NASA's Office of Communications. And without further ado, it's a great, great honor for me to introduce our U.S. Consul General here in Bermuda, Constance Dearman.
Thank you,
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful day to be able to share with you. I'd like to especially welcome Deputy Premier Robin. Thank you for being here. Sir John Swan, thank you for being here. Director Sam Shamimi, we're delighted that you're able to visit us from NASA headquarters.
Dr. Grace Shelton, Ms. Lori Garver, Deputy Administrator of NASA, Mr. Al Condis, Deputy Associate Administrator, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and thank you for being here on this day in the most beautiful part of Bermuda, the Cooper's Island Nature Reserve. Today marks a culmination of 2 years of negotiating between NASA and the Department of Airport Operations. However, the NASA and Bermuda government are certainly no strangers. During the 1960s, NASA developed a tracking station at Cooper's Island to support its national space program.
Now, as you can see, Bermuda and NASA has been affiliates since the early 60s when they first started sending rockets up, because they planned this out from the beginning. As you can see right here, you see the Bermuda Triangle, and then you see the island of Bermuda. Now, 600 miles away, right over here, you have Cape Canaveral, Florida, where they do all the space launches from. Ain't that awful convenient? 600 miles away, and the only thing out in that ocean is a little island called Bermuda. Am I painting the picture clear enough for you now? You can go watch all the space launches you want to in Florida, but you can't see 600 miles away to where that rocket or shuttle is curving off to. NASA has been deceiving you with this trickery since the 1960s, people. It's time to wake up. They even show you in your little programs you watch, they show you the truth.
Blow me to Bermuda!
Where did he go? To Bermuda, I suppose.
Where's that?
Oh, an island way off somewhere that hasn't been discovered yet.
A group of social criminals, these people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Send me that. What video is that?
It's who's asking?
Gospel.
Who?
Sounded like Elijah.
It was Gospel Bearer. I'm asking.
It wasn't me. It was not me. I did not say that.
I'm Gospel Bearer, and I'm asking Elijah which video.
Okay, well, why don't you? I mean, you know where to find it.
The Music Bot playlist doesn't show that you can find out what
I'm just going to tell him what it is. It's Flat Out Truth by Terry Eicher. Where do rockets go? Terry Eicher, YouTube.
Why don't you post it in the live stream voice text?
I'm going to post it in the live stream.
I haven't taken a nap, but I'm just listening to that, and I'm like, wait a minute, because later on, I'm gonna have my best friend watch that with me probably, because I'm like, yeah, today's the day. Today's the day you gonna know why I say the earth is flat, because you taking a little too long to ask me.
Just wasn't the right time until today.
Right, I'm making it today.
So is it like hot as heck up there in New York also?
Nah. No? It was a really nice, cool day. Not cool, but as opposed to hot and smoldering. It got up to like, what is it, 70 degrees now? That ain't nothing.
Dang, you got nice weather, man.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice day.
Yeah, we're like 80 here. Everywhere else between you and I is freaking scorching though. 100 degrees.
Where you at again?
San Diego.
Oh.
Yeah. Just about 50 to 70 miles east of me is at least 100. 100 miles for sure, 100 out in the desert there.
Yeah, because I was ever since somebody pointed out like the Rust Belt, I was like, is that where like the sun is directly overhead? Is that where it passes? Where is that where the most shines? Is that where all the deserts happen to be in that little, you know?
I don't know. It certainly looks like it got scorched, though, or something. I don't know why that is. Like, why? Because it's little pockets of microclimates that cause deserts. Is that right? 99 in Shreveport, Louisiana. Wow. Where is it? 137. Jake from Allstate, from State Farm. Sorry, I said Jake from Allstate.
I thought it was 71. It's actually 81. So they say. I really don't be believing what they say though. Like because I mean, there's times where they're like it's 60, and I'm like, man, it feels like 40. You know.
Yeah,
And
I can get cold. I can get cold inside my place with the AC on, even if it's like 68 degrees, which I'm not usually cold in 68 degrees, but I can be cold with the AC. But yeah, it's kind of strange. Bermuda rectangle. So yeah. Oh, brother. So yeah, they say it's like 80 degrees, but there's places I go, it's at least 90 in some places, little areas. Anywhere there's no wind, it's really freaking hot. I'll just post this once again just to keep people refreshed. Oh, where'd it go? There you go.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny right there. I have to post this right now. That's so funny. All right, 2:29 to 2:15. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Here, I'll do that. We only need one of these.
Wait a second. Is this a zombie dog movie we're seeing?
Yeah, something like that. It's a clickbaity thumbnail. But look at 1:35 or 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I know, it was hilarious. So they show the footage of the rover, but then they zoom to a different footage. This is the
Looks
footage.
like I've already watched this. Weird.
It's from 13 days ago, supposedly.
Dude, what? It's like it said I already watched this. I don't remember any of it.
Oh, weird. Look at the moon in this picture.
Wait, where's the timestamp? And which video?
The video I just posted, 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
There's two videos.
It's the same one.
Oh, okay. What time?
One has a time. The second link is the one with the timestamp.
Which is the... Oh, I see. So you put it at the timestamp.
Correct.
How the fuck? Okay. All right, trying again here.
If you right-click on a video, you can copy video URL at current time. That's how you do the timestamp. This is what I'm talking about, though. What they're showing the moon to be. Yes, the moon is about as big as a basketball, basically.
What's that thing in the circled image?
You know, they're talking about UFOs and stuff. I don't really care about all that. It's all besides the point because I just think it looks hilarious what they're showing the moon. They're pretending that that's the moon, and they're saying that this is NASA footage that was lost until 2004. So I was just thinking that was really funny.
Looks like Turbo the snail.
Dude, throughout that whole video, it didn't show a god darn zombie dog running around. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what they mean.
I wanted
by
to see that.
clickbait.
Dude, get out of there. Anyway, that video gets a meh.
Well, of course.
It's hilarious.
Did you
I
hear
like
anything
to see
I
the new
said?
stuff. No, I was deafened because I was watching it.
Okay. All right, listen. Now, example number 2 or whatever, the one that they say is the moon. They said that this is lost footage, and it just resurfaced in 2004 from a visit to the moon, and they're saying that this is NASA footage of the moon. I posted the pictures. Does that look like the moon?
I mean, I don't know, and I don't care. Look at this dumb shit that people believe. Oof. Oof, duh.
I don't think it looks like the moon at all.
It looks like a version of it, sure.
Oh, yeah, well, okay, a version. You could say that about almost anything, right?
Sure, yeah. I like the crater in the bottom picture. It looks like a nipple. It just on purpose, like, hey, ha ha, ha, we're laughing at you. Look at this.
Mm.
So the linear part, the horizontal linear part of that quote unquote UFO looks like a grayed out version of the top of Starship Enterprise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then the other thing looks like no idea what that looks like.
Yeah, but look how exaggerated that curve is. How small is it?
I think the top moon wouldn't be. So the top moon's bigger than the bottom one, if I'm scaling things in my mind correctly. Could be distance from the target as well. I'm not sure.
If you did the math on those craters, I don't know. It just doesn't look right to me. It doesn't look consistent with other stuff that they've shown on the moon. It looks like a model.
Yeah. Well, have you seen the photo of the guy in a big metal warehouse for like painting fake planets, but it's huge. Like it could fit like 50 people in it or something, right? It's this big thing, and it looks just like the moon in the sky. And why would they do that? Why would they need to do? Well, I don't know, just for fun, I guess.
Because we can.
Yeah, because we can. So we're going to make this big, impressive model. Now, I'm not saying it's being used, okay, for fakery. I'm just saying it exists and it's intriguing to me.
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker. There's going to be ufologists, and gosh, that's a funny word, isn't it? A nonsense word, but ufologists and that type of person poring over these pictures for the rest of their lives. Think about that.
Yep.
But that's exactly the kind of psychotic troglodyte they want running the world. Being cogs in the machine. Maintaining the world that they get to enjoy.
It's the only platform I was ever banned from. Yeah, I can't remember for sure, but I feel like he did a video on Flat Earth. Maybe not.
Hey, nobody took out my Flutter channel, huh?
Do what? What?
I was just curious. No one took out the Flutter channel, right? I had them. I had it in this live stream.
Yeah, I remember seeing. I remember seeing it in the live stream. I mean, I didn't do anything.
I wonder if there's some kind of setting. You know how whenever you go AFK, how it'll take you out?
Yeah, we don't have that.
Right. I don't know if there's an internal setting or something.
Could your machine time out and disconnect you? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, my stream is just saying, how did the call go? I guess people get to look at that until I get home.
Gotcha. So it ended
I don't know.
for some reason.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out. 'Cause, I mean, it's been doing it overnight. So, what platform did you get banned from?
Oh, Quora or Quora, depending on how you want to pronounce it, I guess.
I've never even heard of that site, I don't think.
Quora. It's a website that you go to. Everybody asks questions and answers questions, and as
okay.
if you have an account and you get selected, you can start making money by writing answers and asking questions. I worked up to, I don't know, my account was at like $30 by the time I got banned. I didn't get a payout because I got banned, but
Oh, that sucks.
yeah, I mean, it was
Too much
probably
truth there, huh?
You ask certain questions that are controversial or something like that, and they don't like it. Violates the community guidelines.
Of course. Gotta love our freedom.
Has anybody else ever seen a guitar like this, where the frets are like they radiate, or maybe the better word is rotate? I've never seen frets do that, but it makes sense. Fanned frets, yeah, okay. It must be a thing, and I just unique benefits not available. Yeah, yeah. It makes perfect sense. It's about angles and probably helps your wrist or something. I don't think so. I have a feeling it has more to do with it would relieve wrist strain, but I'm just guessing. I don't know. You guys think it's a good opportunity to become a pilot? What do you mean by opportunity? What do you mean by opportunity? I don't know, but this Alexander Misko guy can play. He's got skills. because they remind the pros and cons of oh gosh, Morvis. That weather of yours. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff, Morvis. Taking advantage of the situation. It's probably the best cover I've ever heard of that song.
What song? Africa?
Yeah. Yeah, that kid's really talented.
I'll post my favorite version of this song.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a classic song.
I posted a cool dance video.
This is Instagram or something?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, I follow those guys. They have a lot of offshoot groups. The original ones are called Electrobots. They're really sick. I'll post my favorite video of theirs right now, and then I'll shut up about it.
What else are we gonna do besides talk about stuff?
Totally.
I forget the name of the guy, but I've been watching a lot of his videos recently. It's Marquise Scott.
Don't know who that is. Gonna have to post it.
Yeah. Copy link. This is one of his videos. 146 million views. He's gotten some views. He's a very interesting, unsuspecting. You know, you can't judge a book by the cover.
Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah, that's what we got here, huh? Say a thing and run away. Poor fella.
Okay, check this. Oh yeah, I've seen the punt up kicks. Yeah, I've seen this dude.
Marquise Scott. Yeah.
Marquez. You know what?
Maybe it is
change that
Marquez.
name. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Marquez.
Maybe. No, that's fine. Maybe that is what it is.
Okay, I'll watch that, and then you watch this.
Yeah.
These guys are amazing.
Bro, can I just say that Paul Mitchell is the Pfizer of the beauty market?
Yep. Agreed.
Bro.
I'm gonna watch that video.
All right, I'm watching. Oh, oh.
Hey, that video you posted is out there.
My Leopard Pro. I don't recognize that screen name.
You check that Froggy Studio?
I think you're...
It's been a while since I've been in here. I've only looked at the text parts, like the PDF files.
Oh, okay.
I was just listening in to see if there was anything going on.
We're goofing off right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wait until the next person that's ready to learn the falsification of the globe claims.
Okay. Because it says live stream, and apparently there's no live stream. Okay.
No, there is. What do you mean?
Oh, as in a video playing in live stream.
Yeah, the other way around. Our voice is being live streamed to YouTube and Twitch and a couple other platforms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's the other way around. We're the ones that are live.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Hot mic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got it. Well, what do we have here? Gookbar, Maba Craft. I don't know what in the world. What is going on? I probably butchered at least one or two of those letters. You can say hello.
Yeah.
What is that actually? Bookbar?
Who's that?
Book Bay? How do you pronounce it? Person? Cyrillic character person.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
I don't know what he is or who he is.
I'm still working on. He left. I'm still working on learning the Cyrillic alphabet. So.
I had no idea. For all I know, he could be from Ukraine or from Russia or some Eastern European country.
Let's see. Bukvak Mavaslad? Oh, okay.
What kind of things are you saying right now?
There was a dude in the VC there for a second. His name was Bukvak Movaslad.
Sounds Polish.
It's apparently Serbian.
I know nothing about Serbia.
I think it's a name because it doesn't have a translation.
Other than it used to be Serbo-Croatia. Which means nothing to me. Yep. I just liked that. I remember that growing up when in geography class, 4th grade, 3rd grade, something. Serbo-Croatia. It just sounded like gibberish. I was like, that's some genius gibberish. It's really well put together.
Bukvach Movaslad. Yeah, I don't know.
It's cool. It's cool. It sounds like a dish, like a Mediterranean dish or something.
It probably has some meaning to the people who gave it, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's how names work. Names.
I was going to say, you think? Oh. Welcome back.
Search instead for. How is that different? It's the same. It's the same thing. Book.
Anything interesting happened today?
Jeez. No, not really.
Cut my own words in there.
Bukvas, or Bukvach.
Welcome back to the show. If you don't want to hear us fumble around with names and shit, let's talk about the Earth not being a globe. What do you say? Come on down. Love to have you.
Yeah. Bukvach. Apparently there's... Yeah, it's a keyword that shows up a few times, but it's not a... I don't know, I think it was the dude's name.
I mean, it sounds like something like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Just a crazy name.
Yeah, we'll call him Bucky Boy.
Sure.
It was only here for a second.
I'd have to see the name now.
Oh, here, it's in the chat. Bukvach.
Whoa.
Bukvach Movaslad.
You know what it looks like? It says in badly written English. It looks like it says.
What language is that?
Bikbao Mobokna. Bikbao Mobokna. So. And there's 2 A's at the end. Mobokna.
Movaslad. What is that?
Yeah, Bukvach Movaslad. I don't know. I think it was the guy's name. He was here for a second.
Oh.
He just joined here. This guy right here. Bukvach Movaslad.
I feel like he'd be a cool hang.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, that name is an adventure to even look at.
I'm just going to give him VC verified.
Sure, just do that. It's fun. Get him.
Just because of the name?
No, because
why not?
Just because
he's feeling squirrely today, guys.
Basically, because I pinged him and he can't see this room without VC verified. So I'm winging it. I'm winging this one.
He'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I'm taking a leap of faith with Bukvach Movaslad.
All right.
It sounds.
Bukvach Movaslad. Get S in here.
He sounds trustworthy. I'm just saying. He sounds like a trustworthy guy. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yes?
No, absolutely not. That's because the abortion lobby and Democrats have been lying.
Oh God, Rocket, we can hear what's going on there.
Let's listen.
He muted already.
Join
Damn it.
In the V.
You had to ruin it.
Chat. Predrucite nam se u glasov nam kaskanyu.
Dance for down you.
There we go.
До свидания.
There we go.
That is just a whole lot of gibberish. Look at that.
I know, right?
There's two backwards K. There's a backwards K and a forwards K put together. Is that just an X, but they're trying to be cooler?
It is a K. I'm pretty sure that's a K.
Of course it is. It's sharp. It's got the sharp angles.
Yeah. The first letter is a G. G, R, A, D.
Rocket. I got nothing to hide.
R, U, K, A, T, Na, A, M, Che, U, Gra. Yeah, anyway. Look. Yeah. That's Serbian. That's Serbian, apparently.
It's like, yeah, to try to read it with an English, gate? I don't know what you'd call that.
Well, this is here. If you take the Cyrillic letters and change them.
He's typing now.
I don't want to. That's a lot of brain power. I got to do homework later.
Is Predruzita nam se u glasov nam kaskanyu.
Good Lord, man.
Glasov nam.
Well, by the way, what this says is join us in the voice chat. Just for join us in the voice chat is.
Glasov nam. Hyaksanju.
He is typing something, so I got his attention.
Hi.
Oh man, just come in here and speak with your voice. We're desperate for fresh meats.
What is that?
We've been waiting hours.
My English very poor. I don't speak.
My English very poor. Well, there you go.
I can speak English, but understand little. Okay.
That deserves a thumbs up.
Yeah, effort, man.
It is
appreciate
okay. Earth is flat.
Yeah, tell them Earth is flat.
yeah, of course. Of course. Reply. There we go.
I think Mandarin Chinese is my favorite nonsense language.
Uredu je zemlya je ravna.
There's absolutely no way what we see on the screen is what you just said. There's no way.
What?
It just can't be. Like, look at that. Nope.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. There. Uredu je zemlya je ravna.
Yeah, that looks a little more on the nose there. 79%, sure.
Yeah, it's flat 100% on flat earthers. All right, well, there you go.
Do you identify as more than one person?
Got his feet to the ground.
We've got a Serbian, fellas. We got a Serbian.
All right, I'm gonna shut up. Get him.
Well, good to know that he has his feet to the ground. He's grounded.
Yeah. You are welcome anytime. Oh, whoops. He said Russian?
Yeah.
Oh man, this is I'm like speaking Spanish to an English speaker. Then Serbian and Russian are not identical languages.
No, it's not.
Newsflash. But he knew what I was saying to some degree. So there you go.
I mean, those languages is like Scandinavian languages. It's not the same, but we understand each other.
Yeah, anyway.
Da. Reply. Yes. Da.
You can use English letters as well to type Russian.
Oh yeah, yeah.
DA. Yeah. They understand that. They can read that. The English.
Is that how you think that they learned it in school? You think that a lot of they've Romanized their alphabet, or they just know both of them? I would suppose.
I think it's the way when they read it in English, if they can English, of course, read the alphabetic, they understand like the
that
sounding
makes sense.
of it behind it. Yeah, it's the same.
So he's not Serbian; he's Russian. Okay, well.
I can listen your discussion a little. Well, does he understand more than he types?
You don't deserve. Placebo. Yo, interesting. Yo, Prisa, yeah, didn't slow. No, I know many things about Flat Earth that have big interest from new information and search it. Okay. Makes sense. You are welcome here anytime. What we're going to do is change your nickname, though. What? Why are you laughing?
I don't know. When I read that,
it's the transliteration.
I've ever seen. Buckwatch. What was that?
It's the transliteration of the letters into.
Maybe he can tell us what it means. It would be maybe easier to translate his name than.
Yeah, for sure. What does your name mean, Bukvach Moaslad?
So I think Google Translation has a hard time on translating that properly.
Yeah.
Russian is
cryptic.
Yeah, you could say that in a way. Yeah.
Like, I can't get a translation for the word Movaslod.
I think it's like we call it a slang, maybe. Is it a slang word?
Maybe. Bukvach apparently is related to the word letter.
Yeah. The first one is the letter, yeah. But most I'm not sure what that is, to be honest. Doesn't sound right even. It has to be some sort of a slang or something that I'm not aware of.
Morvis. Oh, funny Flatty. Oh my gosh, this is Morvis's long lost son.
Morris Lad. Letter, book.
It's hard named. Bukvat, it's letter. Bukach, it's like lettering, maybe. Oh, like writing a letter? Oh no, he didn't say what.
He translated the first one only.
Okay, gotcha. Bukva, yeah. So we got that part, but Movaslod is the part that we're.
Yeah, I would like to know what it is.
I really enjoy language. I like it. Mova, it's Ukraine's men's talk. Slad, it's like sweet.
Sweet talk, maybe. Sweet talk.
Oh, love letter. The English translation would be love letter. You see what I did there? Sweet talk, letter writing, love letter.
Mm-hmm.
So if I love letter, I mean, if you use Google Translate to do love letter, it's a
What does it say?
It's completely different.
Yeah.
but I think that based on what he's said, one word means letter or lettering, love letter, yeah, like a letter of love, or romance. It could be romance letter.
So if you translate the Ukrainian word movo in Ukrainian, it says language.
Okay.
But
sweet talk, sweet language. You know, when you sweet talk. Do some sweet talk, sweet talking. Sweet talking is when you're trying to butter up a lady and say nice things, and romance language. Yeah, no. I don't know. I think love letter makes sense to me. If I were the one,
could be close to that. Yeah, something.
Well, thank you for showing up so we can have a little fun with trying to translate something we had no idea about.
Sweet talk. Yeah, I would say sweet talk. Comes back.
Yeah, but a sweet talk letter.
Mm. Oh, he says Movo is talk and Slad is sweet.
Yeah, I'll be touching on my forte now.
What translation?
No, sweet talk.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Lover's note. Lover's note would be a different phrase. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Bukvach Movaslad. It's good. Yeah.
Speech lover.
Oh. It's maybe means speech lover. Okay. Whatever. You apparently really thought this out. I'm sure it means something special to you. Maybe you're a Don Juan, as they say. I wonder if, those sorts of cultural references span into other cultures, or if each culture kind of has their own, like Don Juan's not American, but we know about it. I don't even know who wrote Don Juan. I think comes from some fictional novel, right? I'm looking it up. Don Juan, legendary fictional 17th century, so that's quite a long way back. Don Giovanni, legendary fictional Spanish libertine who devotes his life to seducing women. El Burlador de Sevilla y Convidado de Piedra. The Trickster of Seville. Wow. Lord Byron, that's why it's famous. There you go. Lord Byron, famous author. So I guess it's very, very possible that Russians would be aware of Don Juan. Lord Byron, like he's a big one. It's like up there with Dante and what's another? I don't know. They probably focus on different authors. Russia has a lot of really epic historical authors.
Yeah, my cat is named after one of them.
Philosophers, for sure. Oh, yeah?
Well, in his passport, anyway. We made a short word of it, a short cat name word of it, anyway.
Your cat has a passport?
Well, papers, because it came from Russia, the cat.
Oh.
So they usually inherit, they need to inherit, for traveling purposes, they need to have a human name. So I'm not sure how that goes, but yeah. But he got funny. The name Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky, there you go, yeah.
Yeah. And then the cat name was Lux when he came over to Sweden.
Which stands for light, right? Or no?
Which one, Lux?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest. That was me that gave him the name. Elimination, yeah, looks like it. Direct elimination. Yeah, you're right.
What is it, Clat? Yep.
That was gold? What?
Which part was gold? What was gold? Lux?
Oh, going from
whatever's.
Oh, missed something, I guess.
Oh, I didn't even see it happen. Didn't even see it happen.
I feel like we missed the whole conversation in the span of 2 minutes or something. What was it about even? In the chat. A cat and hammer and sickle. Oh. Okay. Yeah. The Soviet icon. Symbolism, whatever.
Bitcoin.
What am I doing?
What's up? Oh my gosh. Is that an AE map behind him? It's not, is it? No, I don't know. I don't know what that. It looks weird though. It kind of looks a little AE mapish, but not really. The light effect. You don't know about Carlos Matos? The mass,
Who?
yeah, the BitConnect scandal.
BitConnect? No.
BitConnect.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's.
That's really
Oh my gosh. It's a cryptocurrency thing that happened a few years back, and it was like a pyramid scheme. And this guy got invited to kind of promote BitConnect because he was so excited. He had made like $17,000 or something, which, you know, 17,000 or something. I don't know. Maybe it was 170,000, but he was like so enthusiastic. And he didn't work for the company or anything, but like just a very short while after this event where he shows up at one of their big events, I think I'm being repetitive in my words here, but it fell apart. And yeah, it was a huge rug pull pyramid scheme situation, and he lost all his money. And
yeah, I think I've
then,
heard of that before, but I wasn't paying attention to which currency that was exactly.
yeah, well, it was an exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there was a woman also involved in another one, scandal. She took all the money and yeeted it.
Yeah.
Everybody invested, and then she scheduled somewhere else after. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they're coming in with some hot new tips like, "Oh, let's invest in this and blah blah." I don't know.
Yep.
Showing you some numbers, getting the hype up, and then yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right.
You check out that Africa video I posted. Go.
No, I missed it. Where? I'm scrolling. Oh yeah. I'll check that out. I see it now. Yeah, I'll check it out.
That's my favorite day. I think I was walking over you and some other guy. I popped back in, I didn't hear anything going on, and all of a sudden y'all were in the middle of a conversation.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, very neat take.
I love that chick Hannah's voice, bro. Listen to a couple of her songs.
Ocean. Ruski.
Пожалуйста.
What's that, Sasha?
Oh, that's Sasha.
Как твоя фамилия?
Oh, вы говорите по-русски?
Раз, два, три, четыре. That's all. That's all.
You have any kind words to share with
Спасибо.
Bukvach Movaslad?
Спасибо.
I'm not sure.
I don't think there's a CH in Russian of a wording, I would say. That's why I'm laughing. Or maybe it's just me reading it.
Well, I mean, I didn't make it up.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Right?
So that letter here, I'll look that letter up, and
because he said Bukvach came from the where was it?
Che, yeah, it's the letter Che.
Whoa! Hang on there! Whoa!
It is.
Yeah,
it's the.
We have to, if you want to know about that.
Yeah.
No, Russians say Bukva. They don't say Bukvach. Bukvach is either from Ukrainian or some
We
other.
say bukva.
Yeah.
Bukva, it's a tree, and bukvar, it's like a book.
Yeah, but he has that letter in his screen name.
Yeah, but he did say where was it? He said Ukrainian somewhere. I forgot. Where is it?
Well-
Movo was Ukrainians. Okay.
Well, Ukrainian speaking Russian. That's the same language.
Yeah, they can speak Russian as well. Yeah. They didn't understand this.
Somebody asked him, was he Serbian or Russian? And he said Russian.
Yes.
And the reason I thought he was Serbian was because when I put his screen name into the translator, it showed up as potentially Serbian.
Yeah, because Gospel, because Serbian and Russian letter is Cyrillic both. Only they're different, but they are Cyrillic. Maybe because of that.
Yeah, I understand. And then he described that the first word of his screen name meant letter, and then he described Movoslad as being Ukrainian for sweet talking. So, but he said he's Russian. I'm just taking his word for it.
Does he present the curvature?
Yakshimash. Sweet talking.
No, he said he's a flat earther, Sasha.
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's flat earther or because Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's about the size of it. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good question. Bukva. Bookwitch.
Приятный разговор.
What do you
Could
say?
be sweet talk.
I'm trying to figure out the itch of ach. Ch, the ch part. That's because I'm pretty sure the Russians still use that.
Pridavat, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's different. I'm just not finding anything that translates into what he said. I'm just taking his translation at face value.
Yeah. I know. I'm trying to look it up. The ch part, in which
Big Bab
languages is being used. Or language.
Fucking looks like Big Bab.
That's me, water, man.
Hold on, I'm going to show you my favorite part. Hang on. Give me like more time than you'd like to wait.
It's a fictional word that does not exist, but it comes from the word letter, and the last letter H means declension. H.
What does bukvar mean?
Bukvar, it's like a book with letters, I think. With learning letters.
Alphabets.
Is that so?
Bukva.
How novel?
Means,
how quaint?
Alphabet, like the letter, like the actual.
Yeah. Alphabet.
Yeah, alphabet.
Gotcha.
Only in Cyrillic it's starting different. It's not starting A, B, C, D. It's starting A, B, V, G, and I don't know.
Yeah, Gura. Yeah.
So bukvach is a fictional word. It's not an actual word they use. And I guess that's what he. I guess that's what he means by that. In his explanation there.
All right, take a look at that sun.
I mean,
wow.
The Cyrillic.
He's so stoned.
Ending, yeah.
Look how stoned the sun is.
Oh my god.
He can barely.
Do you see that? Do you see this? This one? This is the word in Cyrillic, the real one.
Do Russians look like that? Like
no, this is Serbian, man.
Melting eyes, just what the fuck am I seeing here? With the... Anyway,
I want to know about this squiggle thing that you're referring to. That's
yeah, what's that? Woo, 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 woo.
Listen, this is all letters. I'm not joking. This mean I will tell you how I pronounce.
No, it doesn't mean a thing. Stop it.
Shish. Listen, shish mish. No, I'm not joking, Sean. This is serious. It means shish mish, and shish mish mean bat in English.
So why do you have to have that nightmare adventure?
Because I will explain it.
It's just bad. B-A-D. You could teach that in that language too, and it'd be
okay.
Bro, let him talk.
The first letter it's sh, and that it's like a M to U. Let's say it's a lamb M around up and down.
This looks like when someone's warming their pen up before they have to write something.
The second one, the second letter, it's E, but it's written like U.
Yeah, it's not an E at all.
The third one, it's M.
Is this cursive, Cyrillic?
No, it's what does it mean?
I'm gonna stop. I don't want to make fun of it anymore,
Cursive is a special type of writing, similar to calligraphy.
Yeah. It's when you're writing, it's not that stamping. How to say?
Yeah,
it's
block text. There's such a thing as block text.
It's not, and then not that. Yeah. It's not that one. That with I don't know. I don't know in English.
I'm sorry. Script is another word for cursive. Script.
Yeah. That's what you use, how to say, that's what you write, let's say, in school. But you can write also another way of, it's more like, it's more geometrical.
Sure, yeah. Which would be calligraphy is what we would call it, which is fancy writing.
Yeah. But everybody who is writing, it will write this like this word. You don't have any other way to write only like this, and that means bat. And up of that picture, it's written like, now you explain the stranger that this on Cyrillic means bat.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah. If that's bad, how? Yeah. I don't want to ask about other words then.
See, this is cursive. Fancy script.
Yeah, I learned that in second grade, I think.
Yeah.
Second, third grade. And by learned it, I mean I barely got through it, and I have no idea how to write in it today.
That pen that this person is using in this GIF is it's a calligraphy pen, and wow, they know what they're doing. It's
absolutely
not easy.
Priceless, flawless. It's weird.
Oh, is a lady side happening to?
Oh, no, I said priceless, but flawless.
I wasn't aware.
Oh, if it is, it would be happening a minute ago.
I could watch that all day.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, we're waiting to see if any more ladies show up. We just got Lulu. Hi, Lulu.
Oh, Lulu, I mean. Yo, Lulu, you keep changing your name.
Hello, Mike.
Can't even keep up with your names.
I'm gonna show up now. Love you guys.
What?
My parting words are: I highly recommend looking up Arabic calligraphy. Whoa.
Whoa.
I just want to. That's my parting message of goofiness, because we've been goofing off. So y'all take it away. Have fun.
I'm sending out the invite now to some lady friends for them to stop by. Please take care of them, ladies.
Cause it's ladies' night. What a night. Hey.
Yeah, we got a couple here.
It's me and I have to go on mute now.
Well,
I've been on
you
mute all day.
or you mute yourself. That's the only two options you got.
I've been on mute all day though.
All right.
Oh, we got Level Up. Hey, Level Up.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Bit of a interesting day. Have a severe thunderstorm happening right now, so hopefully my connection will be okay.
Oh yeah, I guess I should say you're welcome.
Yeah.
Because we got it first.
What are those bending words? Good lord. Thank God I don't know that language. How long does it take to learn that? All the bendings? From all kind of words, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Calligraphy.
Something Dre's posted in the voice text.
Have you guys used the? Oh, okay.
Declension,
Sorry, I thought you were talking about calligraphy. My bad.
I kind of wish I was taught cursive. My handwriting is just terrible.
Can you guys hear me? Is anybody talking?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. This. I was silent, so I thought I got disconnected.
Oh.
So, what's up? What's going on?
With me, I got invited to a church social for tomorrow, so have a fun time outside enjoying the weather at the lake. Hopefully, if the weather's good, I hope the weather's good.
Nice, nice. And you're an atheist, so it should be interesting.
Right, yeah. I've been to a few, well, actually, okay, one, technically, and it was never brought up in the conversation, so I don't know, maybe this time it will, and if not, that's okay. But I would like to talk Flat Earth because it's going to be at the lake, which is pretty close to me, so I could probably bring up, like, hey, doesn't the lake look level today? Or something like that.
Yeah, that should be a good segue.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're having the church meeting at the lake?
Yeah, it's an event after service at a friend's lake house, I guess you'd call it, or a lake spot over in Lake Bronson. So it's a nice little area over there. Just a bunch of church friends going to get together and enjoy the day.
Okay, got it. Yeah, you should definitely bring up flat Earth then.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the perfect opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know about the Bible, but it's you can use that to kind of prove your point if you want to.
That's how I got into flat Earth, actually, was with scripture, because I was a Christian at the time. So I could, for them, for their sake, their belief, I could bring up, hey, by the way, the book you believe in is also a flat Earth book. So I think that would blow their minds more than the actual scientific facts of it.
Yes,
Just because that they're very religious. They're Seventh-day Adventists, so they take it pretty seriously.
You can ask them what he created on the second day. That would be the firmament. Check into it. It's in Genesis.
Yeah, I honestly I don't remember a whole lot of the flat Earth verses. I used to have some memorized, but I mean I could bring up a few to them, especially Genesis, yeah, and even like Ezekiel, and I guess some of Revelation.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, go ahead.
I would love to know if the Bible was actually the book which brought you to the flat Earth or the understanding of it, the biblical cosmology. How did it came that you suddenly refuted it in a way that you don't want to seek the one who is the author of it, which applies not being a Christian anymore? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't talk about it in this voice channel, but another time I could probably go down to biblical and have that discussion with you. Just basically, I found I had questions and things just didn't add up when it came to the New Testament versus the Old Testament. So I did a lot of studying for a while and came to certain conclusions, a lot of debunking, and I know a lot of people are triggered by that, but I can go over it sometime with you if you'd like. I do have a lot of stuff that I've saved over time to kind of prove my points. But yeah, I really shouldn't talk about it here, so I do apologize.
Okay, hold on. I need to interject real quick. Hold on.
I would love to do that.
Yo, Clay, it's Kiwi. Real quick. What I was thinking, because I was thinking about this today, it would be cool to have a panel to unravel the scripture with. I was literally thinking about this earlier today. So if you guys wanted to set up something, I would love to talk to you guys further about it offline.
I have a whole channel that does nothing but Bible all the time. I got 700 videos.
Please share that in the chat. I'd love to take a look.
Okay,
Or in the biblical chat, of course. Please.
Yeah, I can post it down in biblical if you want.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, that would actually be fun to set up like maybe a day or something to go over certain passages of what I was speaking of, like New Testament versus New Testament, or New Testament versus Old Testament, or even Old Testament versus like other stories when you compare it, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and how they're closely related in certain parts of Genesis and stuff like that.
I just wanted to add earlier about about you talking to them about flat Earth, because for me, at least in my experience, I don't know if it is with anybody else, but when I talk flat Earth with either Christians or Muslims, I get like the most I don't want to say aggressive, but they're more resistant to it than other groups of people. So just keep a heads up for that, because you get like a lot of defensive. I don't know what the word is, but yeah, I just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, and I've told other Christians before about flat Earth, and you're right. They definitely there's a word for it. My mind's drawing a blank, but they do get really defensive, and then they get really harsh for no reason at all. Like, I don't understand why people take such offense instead of just being open-minded and thinking, hey, maybe you're right, maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's
I
best
brought it
not
up
to
with
go.
several people, and they're just very, very rude about it. So hopefully it goes well.
Now, to go down that route, since there are Christians on panel and talking about us in the third person is actually kind of not cool. So we should probably talk about flat Earth.
Oh, I just brought it up as like a way to tell her to kind of have like a method of presenting it. It wasn't nothing offensive or anything like that, but it's just I'm a Christian myself, but I've had issues with dealing with flat Earth specifically to Christians. So
right, I'm just saying.
But yeah,
non-Christians blanket describing us that way is kind of unfair. I mean, there are lots of groups of people who get very offended. I mean, ball earthers of any kind of faith or not faith get very triggered about things. People get triggered by Christians. People get triggered about all sorts of things. But when it comes to introducing a topic that is as controversial as flat Earth, it's not that they're Christians, it's not that they're Jews, it's not that they're this or that. It's that it's flat Earth, it's not the mainstream. And I am well aware of in-house problems in Christianity on a number of fronts, and so there are actually plans being made to put up a channel where we take to task influential Christians who have quote-unquote science degrees who are leading people astray. So that's kind of our problem to solve, how Christians deal with it and whether they take the Bible seriously. I'm just saying it's an internal problem.
Yeah, my point basically was that it would be an easier route to introduce these certain Christians I'm talking about, people that I used to go to church with. It'd be I feel like easier to present them flat Earth using what they believe in and then presenting the scientific evidence for it. I didn't mean to be rude in any certain way. That's just how I feel maybe I should do it. It's just like, hey, Genesis, you believe in this, look at what it says. It's actually flat Earth information. And then I can move on to scientific stuff like, level water, can't have gas pressure without containment, we've never measured the curve, stuff like that.
Right, I'm just saying about, we're going to be met with hostility. It came across as though it's because these are Christians, they're going to be very defensive. And it's just because people are people.
No. Okay, hold on. I didn't say that. I said Christians and Muslims. Specifically, the religious group is what I was trying to say. So here's the thing. This is from my experience, and this is a flat Earth server, and we should be able to talk about how to present flat Earth to all types of people, right? What I'm saying is that what I was trying to say was because she's specifically going to be talking to Christians, I've had as you said, it's with all groups. I get that, but I get how Christians can be defensive because of this subject, because they've used flat Earth specific, because it is a flat Earth book. They've used flat Earth to demean it, like back in the days before I realized it was that the Earth was actually flat. People will say, "Oh, but in the Bible it would say the Earth is flat. So everything else after that is also invalid. So it's kind of like that has been like a taboo of Christianity in the Bible. So of course people will have like a higher degree of defense when specifically talking about that subject. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, the defensiveness is to be expected in any group you would walk into. If you walked into a group of college students or biologists or anything like that and said, I don't believe in evolution, they're going to be defensive. I mean, it's yelling fire in a crowded theater. I think there are better approaches than trying to use a very controversial subject to a group that you already expect to have pushback from. I just think it's we got to be careful not to make sweeping generalizations about people we're going to talk to. It's one thing to know a specific group of people, like you may have been saying, but another to say these people are all like this. They're going to be triggered. They're going to, and trigger itself has become a trigger word. I mean, all we have to do to dismiss somebody is say, oh, you're triggered. And then all conversation stops. I think we need to think better about how we're going to approach any individual or any group of people who are there as a group because of some ideology or belief or even education, and use that to our advantage. If I might draw a biblical analogy, when Saul of Tarsus, also known as the Apostle Paul, went to Athens, he saw that they were very religious, and he went up to Mars Hill to talk to them, and he didn't start with, you're all going to burn in hell. What he started with was, I see you're very religious, you have a shrine to an unknown God, let me tell you about the unknown God. It was very positive and didn't trigger people right off the bat. They got triggered when he said something about rising from the dead, and then, that's on them, though. It wasn't on him. And I'm saying we can do ourselves a disservice as flat earthers if we think we're just going to ramrod flat earth into a group of people. I think there are more sophisticated approaches that might work better.
Yes, and I 100% agree with you. And that was like my main point for her, was to kind of know what method she's going to use to approach them, not to just like blurt out just certain things, so that, because they're gonna what I was just saying was like they're gonna just have, if you mention flat earth, they're gonna have like a defense up right away. So it's good to know, like you said, depending on what group you talk to, what methodology you're going to use when bringing up flat earth. So if you have points, like good points on how to approach them, maybe we can help her out.
Well, I would think to lead with your book you believe in says would probably be counterproductive. I would just say, hey, I think, this or this. Did you ever ask this question about the earth? And keep it more generic than that, because you're kind of asking for triggering or defensiveness if you say your book that you believe in says something when you're not part of the book, part of the group. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of condescending. I think it can be taken that way, and I think a lot of times people get triggered because of our approach. That's all I'm trying to say.
The earth is flat.
That's right, Matthew.
How about this? I present this as an idea. Observant questions. What I've found to be productive with people I've tried is, what do you observe in your immediate that you can relate to that would tell you that you're moving? And then they'll point to the sky. And that's where you can kind of open a little bit.
Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
Yeah, that might be another approach to talking to them. But I agree with you again, Paula, that saying your book says, or it's kind of like that wording might not work best. But KJ, just have a feel to the group first before you speak to them. Maybe you can use like a common ground to kind of approach this.
Sorry, I was away from my mic. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just saying maybe you can, once you're there, you can have a feel to the group, before you speak to them.
Oh yeah, I've known these people for most of my life. So, but yeah, I'm not gonna be like, hey, by the way, flat Earth. No, I'm not gonna bring it up just out of the blue. Like, if they say something where I could work it into that, then sure.
Awesome. So, I guess let us know how it goes afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we have Bukvach Movosald.
Which Movoslad?
Okay, awesome. Are you able to talk, Buck? Can I call you Buck?
He typed in the chat earlier. He's not very vocal in English, I'll say. Very limited. But he does his best. He typed in chat as well.
Okay, no worries, man. I just saw VC verified. Maybe just wanted to get his point of view. I don't see anybody else that's...
Yeah. No, he also said that he is a flat earther. So, but yeah, it would be nice having a discussion with him though about it.
Okay, awesome. All right, how about... Oh no, that's Ganja Rambo. What's up, dude? Who else? I guess there's nobody else. Everybody else is a flat earther. So I guess if anybody has anything new to talk about.
Pardon me for interrupting, but it sounded like you were requesting a subject. May I butt in?
Yes, please, Han, go ahead.
Yeah, so their new tactic, it seems, is to try to be your friend and not talk about the anti-flat earthers, right? their new tactic is to try to be like your friend and not talk about facts and debate and stuff like that. So just heads up to everybody. Anytime they're trying to be your friend, that's their newest tactic I've found out. And their newest talking point is the circumnavigation of what they call the southern hemisphere has less miles than the equator, right? But how do we know that? So they're using this as some sort of proof that the Earth is a globe because the miles that they give us between certain cities. So this is their newest, I guess, argument, which how can any of us verify the miles between South Africa and Australia?
Right. There isn't a whole lot. I forget what the percentage is of people who actually live south of the equator compared to the estimated world population, which I don't know how much of that we can trust. But, yeah, I mean, you can measure distance on land well enough, but there's an awful lot of ocean in the what's called the southern hemisphere. Now, you could, if you had some points along a line from, say, someplace in South America and someplace in Australia, you could lay down segments of line and see how many segments you lay down, but I don't think anybody has that many segments. And I was just thinking the other day about, how they say, well, if the Earth is flat and circular on the surface where we live, then the sun has to keep moving faster, south of the equator. But that's the problem in their model, is that at the equator, the sun moves really fast, and it doesn't hardly move at all at the poles. So they have the same problem. If they would try to use that approach, they have the same problem with sun speed, because if it's on a sphere, the sun has to move more distance per degree at the equator than it does at the poles. So we could just say, if anybody brings up about the like the AE map, we can say, well, how do you solve that problem at the equator? And see what they come up with.
Yeah, I've been trying to do more research into that, because that's one thing that I get a question about. Does the sun move faster at the Tropic of Capricorn versus Cancer or whatnot? And it's kind of hard to really have an answer for that, because again, we don't know what the sun is, where it is, like that. It's an apparent location that we see, and so on. So, and as you said, they also have the same problem with the globe model. So, if anybody has information on that, actually, please post a link or anything like that, because that's one of the research that I'm trying to do.
One thing we have to keep in mind is that the sun is only ever 90 degrees overhead in the tropics. But like today, for example, the last few days, it's been the summer solstice in the north, and the sun rises at about 300? Sets at 300. It rises at about 60 degrees? When 90 is east, how does it rise so far north in the east and set so far north in the west? And yet when it's overhead, which is, not 90 degrees, but where I am, it's around 70 degrees, I have to look south. I have to turn south to follow the sun as it goes through its motions. So I start out looking northeast. I turn to my right, looking south at the local solar noon. And then I have to look northwest, to see it set. How is it possible for it to be northeast or northwest when physically, quote unquote, it's over the tropics, which are far south of me? So it's just a mind bender, and it doesn't work in the globe model because it's got the same problem. Even whether they say, well, east-west is a circle, therefore it can go, what appears from your position to be north or north of you. And the problem is that works equally well for an AE map, because east and west is still a circle there. And it makes more sense because our circle, if we use that as the AE map, is doing exactly what you'd expect. But with the ball, east-west may be a circle, but it's not a horizontal circle. It's not following the circle of the compass. It's following what it amounts to a vertical circle because it's going under our feet when it sets and coming up from under our feet when it rises. So I think the ball model has a much bigger problem with how the sun can appear to rise and set far north of the tropics.
I think they have different ways of doing north, south, east, and west. You have north, south, east, and west as a plus sign, which is going to give you different headings. Then east, west is a circle around the central North Pole point, and south being anywhere away from said point. So I think the sun is going ahead of and behind of that arbitrary plus sign, north, south, east, west cardinal compass reading that people would like to draw on a map. And that's where they're getting this weird notion of northeast, northwest, southwest, or whatever, based off of which quadrant the sun circles in and out of. Along with perspective and refraction, you're getting some deceptive effects, probably.
Yeah, it's hard to say because they are arbitrary conventions, but at the same time, we know from practical, direct experience that in the summer solstice, it's rising and setting far north of us, by compass points. If we draw a circle around ourselves and 90 degrees is straight east, then the sun isn't rising straight east, it's rising northeast. And yet, at its zenith, it's south of us at 180. Anyway, it's just, I'm not saying I'm going to solve every problem, but I'm just saying if they come at us with this works on a ball, I'll go, no, it doesn't. Because the circle is vertical for them instead of horizontal like it should be for a compass.
Yeah, it's all tricky. It's kind of hard to figure out as far as for the flat Earth or for the globe when you're only on one hemisphere, So they can kind of get away with saying, well, in the southern hemisphere, and people just kind of believe it.
But refraction can reverse apparent directions and apparent images. So if the sun appears to be circling one way, refraction, glass, dome, or whatever could reverse the path along with perspective and make it appear to be southeast, southwest, or whatever potentially.
I was just looking at what you posted, Lemon, and wait, can you just explain that?
Basically, there's two ways to get north, south, east, west on a map, depending on whether you think east, west is a circle around the central North Pole and south is any direction away from the central North Pole, or the second way of north, south, east, west, a cardinal point compass reading, which is like a north, south, east, west line, a plus sign or a bullet, or a
Right.
crosshair. And so I think what people are doing is from their particular position, they're drawing straight lines out into, infinite distance in space, north, south, east, west. But the sun is actually circling in and out of those quadrants that you get from having north, south, east, west be a plus sign based off of your relative position. In my graph, I'll just read it, the conception that I'm thinking of with this flat Earth stuff. It says, this graphic illustrates how the sun can circle east to west over the southern tropics, yet appear to be north of due east according to a compass reading. East to west would be read as a straight line on a compass, while the sun would move east-west in a circle overhead that would move in front of or and behind that line, basically. So what I drew was a rough map of North America, South America, all the continents on a flattish AE conception. And I have somebody in North America kind of there over to the left. There's a little stick figure you can see. His name was FD. After a Discorder, he used to come into the server occasionally. And you see the sun in a circle over the Tropic of Cancer, kind of circling a little bit south of that person's position in the North Pole. I think he said that in the Northern Hemisphere, or rather the Northern Hemiplane, rather. I think he said he was in Detroit or something like that. So basically, the sun can circle in and out of that north, south, east, west quadrant that people want to draw for cardinal compass directions. But the true way to do east, west is a circle that follows the sun. And it could circle in front of, behind your relative position on the flat plane, appearing to come from northeast, southeast, whatever.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It makes sense on an AE type of surface, but not on a ball surface, because then the east-west circle is vertical. It's on the same line as you standing on the surface is, if that makes sense. And it's easier to draw a picture, but basically, wherever you're standing, east is going down and away from you. West is going down and away from you. They're going down. Whereas on the AE map, the sun is circling overhead. And so you could expect to see it northeast or northwest.
Yeah. And I think the main problem the Globers give to the flat earthers about this sort of stuff is they say stuff like, and Australia, which is that little island on my conception over to the right there, that little continent, rather. They say that the sun rises northeast and sets, southwest or whatever. Assuming that what they say is true, I think that this, combined with refractive properties, making apparent directions appear to reverse, like in that empty glass where the arrow points right and then you fill it with water and all of a sudden that arrow points to the left instead of the right and appears to reverse direction. I think that can combine to give you a lot of weird stuff due to perspective, refraction, or even make something appear to rise, northeast and set southwest or whatever.
Yeah, it's just really hard to invoke refraction for something like that, especially because the sun in particular also provides heat and not just light, and it's directly related to where it appears to be in the sky. So you get shadows and sunlight and heat that are all consistent at your location, while at the very same time someone a good distance away from you, east or west, or any direction, will see these things at different times. And so the issue is what it appears to be doing and what it's actually doing are going to be two different things. And I'm not sure it has only to do with refraction, but more with perspective, where it's just how optics work, regardless of the conditions. Because refraction, as soon as you invoke that to explain something, you're on really, bad quicksand, because that's what they'll do for seeing too far, like the black swan image. They'll say it's refracting over the curve. And what can you say if you use that argument?
Well, it depends on how refraction is used. If they demonstrate a model of refraction that can somehow lift an object over an obstacle like a hump of Earth curvature, fine.
Right.
But, the way that they invoke it is a little strange. I would invoke refraction only, to show that, like with a glass of water, the apparent direction and, trail, the apparent direction that things appear to go in appears to reverse, like with water and a glass reversing the arrow that's, behind the glass. There needs to be a practical, demonstration to go with this theory, ideally. Otherwise, the theory can possibly, go off into weird territory.
Right. Yeah, and the thing is about that effect with the water and the arrow, there has to be a change in density for light to refract. And it only refracts at that change. If we want it to refract continuously as the sun moving across the sky, we have a problem, because then it has to have a number of different refractive boundaries as it goes along, or between you and where the sun rises. For example, we'd have to say, just as the ball earthers have to say vertically, it's the same problem horizontally on an AE map, that you would have to invoke a series of density changes, which I think is impossible to prove in real life. Whereas with the glass and the water, you have a boundary at the glass and another one at the other edge of the glass. You're looking through two edges, two density changes. And it's just basically acting like a double convex lens. So the problem is changes in density, and that's where we have to be extremely careful, because if we propose a bunch of changes of density between us and where the sun is, then they can do the same thing with objects over the horizon.
Well, the way to apply refraction, I think that would be a much better model over a flat plane, would be a very narrow viewing angle off of the surface, making stuff that's actually above the surface, unresolvable. You just can't make a 2D image out on the mountain or the part of the building that is, at such a narrow viewing angle off the surface, it appears to merge and or quote unquote go below said surface.
Right,
Refraction,
really.
that makes the image pop out like a balloon and become visible, whereas before it just was unresolvable. I wouldn't say that it necessarily per se lifts an image up over an obstacle. I think it expands a narrow viewing angle over a flat surface where it's actually above it, but you just can't notice how high above the surface it is anymore, because it's gone too far away and the viewing angle is too narrow. So I would reapply refraction to say that it's making the image balloon out and become visible where it was unresolvable before, but not necessarily lifting it over a globe hump obstacle. I would reapply it in a different way and reinterpret it, basically.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, but I think I would just call that like Rayleigh criteria and perspective issues and the limits of optics more than I would say refraction. It's just maybe hair splitting, but that's what I would do.
There is a slightly different sense of how refraction is applied, because when we look at Wikipedia, it appears to talk about the boundaries between different media, from air to water to air to glass.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of seems like they're applying it like reflection, or at least deflection of the image off of the boundary of different media like a ping pong ball. So it
Well,
does
that
kind of seem like they're applying it differently.
yeah, I mean that's what refraction is. It's changing the direction of a beam of light. And as I posted a video that, I mean, obviously we can't watch it right now, but at 42 minutes after the hour, the sun an update. But I have another one. That one's more about the east-west thing. I have another one somewhere about the normal line. Let me see if I can find that real quick on my channel. It's more about refraction, so let me copy and paste that one. There we go.
Thank you. This is
Sure.
very interesting. I think at the theoretical level, we need to see how we're, interpreting how this stuff is occurring, because it has a lot of implications for, whether we think it being lifted over a ball or something else.
Right. Yeah, and I'd say overall that my point is that it would be a lot easier to do horizontally than vertically if we're going to invoke whatever optical property.
Why do you think it would be horizontal versus vertical? I thought light spread in all directions.
Well, what I mean as far as the shape of the Earth goes, because their optical effect they're looking for has to be vertical because it's supposedly bringing things over the edge of a ball that's dropping away from us in every direction, whereas on an AE type situation, we're saying things can appear to be farther left or right, but they don't bring things into view that are obstructed.
So you're saying the land's dropping left to right and things should be coming into view, but they're not, like their model would kind of predict, maybe, or something like that?
I know this is kind of hard to explain without drawings, but what I'm saying is that if they're going to invoke optical properties to bring things up that have fallen away from you in the distance because of Earth curve, I think they have a bigger problem explaining that than we would on an AE surface where things are just left or right of where we would expect them intuitively. I don't know if that makes any more sense.
Well, I can think of and imagine a ball dropping away more to the left and the right. And, I guess you're saying if, refraction is bringing anything over the ball, it would bring it up even more over the ball to the left and the right, I guess, since it's dropping away even more in that direction.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I must not be. There's a misunderstanding here or something, because what I'm saying is if they are telling us we're standing on a ball and we can see farther than we should because of some optical property, they're saying that this optical property has vertical changes that have nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion or angular resolution or anything like that. They're saying it's refraction of light that is bringing things beyond, from beyond an obstruction, whereas we don't have an obstruction. We just have things not in the location we expect for east-west, for example. But again, this is hard. It'd be easier to do in a video, which is why I posted one. So.
Yeah, we're still figuring out a lot of this stuff, but I think with the right foundation, we're going to be on the right track. I mean, even with the shape of the Earth, it's like they just went with a different starting point, a different foundation. They said, we're not going to go with this flat cosmology or whatever anymore, even though it matches our senses. We're going to start with a different foundation. that's a bit more theoretical.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same tactic. Years ago, I was in evolution creation debates, and it would be the same tactic where they want you forever to be mired in minutia. They want you to be chasing every rabbit trail, argue with you about different parts of a cell and whether this tiny little piece of the cell, or it says proves evolution or doesn't, and keep you mired in those little things. When the big picture that they want to avoid is that the mere complexity, the reason they're able to argue this minutia is telling them that this was no accident, that all they've done by appealing to such things is decrease the likelihood that it arose by chance. So in the same way, I think the tactic is being used on the Earth-shaped debate to keep us chasing, like cats chasing laser lights, chasing every little thing they throw at us. If one thing gets old, they switch to another, continually ignoring the fact that not only have all their past arguments been debunked, and they just want to go on to new ones that will someday be debunked, and they don't care because then they'll just move again, when the real issue is at the very start, the things that they started with that we shouldn't let them move away from, like seeing too far, and that we feel no motion, and you can't have gas next to a vacuum, the 3 points. I think we need to keep their feet to the fire on those basic things, because the only defense they have is to deflect from that, if we want to use the term deflection, is to stay away from the big picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's important to know the details for ourselves, but not everybody's going to be interested in the physics of optics, or the inner workings of a cell and biology or anything like that. And that's why we need all kinds of people with different interests. But at the same time, we have to understand debate tactics, and that the tactics the trolls bring are probably not from them. They get these from what we can loosely call influencers. I mean, there's those everywhere on every topic, but people who strategize are typically not the ones we see. Those are the foot soldiers that they send. But if we know the overall tactic is to keep us distracted and keep us trying to prove or disprove every little thing they throw at us, when the problem is keeping them on defense, that's how they win, is they keep us distracted. We need to keep them answering questions, not us answering questions.
Well, the strategies are, like you say, getting people mired down in minor minutia, drama, appeal to authority, saying that you're not smart enough or authoritative enough to question the narrative. So it depends on what they want out of the conversation. Do they want an honest conversation about evidence of curvature, evidence for the globe, or do they want power, intimidation? Do they want a shouting match? Do they just want to throw their weight around? Different
Right.
people want different things out of the conversation.
Yep. I think everybody else took off.
No, I'm still here, just listening.
Did we put you to sleep?
No, actually, it was very interesting. You guys kind of lost me when you were talking about light bending and whatnot, or something about light. I kind of got distracted with something else. But other than that, it was good.
You know, like when it hits a change in density.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch the video you posted.
And there's some good images I seem to keep losing on my computer where people have, I mean, these are actual photos of people with various shapes of lenses and a series of different colored laser lights. And you can see how they bend within the lens. I mean, they're looking like they've got lenses up on end on a surface, and you're looking down on it, and the beams are coming from the left or right and going through the lenses, and you can see what light does and how, you know, when it, like for example, in a typical magnifying glass is a double convex lens, meaning it bows out on both sides, on top and bottom, right? So as you're looking through the lens, sorry about that, hold on. A double convex lens is going to magnify, you know, typical magnifying glass. And the way it does that is the center of the lens, the two lenses, or, you know, two sides of the lens, is thicker than the edges. And it's counterintuitive, but that's what I hope to show in that video, that light will bend toward the thickest part. Because people will make the mistake of thinking, well, light is going to be like water, it's going to find the shortest path, right? But it doesn't do that. Because light, I know that some people will bite my head off, light has a speed. I don't know any other way to explain how sunlight can be broken into its constituent frequencies with a lens if light doesn't have a speed. Because how else do we account for different frequencies going through at different speeds? And it gets all technical and complicated, but the point is that when light encounters a change in density, it changes its direction toward the thickest part. And because it does that, the outer limits of the light coming from the top and bottom of whatever object you're looking at will bend toward the center and then keep going straight out the other side, which is turning it upside down. That's why your lens in your eye has, you know, whatever you're looking at, it's actually hitting the back of your eye in the optic nerve area and receptors upside down, and your brain has to turn it over. So,
question. I just wanted to make a distinction. So, does light actually bend, or is it like changing the angle of reflection when the light goes through a more dense medium and then changes its direction? Because I know that I think there's the Globers usually conflate light bending with refraction, and it seems like when refraction happens, that the light's not actually bending. And I just want to ask you if light actually bends.
It does refract. Two images just posted. One of them shows refracted ray on the bottom right. Because it does, it encounters the boundary of the difference in density and changes its direction. It doesn't actually bend.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't actually bend. So when they say that, gravity is the reason why you can see light 50 miles away in a lighthouse or some shit, that's the argument. And they say, light bends. Well, I think that's really not being completely honest, because you said it before that light has no mass. So if gravity were to bend light, how could it bend something with no mass? But the other thing is, bending light and refraction go hand in hand. It's not technically bending. So I think that's another assumption that they make.
Right, it doesn't actually bend, and we just call it that as an everyday experience.
That's just what I wanted to ask, because I that's one thing. I wanted to make sure I'm not just imagining things, and that light, when it goes through something more dense, it just changes its angle of reflection, right? It's not bending in a curve, it's just completely just arcing or kind of pointing
yeah. just to make a distinction between reflection and refraction, though, reflection is when it bounces back in the general direction it came. I mean, it will go at an opposite angle, but it won't go through the lens. It will go off of it and bounce off at the opposite angle it hit. So, like you can see in that one photo there of the actual lens with the beam of light coming in, it hits the outer edge of that rectangle, and then it wants to go to a thicker part, so it's not going to go to that corner there. And I don't know what shape the lens is looking down at the top of it here, but it bends up a little bit, but when it bends up, it goes in a straight line again. It's just
So
a
you
different
can have
line.
like divergent and convergent light depending on the shape of like the whatever it's going through, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
like a
like-
convex or a concave lens would do the opposite of what a convex lens.
Because they say light doesn't actually converge. It's supposed to diverge because like doesn't light just like spread apart the further it goes. So you would think like if a light just goes in a straight line, like why would it converge if it spreads out over time? It's kind of contradicts itself. But maybe if it's going through like a lens or a prism or something, or if the sun's on the outside, and it's shaped like a dome, then how is light supposed to behave if it goes through something like that? It's supposed to converge.
Well, it from the source it will diverge. Okay, but how soon it does that depends on a lot of things. One is, like, for example, lasers are very coherent beams, they call it, as compared to...
I'm going to turn it down.
Oh, you got some background noise there. Compared to normal, quote-unquote, normal light, a laser beam is much more coherent, so it takes a lot longer for it to spread out. Actually, from that one picture there, the actual photo at 2 minutes after the hour, where it's kind of a greenish background, I can see that. I think that the light appears to be coming from the right, actually.
Laser light behaves differently than like sunlight or any other kind of light that we usually experience.
Well, see, the thing is that sunlight is made of all the visible frequencies. So those frequencies are going to cause some of the different reactions depending on the medium, which is what I was saying about lenses. If you take a corner of a prism and let sunlight through that corner, it will break it up into the rainbow colors because those are different frequencies of light. Right? So anyway, it's a whole, there's a whole physics course on light that I took in college, so I'm not hoping to go through all of that right now, but the most recent picture posted is of a prism, and you can see, and you can, and I think I have in a video, I don't know how many years ago, where after the prism, you see where it broke up into rainbow colors. You can pick off each of those rainbow colors and divert them. It's pretty neat to play with.
This might sound like a stupid question, but do we know that the sun is actually hot, or is it just a light source and the light is like getting hotter somehow, maybe through like the prism or atmospheric reasons?
Since nobody's actually been to the sun and taken a sample, the best we can do is try to extrapolate, and it seems to a lot of people that the sun doesn't actually transmit light and heat so much as that's how the air over the Earth's surface reacts to it. And that could, and what angle that light and heat would come down from is another issue. It'd be just like having a lens or a prism. So there's too many variables to say for sure. But the idea that the sun is manufacturing heat, I don't know. It's a question I can't answer. All we can say...
Can you answer this question? Because you might be this is just something that I noticed recently. I just noticed that there's like pictures of the sun that just look like, it just looks like a basketball, and there's no like corona, no flames coming out. And that's supposedly like the pictures people take with like a solar filter.
Yeah,
and there's like the sun with the, all the flames and the lava and all that shit that they put on textbooks. And that's shot with a atmospheric imaging array, or like a solar atmospheric array or something. So all I know is that that measures a certain like threshold of wavelengths from the sun, and it's not like what we're seeing with our eyes. It's just there's like 8 different wavelengths that they've shot the sun at, and we're shown like the one that makes it plausibly. They can just make it look like it's like shooting flames, and then like make it seem like it's hot. And that's my theory is like, well, when we look at it through like a normal camera, we don't see like the flames. So how do we know it's actually hot? They're only saying it's hot because they're giving you a picture shot through a certain wavelength that like, it looks like, there's like stuff coming out of it. So I don't know. Is it really hot? Is it really plasma? Like, how do we know?
We don't. No, we really don't. But like I said, we have to extrapolate, and we go, well, all I know is that the direction, if I, looking toward the sun, that's where the light and heat come from. And we can tell that the light's coming from there because if I block the light, the shadow goes behind the thing, And that's how sundials work. They're telling you the angle to the sun by the fact that it makes a shadow. Even though there's light refracting, bouncing off all sorts of things, which is how we can see anything, is by light bouncing off of it. But the thing is that the sun itself is putting out a lot of intense light, or whatever it's doing, whatever its energy is. And all we can say for sure is that it's electromagnetic because of this thing called the photoelectric effect, which, we built in school. We built these, I don't know, I forget what we call them, but they were sensors basically with photocells where if you put a little battery circuit with a photocell and shine light on the cell, the circuit completes and you can make a sound or whatever, for a light sensor. I actually built some of these. But how does light do that? How does it do anything to an electrical circuit? The conclusion to draw is that it is electromagnetic, because if you have where there's electricity, there's magnetism. If there's
I read that the reason that light actually travels at the speed of light is because it needs that electromagnetic medium to do so. And that's the idea that's like, that kind of supports the idea of like, why does light travel in space at all? If like, there's just a vacuum of, nothing. It needs to travel. If it travels at the speed of light in space, it needs an electromagnetic field. I mean, are those supposed to exist in space? I don't think so.
No, but the thing is, all we have to do is look at a vacuum tube and see that light can move in a vacuum, which shouldn't be possible. Because
not a constant either. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, vacuum tubes create light. So there's electricity going into that tube and going through it, basically through the components inside the tube, but there's no medium that light should come out of the tube. Now, if you were in the tube with the light, would you see it? I don't know. Or do we only see light from the tube because we're outside of it and it's hitting the glass? That's something I don't know. But the thing is that I don't believe that light needs a medium. And if you think about it, the whole concept of ether in space, whatever that is only to explain how light can travel, because they assumed light must have a medium in order to travel. But the concept of ether is just to say, well, the light has to be something being disturbed, which waves. And this gets complicated too, but it's thinking of light in an ether in this way, is that suppose that you're looking at a very calm pond and you drop a pebble in. The pebble you drop is vertical, right? It's at a perpendicular angle to the surface of the water. But the waves it makes go out horizontally. So the waves would be like light in this analogy, which, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with. What is it that disturbs the ether that makes light waves? It doesn't, it argues in circles. And I can see if I can find, later when I'm not talking, I can try to find a little document I made on raising these questions and basically arguing that we don't need an ether.
Well, I think the reason why we don't need an ether is explained because light travels at the speed of light through an electromagnetic field. I mean, like, I didn't know that until recently because I was, I was like looking it up, and it makes sense. Isn't that why they think what the ether is for?
Well, light doesn't travel through an electromagnetic field. It makes one. When electricity flows, it creates a magnetic field. Likewise, when you move magnetic fields around a wire or some other conductor, you make electricity. That's how generators work.
So you're saying it creates it by moving, like it's just making it. It is, it's making it as it travels along.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you have supposedly moving electrons, for lack of better description, you will have a magnetic field. And vice versa. They're two sides of the same coin, but you need movement. So if you run electricity through a wire, it will create a magnetic field around it, which gets into things like the right-hand rule as to which direction it's going to spiral around it. This is why you have to shield wires, especially if it's a signal wire, like the old coax cables you get from cable, TV service. There's an inner wire and an outer mesh wire. What's that outer wire for, that mesh? That's to cancel out magnetic fields so they don't interfere with the signal. So moving electricity through a wire creates those fields, and they can be either good or bad depending on what you're trying to accomplish.
Did you see the video where they take like a wire and I guess they connect it to a bunch of balloons at the end, but it's enough balloons so that the balloons raise the wire like 5 inches off the ground. Then they just run a current through or whatever, and they positively charge the balloons, and the balloons just start dropping to the floor. And they're just trying to say that there's a downward force, but it's not gravity, and that it's some it's like dielectrics or whatever. They're trying to say that I guess helium is, what is it? Does it not have a charge, or does it?
I don't know offhand. I think the charge would be more to do with the balloons themselves, which from
right, like the materials, like the rubber.
Rubbing a balloon on you will make static, so electricity. So it's theoretically, who knows what's really happening, but theoretically, when you do something like rub a balloon on your hair or your shirt, what it's doing is exchanging valence electrons. And what are valence? They're the outermost electrons that are farthest from the core and therefore have the weakest hold, and so they can be knocked loose, which is theoretically how electricity flows, by knocking loose those valence electrons, which is why some materials like copper and aluminum will conduct better than other materials, that you typically don't find because they don't conduct in wiring, because they don't conduct very well. Gold's a good conductor, but obviously steel's not as good. Wood's not going to conduct too well unless you overwhelm it like with lightning. But it gets complicated, and we have to understand how complicated this gets and not be tricked into being trapped into corners because we only know a little bit about something. And I can promise you that most of the people who are going to try these tactics don't know what they're talking about either. But we need to know that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times when people want to prove, or debunk the flat Earth, they take like a globe, or they take an idea, they apply it to the globe without proving the globe first, and that's like the first kind of like fallacy that I've been seeing, like that. It's hard to point out, is because it's always hard to just say, well, like you have to prove, you have to prove the globe before any of your points, are even valid, or valid points, but. It's like, it seems impossible because they seem hesitant because, all they have are NASA photos. So I rarely see anyone actually try to prove that it's a globe. It's almost like they already know that like the evidence that they're going to present is like not going to be taken seriously. So they just don't they don't even try to prove it. But that's also admitting that like, wow, it must not be good evidence then because, I'm afraid to even present it. Because you can't argue. It's like, how are you going to argue it? We're just going to like take a picture of the moon or whatever you post and like up whatever in Photoshop and see like a big square and you can say, oh, it's fake or whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah, you can with something like that because it's obvious that the small moon in the picture has different pixelization than the rest of the photo.
Yeah, I
And
wonder if you can find something in most of most of the photos that are out there.
I am sure people could if they wanted to take the time to wade through all that. But the thing is that if you know anything about photo processing software, there's going to be compression, especially what people don't understand about the P900 as opposed to the P1000. The P900 takes only JPEG. JPEG is a compression algorithm. And when you compress, you lose information. And so when you lose information, you're going to get anomalies in processing that will be more obvious when you put it in your photo software. And you can get things that will lead you astray into thinking, oh, there's an object here when there isn't. It's just because of JPEG. You know, and whereas if you're P1000, you would have a raw image, you could work with that. So anyway, just words of caution on, and here again, we're getting drawn into details that neither side always knows what they're talking about, and so it's pointless. It goes nowhere when we need to stick to very basic things that anybody can understand. Now, I would totally, be in favor of people who actually do know what they're talking about, say, with their, very well read in electronics or biology or whatever it is, and those people debate, but for most of us, it's going to be, not our area of expertise, and so it's kind of a waste of time to have people who are debating a topic neither of them has expertise in. And by expertise, I mean actually knowing the stuff, not whether you have a degree. But my voice is getting tired, so...
I think you did a good job. I was enjoying just listening, being able to talk. Do you have like a YouTube channel or something? You sound like somebody who makes like content.
Yeah, I do. I posted, some videos from my channel earlier. Let me roll back and see when that was. Yeah, I have one at, by my time, 5:42. It's now 71 here, so about 50 minutes ago, 42 minutes after the previous hour.
Yeah. Share the link or something later, and I'll, I'll check out.
Sure, thanks. Just FYI, I have a cosmology playlist there. Other than that, it's all Bible studies. So, depending on what you're interested in, just look for cosmology or.
I definitely believe the flat Earth, but I also I'm pretty much, I grew up Catholic, but I stopped believing, and then my friend kind of brought me closer to it. Flat Earth helped, and then now I feel like I'm kind of in an Orthodox, open to the Orthodox ideas. So.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm going to let somebody else talk for a while.
Yeah, if I were you, I would check out some of the arguments that the Protestants were making. The Orthodox split before that, so I would, look into why they split. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see why different people, different groups left the church. We know that the church wiped out some of the groups almost completely. There's not a whole lot of.
Well, I'm glad, I'm happy that you're open to talking about that in here. But real quick, I do know that there's a lot of subversion of the Vatican, and that kind of trickles down to the Knights of Columbus and all these Vatican Freemasonic groups, so there's Masonic subversion of the church. That's why I don't want to be a Catholic, because they injected Lucifer into you have the Pope singing about Lucifer, literally, it's online, but there's so much shit that's it's not good. The Orthodox Christians, I think, have a really interesting belief system, because it's completely different in certain ways. The Trinity is different, in a very nuanced, important way. I attended a couple masses. They're prostrating on the floor. It's they don't want to worship like any idols or icons or they don't like worshiping the actual statues. It's interesting.
Nice. Maybe I should look into the Orthodox. Thanks for
Yeah,
sharing.
I think it's I was talking to I sat down with I'm Italian. My friend brought me to a Russian Ukrainian Orthodox church for the first time, and he wanted me to talk to the priest. I sat down with him. This dude is he knows a lot, but he was telling me hell isn't like an afterlife. Like hell is symbolic in the Bible. It's like what happens when you stray away from God and God is no longer present in your life. And it's every symbolic representation of hell from the Bible with the fire and the flames and the pain, that's all, that's all, your transgressions and your emotional and physical transgressions when that, going through that process of, denying God basically. So it's hell's a place on earth. And when people say oh, I feel like I'm in hell, well, maybe you are. If that's how you feel, that's what the Bible says, and that's what it means according to the Orthodox priest. So it made me think of the afterlife differently. All right, so there's no hell, so what does that mean? Everybody goes to heaven, and some people just take longer than others because that's what purgatory is for. I don't know. I really don't know, but that's my interpretation of Orthodox. Some parts so far.
My dime store advice is have a personal relationship with the creator.
Yeah, dude. I think the flat Earth definitely helps. It's for me it became way more obvious, so it helped.
The way I see it, a lot of the quote-unquote mainstream religion, in other words, churches you flock to every Sunday, they're not giving you the real deal. They want you coming back every Sunday. They want to be passing around that collection plate. They want you feeling guilty.
Right. Well, you don't necessarily have to, nobody really needs to go to church to have a relationship with God, and it's nobody really needs to talk to a priest to be, free of sin or anything like that. At least from my view, I do see that the more organized it gets, usually the more corrupt it gets, and we can see that Catholicism is definitely the most popular, and that's the most corrupt, in my opinion. And there might be truth somewhere in the middle. It might be it might be somewhere not even in any organized religion. I mean, you can believe the religion, but it doesn't mean that the people that are preaching it are telling you the truth.
I posted that article I finally found on my thoughts on light and ether and stuff like that.
Awesome. Yeah, I would like to learn more about light, the way it behaves. Just so certain things make more sense.
Yeah, like I said, it gets complicated, and I don't think anybody truly understands it completely.
But yeah, when it comes to the Bible, I do know that there's been subversion in the translations and the meanings of a lot of the texts over time, and that's a big thing. That's a big the King James version is subverted by literally Freemasons, and they injected Lucifer into the Bible, like in that version, and it's like,
Let's not go there.
yeah, if you go to like any hotel, it's the King James version. Like it's like that's just the
Yeah,
the
but
most.
what I'm saying, it's ladies' night, and with it, they don't, even on the line stream in general, they don't like us talking about stuff like that.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but you
No,
have to take it
that's
too.
fine.
Yeah. Because I could go on and on about that. I don't. My
Yeah.
voice doesn't need it. But
Yeah, Schizo Night would be fun.
yeah, like I say, just I have a channel full of that. So
Oh, nice.
now, if we talk about it being a flat Earth book, that they don't have a problem with that. And earlier, I posted a thing saying all the passages that support it.
Well, so here's a question. I know that in the old encyclopedia from like 1958, where they put that there's like a dome on the top of Antarctica, like 13,000 feet up, right? Like that's like kind of a thing. Like that they had. Well, there's a lot of implications with that because there's the idea that there's like shit that's outside, like the flat Earth, like continents and unexplored terrain or other, maybe even breakaway civilizations or something like that. But if the dome really is 13,000 feet up in Antarctica, that kind of implies that it's like ending there, right? So it's kind of being maybe some kind of protected barrier where we can't get across. I mean, I don't know. Have you seen that? What are your thoughts on the encyclopedia's suggestion that there's a dome?
I'd have to see the article. I know I've seen some, and in some places they're talking about dome as in the top of a mountain. They'll use the same term dome for that. But I mean, I'm sure in any quote unquote, mainstream things, they're not going to talk about the sky being a dome unless they mean it figuratively, where it's how it appears. Whether they actually believe that or not is physically shaped like a dome. Most flat earthers won't even tell you whether they think it's a dome or not. We don't really argue the shape of what we call the firmament, because we aren't given that shape. So we have no way of telling. It's not something we can see. We just know it has to be contained in order for there to be air pressure. So there must be a container. That's all. The firmament. That's all we know.
It's like how far it extends, right? I mean, I just see a lot of old maps and all this stuff that it implies in stories like the Iron Republic. It implies that there's like other places, and Admiral Byrd and all those guys. So if there is if there is like continents that we can go to that we weren't told about, then from the logical view, it's the firmament shouldn't like end at Antarctica, right? I mean,
it's hard to say. It would be all speculation. I don't see the point in arguing it because none of us are allowed to go there. Are you familiar with the Antarctic Treaty?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So none of us are going to get there.
Right. Yeah, that's something that we're never gonna. I mean, unless somebody shoots a rocket or something. Well, that would just get shot down. But,
yeah, they wouldn't let anything in their airspace around there. Oh, sorry, I got a spam call here.
A high flying, high atmospheric balloon might be able to work.
Well, what I had suggested, I think it was last week or the week before, is to go as far south as you can, like in the tip of South America, and put up a high altitude balloon and have a bunch of cameras pointing every which way, and several of them pointing toward Antarctica, and see what we can see. I mean, it wouldn't be illegal because you're not at the 60th parallel, so you can, go as far south as
legal way to do it, then people should actually do that. The balloon.
So, yeah, why not? I mean, that would be the best we can do and probably the cheapest and safest. It's just a matter of getting the balloon and a bunch of non-fisheye camera lenses, and have some redundancy and maybe have 2 balloons and sets of cameras from 2 different places. I think that would give us a very good view of the Antarctica, area. I don't know how much longer we'll keep Ladies' Night going. It doesn't seem like there's very many ladies able or willing to talk right now. But I don't know how to start or stop the event.
The Earth is flat.
True that. But you have to
Why do the shills always say like, the FE Core 2 laser experiments are like pseudoscience, and they try to say they didn't account for the spread of the laser. And then I watched the video again. I'm like, they absolutely did. They accounted for that in refraction. Like, why do they keep denying this experiment? Is there anything honestly to say about that experiment?
I saw it one time when they first published the video. So I don't remember a lot of details, but it seemed like they were pretty thorough. So I don't know.
First thing I thought about too. I was like, "What do you mean? Like, did you watch it?" I'm pretty sure they accounted for the spread. They had these like, I don't know what they were, magnifying shit that were like positioned every maybe 500 meters away from the light or something to keep it consistent. I don't know.
Yeah, there would have to be something, not a magnifier, but something to refocus. A lens to refocus the beam. But yeah, I mean, I really don't know enough details about arguments pro and con on that one.
It's annoying because they have this site. What is it called? Oh my god. It's a flat Earth site that's just like, it posts all this disinformation, try to debunk everything, and then they always post the memes from it.
I don't know. Sorry.
Something like Flat Earth WP.
Yeah, it's something like that. And it's like every single time I see one of these arguments, it's like you can tell that they spent a lot of time trying to make it convincing enough for people who are like science people to be like, oh, that makes sense, and not even question it. And then, there's actually arguments. Literally every one of those can have a counter argument, and then it's just framed like it's the truth. And the one I saw, and it's just so slimy that they did this, but like, somebody tried saying moonlight's cold, so they did an experiment with like a thermal like camera outside, and then the shills like put out all these debunks and all these that was like the common way to debunk the argument that the moonlight was cold is the way that, all right, the whole idea was that this shadowed area outside that the moonlight wasn't hitting, what was it, warmer or something? It was like it was warmer than the area where the moonlight was actually hitting. So they're saying that the way that heat dissipates because in that area totally makes this experiment invalid. It's not something you should use. So somebody just took 2 glasses of water and a magnifying glass inside a house, turn out the lights and put them on a table or something. And you take the moonlight through a window and you just have one on one of the glasses of water, and 20 minutes later, there's like an 8-degree difference in the temperature of the glass with the magnifying glass. So it's like, so you can't debunk that one, but like that's the level people are going to like argue against them is they're using fallacious reasoning in the first place. So I don't even know if their debunking argument was even valid, but people went ahead and just said, okay, well, here's another experiment that like you can't really debunk the same way at all because we accounted for that reason. It's just simplified now. But yeah, that site is total bullshit, and it really does kind of aggravate me when I see it because some of my friends, like, in attempt to kind of just like go against the idea of it, just went there and they just assumed everything on there was true. It's like, oh, you're fucking retarded. This whole argument debunks what you said. But then you have to argue with them, and it's not, it's truly not fun.
Right. You got to choose your battles. And
yeah, exactly. It's not worth it sometimes.
Yeah. And I think I'm just going to head out now. It's not really a ladies' night, so I'm going to bow out. And like I said, if there's a mod here, they could stop the event, but I don't know how to do that. I don't even know if I can. So anyway, good talking to you. I'll catch you some other time.
Yeah, it was very nice talking to you.
All right, thanks.
Have a good one, friend.
Yeah, I don't know how to turn it off either, but I find that when you're talking to your friends or people like that, if you steelman the argument before they actually personalize the argument, so if you only give them like half the argument or like, oh, we can see too far, and you don't explain the alternative excuse and show them how that doesn't work, it's really easy to latch on to it when you start looking into yourself.
Oh yeah, so it's kind of what you're saying is you kind of present like the argument that they might have looked into and used as their own or something, and already explain why that's wrong before you give them the opportunity to do the research and then come to their own conclusion.
Yeah, you could just show them that you understand that the argument exists and stuff like that, and like what the errors are with it. So when they come across it themselves, they're like, "Oh, yeah, the thing he talked about." They look into it and they're like, "Oh, yeah, it's not mentioning the errors." I see what
Right.
he's talking
Yeah,
about
that is
now.
really good. That is a really good idea.
So it instead of it being like this.
That's kind of why Twitter sucks, like for the shit like this, because they give you such a little bit of like way to explain yourself on there. It's hard to really. That's like the idea of simplifying the media and the news cycle, where they started shortening things in the West, like to like 20-second bits, so you're only getting like an inch of information. Then it's much easier to fall into like different kinds of thought patterns and influence and such. It's the same kind of idea with that.
Yeah, it's all in psychology. They understand how our minds work, and they want us running on snap judgments, stressed, and preferably in a little bit of fear. So we're not looking at things slowly and carefully enough to discover that there are problems with it.
Absolutely. 100% true, dude. With that being said, I need something to open my mind right now.
And I think it really depends on where people are at. People are at different levels of the programming. Some are really deep into it and just like believe everything that's on the news and everything the government says, and so getting them to the place where they can actually look at this objectively and not through this biased lens is a little bit hard. So you gotta kind of like figure out where they're at and and give them small truths that they can swallow.
Right. I was just talking to some of my coworkers. I just couldn't believe that, they're probably 10, 15 years older than me, some of them, but they're just completely like unplugged from everything. Like, oh, I get the news from my phone. Like, whatever notification they get, it's like, oh, that's my news. And it just, if that's the lens that you see the world through, then that's like really, it's that's the complete wrong way to look at things. And some people don't understand that, and it would help for them to kind of see that, like, there is like a matrix that we're in. It's like everything's designed to make us, put us in that state where we're, like you said, we're in fear, and we can't really think logically or see the issue from outside outside the box. And then for I think the issue with a lot of people is just the social pressure to not think certain ways.
Yeah, not be the guy that stands out of the group and gets hammered. It's a classic.
Yeah, like I really don't care about that stuff, and I think it's really telling of anybody who believes in flat Earth obviously doesn't care about that stuff, which is that's the topic where like like other people will judge you instantly, and it's you just don't care because you just know it's true, you believe it.
Yeah, essentially the outspoken flat earthers are the people who got over that bias and faced the dissonance and aren't not letting that fear stop them.
Yeah, there's no reason to. There really isn't. It's it makes you more powerful, and that one day it might influence somebody else. Maybe not right away, but it's obvious that this is becoming more normal. Like, in a way, there's more people talking about it, but also, I think we were talking about it the other night, where like the models are becoming more similar now.
Yeah. They keep changing it because things don't work out, and as they change it, it keeps getting closer and closer to what we have essentially.
All I see are now like the helium balloon flights and all this stuff. Like nothing about going to space in a rocket. They're just gonna. I think they're gonna just kind of like fizzle that idea out. Now it's all balloon flights, guys. You can't go to space in a rocket.
I think they're gonna milk it a little bit longer because we're going through this upheaval, if you will, and they're painting Elon Musk as the good guy. They got all these bad guys set up, ready to fall. They got Epstein and all that stuff. Just like they have the linchpin, and they're just waiting to pull it when it has the most effect and benefits them the most.
Elon is he's like one of the the Western influencer guys who was on the WEF from like 10 or 15 years ago. So he's been like on their list of I guess being this sort of futuristic like influencer, but they always try to spin it as like philanthropists doing good things, and in their lens they always try to spin it as like being this good idea, when he's obviously been lying the whole time about space, Mars, going to Mars, probably Neuralink, the false promises about the technology and like what it's probably capable of doing in 10 years from now. In my opinion, it's ridiculous to think it's going to be curing all these diseases.
It's also, if you just look at what he proposes to do with Twitter, he wants to turn it into Vimo or whatever, the Chinese equivalent, where they have videos and chatting and paying for stuff all on one app. And that's what he wants to make for the world, which is just one step closer into the technocratic dystopia.
Yeah, it's like, no, totally. And I also saw, his whole idea, which isn't actually his idea. It's just like I don't know, piggybacked idea from the crypto scene of, discouraging, I guess, bots or whatever by using some kind of using crypto to pay for, I guess, pay to post. I don't know. I don't know exactly how he had it set up, but he wants to take bots off of Twitter. But he also said he also wanted to ban anyone who was posting pictures of him and Ghislaine Maxwell on his page, because he was getting trolled for being affiliated with Epstein, and now what I see is like you have like Ben Shapiro and all these guys they're posting damage control articles about Elon, saying here's Elon's thoughts about Epstein and like Bill Gates and all these guys. So they're trying to distance Elon from those guys, while like Elon has already kind of shown his true colors about wanting to ban anybody trolling him by posting pictures of him and Ghislaine Maxwell, which is an obvious red flag that this guy is like just a part of everybody else. He's not like the good guy. He's probably a pedophile, and for all intents and purposes, maybe he's being blackmailed, and that's why he's
just a second.
Sorry.
Be careful. Be careful, because we did get a strike a few days ago, so we don't want another strike for 7 days. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but what we can say is that there is a concerted move from old money to paint itself as the good guys who are coming to aid the public in this time of crisis. And that includes Elon Musk and a whistleblower who used to sit in on Bilderberg meetings and other such meetings. And he's supposedly blowing the whistle right now. I forget the name of it. If Karma were here, she'd tell me the name. So there's a lot of stuff happening. The whole world is a stage. It's really hard to try to find a good apple amongst the many rotten ones.
Yeah, but it's obvious that some people are kind of propped up and made relatable to the public, and especially him. He's kind of like become cool with like the younger crowd, and everybody thinks he's a genius and all that stuff, and respect him for that. And it's it's kind of just like a veil, like that's like the veil that's over the true nature of him.
Yeah, just think about it. How many people would vote for Elon as president?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How many people do you think would vote for Elon as president?
Yeah, a lot of people. They've his Twitter, the Twitter thing made people who I guess are more on the right like him more, because it made them feel like he cared about free speech. And that's not really the case, because the common argument for people on the, I'm not trying to get political, people on the left say, oh, it's not like private companies do what they want, it's the algorithm doing its thing, that's not censorship, it's the algorithm. Well, now apparently now people on the right are associating the algorithm with censorship, because in a sense it is. It's just they're only arguing it's not, because apparently why don't you just make a different Twitter? Oh, well, you can't, because they don't let you. That's just the way it is. They're shoehorning their companies in and disallowing anybody to compete, and in the end, like just private companies just doing what they want doesn't work, because it just doesn't, because they just monopolize.
Yeah, and he says that he's for free speech, but when you listen to him talk to the Twitter employees, he's basically saying, I want the speech regulated, and if it's speech that we don't like, it should be somewhere where no one sees it.
Yeah.
That's not free speech.
Well, I heard that they already do that to people. There's like people who comment on YouTube videos, and like they're the only ones who see it, and nobody else sees it. And then there's this kind of bubble that they put people in that they probably don't know they're living in, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Oh yeah, they did that to me I've been in that stupid shit for a long time. I call it shadow banning.
Yeah.
I noticed it first on Facebook because I used it as a medium to share different information with my family. and then all of a sudden they just stopped getting notifications. They stopped seeing any posts and stuff I started posting, and it just started getting real bad. And then it started happening on YouTube. I would reply to someone, and no one could see it except for the crazy people who like would argue with me with nonsense sophistry.
Right.
My sister,
Right.
who
That's
tried
weird.
to look at the same thread and look for my comments, just couldn't find them.
That's
I wonder if some of those were just bots that were responding to whatever you were posting, because I think that happens too. Like they just attack you with bots to clog up your whatever you're posting and clog up the message boards. I think they probably do that too, don't you think?
Dude, honestly, some of them maybe, because
Yeah.
none of their responses